buddy, how are y'all doing today? I hope you are having a good Thursday, whether you have been awake for a bit or if you're just waking up to show up to the stream today. So I still have like a little bit of a cough, so I still need to, you know, pause, or not pause, but like mute during the times that I have to cough. But that's not gonna stop me from getting answers. We just found a cute NB, so we need to keep going. Okay, so let me go ahead and get it open because I'm very excited. We kind of stopped in the middle of a thing, so I don't know how close we were to a proper transition. I feel like we were probably halfway. I'm not sure, but we shall see. We shall see. Okay. So let's get that there, and let's get myself over here before I forget. And let us load. And then, okay. So, Rion had what it took to learn everything. A perfect piece to be your partner, wouldn't you say? I'll continue my reasoning. I've talked about the dead cat. Very true. Next up is the living cat. The only one who can kill the Beatrice of 1986 is the one who created her. There are tons of hints. If you think about it, they've been coming since back when Beatrice was running the games. That's true. In the fourth game between Beatrice and Battler, Beatrice's origin became clear, and at that point I learned who Beatrice was and about that person's heart. What do you mean by heart? The motive. The reason why Beatrice had to commit game-like crime on October 5th, 1986, putting even her own fate on the line. Impressive. So you figured out the whodunit and the whydunit as early as the fourth game. Then what about the howdunit? Once you know who the culprit is, theorizing about the howdunit isn't impossible. Those linked closed rooms in the third game were a pretty nice job. Almost made me feel like applauding. And the who am I from the end of the fourth game? The culprit who can kill everyone at 2400 on October 5th, no matter where they are. By that moment, it's possible to form a certain sort of hypothesis. You might call that the other treasure of the Golden Land. Hello, Lunar. Hopefully your day is going good. Oh, so you say you can reach all of the answers by the fourth game? In other words, with just Beatrice's games? It's possible. After that, Lambadelta's game and Battler's game were filled with even more hints, as is this game of yours. Well now, why don't you stop stalling for time and just tell me, who is the culprit? Totally not someone who's been super suspicious in this one. At that moment, though there hadn't been anyone but them in the chapel, small footsteps rang out. That silhouette slowly walked up to Will and Birkenstell and gave a small bow. So, you've come. Did you call this person here? Yeah. Who done it? How done it? And why done it? I've understood this person's motive. And are you going to give up just because he's found out your motive? There's no concrete evidence, right? You could make a flashy fight of it with red and blue. That's not what this person wants anymore. They nodded slightly. Their wish was to be noticed. Once that happened, they had no need for trivial excuses or pointless word games. I believe that I understand your motive, your heart. I'm going to describe it now. I called you here to listen, and correct me in your own words if I've gotten anything wrong. The two of them nodded at each other once more. In your 4 games, I found your message. And in the 3 games with different masters, I was able to picture the strange sort of fate that must have toyed with your life. It left me speechless. In every game you die, without revealing that truth to anyone. Having this person confess in this empty chapel might be pointless. However, even so, I believe it will give her some sort of salvation. People are only saved when someone understands them. No one understood this pitiful witch even after her death, even years later, and including the man she wanted to understand her most. It's about time someone forgave her. At the end of the 5th game, Battler finally understood. However, it took him so long, and he didn't make it in time. So even though she's alive here and now, Battler cannot save her. So Battler isn't here at Beatrice's funeral. He won't come. He won't make it in time. This is Beatrice's funeral. You will confess, the Divine Master will hear, and I will forgive you. That's supposed to be Battler's job, but he didn't make it in time. So you'll have to settle for me.
And Beato gave Battler so many hints, too. Lambda also gave that idiot a ton of hints. I even got a good laugh in Battler's game of repentance for missing so much. But I won't make anyone laugh. I'll just dispassionately carry out your funeral.
No more talking from you. That's my job. If you're ready, let's begin. No one will rush you. Birkenstell's closed off time for eternity until your funeral ends. You have as much time as you need to prepare yourself emotionally. The silhouette slowly shook its head. It had come here because it was already prepared. Will nodded to show he understood. Then the two looked into Birkenstell's eyes, and Will spoke out clearly. This is the culprit. Oh gosh, okay. Man, I could have went for like a little bit longer yesterday, but okay. It's not the first time.
It's not the first time, and more than likely will not be the last.
Okay. Well. Oh. Hello? Listen, I am one yet many. What I speak is our tale. However, this is a small world, sealed by glass and cork, with no one to hear. None shall lay eyes upon it, and my entire tale shall be sealed away, set adrift in the sea of my heart until it disappears amongst the seaweed. Ah, where is this place, and who am I? Then let me ask, where do you want to be? Who do you want to be? Any place, so long as it will wrap itself around me gently. Anyone, so long as I am treated kindly. Yes, for us. For us. Where and who we are hardly matter. Correct. For us, it's such a trivial matter, at least until that day comes to pass. Why must we be thrown in the path of a new fate? Fate's pronouncements was sudden and abrupt. It wasn't the fate I'd wished for, but it did make your heart pound. Where will the new fate take me? It doesn't matter where. So long as that place is kind to us. When we were brought to the temporary dwelling where sad parentless children gather, was that a sign of God's salvation or a lure into the demon's game where the new fate would torment us? We have no way of knowing. And yet, we want to believe. We want to believe it was God's salvation sent to us, a sign of Fukuin, the good news, the gospel. But why me? I have no religion. Then it wasn't the gospel, but a demon's lure. And yet, we cannot go against fate. Oh, and I am one yet many. I pray that the new fate brings us blessings. The time is 1976 AD in April, at a time still too cool to be called spring. In a strange new land, we were tormented by the same stale air and drafts. I guess we did stop at a good place last time because considering this new character would have shown up like as the first thing for this scene. Chapter 1, A New Life. Eh? My brain is like, what? Umineko's just like, we gotta give you more questions before we give you the answers. It's only fair. Those are the family rules. They may be strict, but I believe that the discipline you learn in this house will serve you well in the future. Yes, madame. The servants who would start working this April all called out in unison. The rules of the Ushinomiya family were no more or less strict than those of the Fukuin house. However, we get paid a lot of money here. They also give us a lot of help in finding our next job. We work for the Ushidamiya family, store up money, use their influence to get a job at a good company, and start on a new happy life. That was the dream, and it was a very realistic one, held by all of us at the Fukuen house. However, not everyone can become an Ushidamiya family servant. Only kids with a record of exemplary conduct and good grades are recommended, so all of the kids who want to be sure of leaving the Fukuen house to live a happy life are feverishly devoted to their studies.
Hello, wait, Psych, why are you not saying hello to me? Well, hopefully you're doing good. I'm assuming you have to start getting ready for work here in a sec.
That's enough for today. Tomorrow you start early. Make sure the lights are all out at the appropriate time. That is all. Yes, madame. Thank you very much. There's a dragon too.
Yeah, a dragon that can pick you up. Mlim.
You can't stop me. I can keep licking you. Mlim. Mlim. Now I'm just gonna be twitching for a little bit. I don't know why it does that sometimes. Oh gosh, all the recoils. After bowing until Natsuhi was no longer in sight, the new servants all followed the lead of one of the more experienced servants and raised their heads. Eh? Okay. Terrified of this. A little bit of me IRL if we ever meet. Don't worry, I don't know if that'll actually happen. Cause I don't usually actually lick people. I lick my elf sometimes. I lick their face. I go like, and then they just like wipe off the saliva and just wipe it on my face. But other than that, you let me instead. I mean, you are a doggo, so it makes sense.
Okay, we're done for the day. Starting tomorrow, you'll be following your shift schedule. The madam is very strict about time. If any of you sleep in, it'll be my responsibility, so if you do, I'll kick you awake. Got it?
Dragons like salt licks. I've never tried one, so I don't know. Of course, this experienced servant was one of the older girls from the Fukuen house. She's been here for 2 years, apparently. That's probably why all the other new servants, who are older than me, seem to know her well. That madam looks so strict. Dang, I'm tired.
By the way, who exactly is this kid? Why were you chosen to be a servant?
The older servant pointed at me and asked the room at large, a dubious look on her face. It's no surprise, really. Most of us became servants when we graduate middle school or high school, but I'm just starting elementary school.
Who's this sassy lost child?
Do you know your schedule for this Tuesday?
I believe it's a day that I can't stream.
So it's probably something that I won't be home until later. I will check really quick. Because I remember looking and being like, man, I can't join psych. Yeah, that would be a day that I get picked up from work by my elf.
So I sadly will not be able to join. But I might be able I'll be able to watch after I get off work though.
The others will be working as servants every day of the week according to their standard shift schedule. However, on weekdays, I was going to the elementary school on Nijima with Milady, only working on weekdays and when I had free time. It was an exception among exceptions, something that had never happened before. It was clear at a glance that the others, who had obtained their positions after a rigorous selection process, didn't like the fact that I was here too. You're very welcome to hop on later if you want.
I'll do my best to.
I'll show up and leave my voice channels open for you.
Okay. But yeah, I'll do my best. I don't know if I can, no promises, but I'll do my best. Both Madame and Genji-sama have told me that you are to put your studies first, but you're still getting paid. Doesn't make any sense.
If you're going to talk behind someone's back, at least do it behind them. She didn't even try to hide her discontent. Is this kid really that smart? A child prodigy or something? I never heard anything about that. Well, that kid supposedly gets sick easily and is kept isolated most of the time. A total outsider to the rest of us, even back at the house. Ooh. Now that you're here, you're part of the collective responsibility system. If you screw up, it's the same as everyone from the Fukuen house screwing up. Make sure you don't, okay? I nodded weakly. I'd never been threatened by someone this much older than me, and I was very frightened.
Don't worry, I'll be there with you. Let's give it our all together, okay?
Shannon smiled at me as she spoke. Huh. Isn't Shannon scared too? This house looks pretty strict. Nah, there's nothing scary about it. You just thought it was scary, so it got scary. Well, if I thought it was fun, would it get fun? Yeah, it would. So here too, let's give it our all with a smile. Shannon was my only friend in the Fukuen house. She was confident and popular, the complete opposite of me. I was embarrassingly dull-witted, and no one wanted to be my friend. I would never have made it through those days in the Fukuen house had it not been for her encouragement. So I would probably make it through here too, with her by my side. Well, isn't it about time we got ready for bed? I've got work early tomorrow morning, but you have a different job. That's right. Unlike everyone else, I have to go to school. When I spend the night on Rokanjima, I have to get ready for school and wait for Milady at the dock. Milady looks like an energetic person. I hope you get along well. Do you think I will? I'm so scared of school, so nervous. Welcome to the Dark Carnival. Oh no. No. I had grown so used to life in the Fukuen house, so the more relaxed rules at school made life easy. But until I grew used to it, everything was new and everything made me nervous. Are we gonna see the, Ronove and everybody, I wonder? My new life on Rokanjima probably deserves an explanation. It was completely different from the comfortable yet stagnant life I'd lived at the Fukuen house. In addition to the time I spent as a servant to the Ushidamiya family on Rokanjima, I also traveled to the elementary school on Nijima on school days. So many redeems. Okay, here's Wiggles. Little Wiggle everything.
Majima, hello!
And then hydrate. It was the start of a time that was both rushed and busy, with hardly a moment to relax. Unlike the time I spent at the Fukuen house, I didn't get to sleep in the same bed every day. Half of the week I slept in the servant waiting room in the Rokanjima mansion. I would return from school with Milady, go to the mansion, and work there as a servant. I would then stay the night and go to school with Milady again the next day. I wonder, is Milady referring to Shannon in this case, or is it... I feel like it wouldn't be referring to Natsuhi, but I'm not sure. When I didn't have work, I would return to the dormitory on Nijima, where I could have some time to myself in the room that I was assigned to. There was an adult dorm mother who strictly controlled meal times and lights out, but I was already used to that sort of life, so it wasn't hard for me. The rooms were slightly larger than average and housed 3 people each. However, either because of the number of people or some lucky chance, I was not given a 3-person room.
Looks like we'll share a dorm room too.
With Shannon by my side, I felt like I'd be able to manage well enough. Hi, Natsuhi, why are you here? Correct. Every year, new servants came from the Fukuen house, replacing some of the old ones. It was something Father worked out with the house all on his own. The rest of us weren't allowed to meddle.
I hate this story because I don't exist. so I can't get to be with Beatrice.
I mean, she's bound to show up at one point. I think in just this timeline, she's maybe 2. And after all, our family would strictly discipline these children without families and support them on their path to adulthood, which I always viewed as the rich Ushidamiya family fulfilling its obligation to society. What sort of kids can serve the Ushidamiya family? I'm sure they were serious, cute kids of irreproachable conduct. It seemed to me that there were a lot of glaring hyenas among them. Let us say they had high ambitions. They were pitiable children without families. All were determined to use this rare opportunity to launch their careers so that they could take control of their lives. Did all of them have to balance school and servant work? That must be tough. You wouldn't be able to get much work done. Before that child, there were no cases of a servant going to school while they worked. To be honest, I was fairly surprised when that kid first came to greet me. So obviously young. There we go. The others were all around 16 or 18 years old, but that kid alone looked 10 years younger. That one extraordinarily young servant came to the family mainly for experience, so not much was expected of that child's ability as a servant. Keep her the hydrate. Indeed. You certainly couldn't rely on that kid as much as you could an adult, seasoned servant. To think that we would accept a child who hadn't even started school, no knowledge of housework, no practical experience, and not even finished with mandatory education. I don't know what Father was thinking, but I always thought that there was something clearly odd about it. I spoke to Father about it. I asked if it might be better to wait for the servant to graduate middle school before starting here. And what did Kinzo say? Come on, we all know what he said. Oh, Beatrice! By that time, he was already a complete shut-in inside his study, obsessed with the occult. If you tried to talk to him when he didn't want you to, he'd yell and tell you to stop interrupting the journey of his mind. And Father's decisions are absolute. However, the case of this particular child just didn't make sense. I even asked the Fukuin house about it. They said to ask Genji-san. Then I asked Genji-san, and he said to ask the master. And then you asked the master, and he said, Beatrice! No one knows the truth. Jessica was the only child on the island. The servants would often play with my daughter, but she wanted a friend of her own age. Someone she could play with at home, as well as at school. I didn't know Japan had elementary and middle school. I thought it worked differently. I thought it did too, but I don't know. I mean, we know that Kinzo is just, like, obsessed with, like European things, so, like, but even then, I feel like Europe doesn't have, like, a middle school. They just have, like, primary school and then high school. I'm not 100% sure. I don't know. Maybe they localized that part of the dialogue just a smidge. I began to think that Father employed the servant out of pity for Jessica. But if that were the case, why wouldn't he talk to us about it beforehand? We should be the ones to decide which friends are suitable for our daughter. Scary! Natsuhi must have really hated taking her kid out in public. Oh my gosh, just the subtle burn. We should probably view this as an arrangement planned by Genji. Probably. Genji-san knew that the me in this world carried grandfather's blood, so he probably arranged for that me to be summoned to Rokenjima. Are you feeling okay now? It was a really big shock, that's all. I just feel a bit dizzy now. In this world, you're the successor, but if we move to a different world, you're a servant. Or maybe a witch. You do have a troubled fate. No kidding. I don't regret learning about it, but if I could forget it now, I would.
Isn't it interesting? Even though you're a servant, you're actually an illegitimate child of the head. Isn't that romantic? Like some fairy tale?
Romantic? Considering how Mom must have felt, I'm not sure what to think.
True. In Natsuhi's eyes, the Leon of this world is nothing more than the baby she hated and was forced to raise. And in this world, she rejected that child. Natsuhi must adore her natural child, Jessica, a bunch more. A baby doesn't share your blood is nothing more than a dirty, lukewarm sack of filth.
Have some decency. Next time I'll be the one pinching your butt. Thank you, Will. I think I understand, more or less, and that's exactly why I need to be grateful to my mother. She's raised me fairly all these years. Have we had any of the Beatrices meet each other yet? I don't think so. I don't know what happened to Beatrice number 2 after Child. Well, no, we do know what happened to her. We don't know what the time frame before Beatrice 2's incident and Beatrice 2 giving birth Beatrice 3. So, I mean, we know that she didn't die in childbirth, so she would have had to hold the baby. This whole family tree is a mess. Also, I came to the realization, technically, Battler's incest thing is no longer a joke, considering Beatrice number 3. They are technically cousins. Is there even a main timeline anymore, or are we all just outside time and space? I think we're outside time and space right now, honestly.
Though at a probability so low that it'd take a miracle to happen, animals are always brutal towards children that don't carry their blood. Lions do that too, don't they?
We could probably sketch out Genji's line of thinking. The Leon of this world is a true blood-related member of the Ushinomiya family. He must have wanted to let that child live on Rokkenjima somehow. However, it wasn't as though he could just suddenly show up with Leon and tell everyone who it was. Yeah, maybe he wanted me to live on the island until I was used to it and then reveal everything when the chances presented itself. However, the Leon of this world was not given special treatment. The silver ring doesn't actually exist. I wonder if that means grandfather never heard about me. That might be that Genji never found a good opportunity to reveal the truth. So I wonder, like, who... Because it's... Okay, so it's revealed that, like, when Natsuhi pushed the servant that was holding the child, obviously, from what we're being shown here, survived. But, like, who found them? I wonder. Because Natsuhi... Wait, no. Because Natsuhi didn't tell anybody, I don't think. Unless she told Genji? I don't remember if that was a thing or not. The baby lived in the woods on their own, I guess, but they would have had to come back. Okay, pardon me. Okay, I'm hydrating. Genji must have wanted to tell the truth one day, to tell that the orphan of Kinzo's beloved Beatrice was still alive. However, that was not an easy thing to say. Why wasn't it easy? Dummy, what would happen if Natsuhi found out? Oh, right, if Leon suddenly appeared, Jessica wouldn't be the successor anymore. Strictly speaking, Jessica wasn't the successor, but since she'd be able to select the future successor, it all came to the same thing. The more one learns, the less simple this tale becomes. There were some who celebrated my birth, and some who did not. Genji could only wait in silence for the proper day to reveal it all. Was it a tale hidden only within Genji's heart? Leon and Kinzo and Natsuhi and Klaus and Jessica and everyone else, none of them knew this tale. Thus, the curtain slowly rises on this curious tale in the year 1976. Oh, I am one yet many. Why must fate abandon us and continue on its merry way? People only found the young servant strange for the first month. Natsuhi and Klaus's protests came to naught. After all, there was no actual harm in it, so why not indulge Kinzo's whim? Eventually, everyone grew accustomed and began to accept this slightly abnormal everyday life. I wonder how many hydrates it would take to force Seth to take an early break. I mean, I don't know, because also, like, I think my water bottle's like less than half full. So I feel like I'll run out of hydrates. I'll have to start sipping on my gamer subs. However, it was not so for the other Fukuan servants, who were always close by and who believed that everyone should be treated equally. Their small bits of discontent over my special treatment began to accumulate as time went on. Nice work, Sawachi. How'd it go today? Madame was really pissed off. She was like running her fingers across the windowsills. Yeah, and getting on hello. The brain rot is real. Yeah, and getting on Tadachi's case for cleaning slow. Come on, give us a break. All of the kids in the Fukuan house are supposed to treat each other like family. Because of this, everyone hides their original names and uses their new blessed names. Maybe because of the on character in this world, or in the word Fukuan. Maybe? I don't know how the kanji is actually pronounced, but I know that was the kanji in Shannon and Cannon's name. What? Immediately blushing in her twirling look at your elf. I know. That character is almost always combined with at least one character from the child's original name to make their new name. Still, just giving a person a new name doesn't mean they'll accept it so easily. Boys and girls who have lived in isolation and through various trials sometimes feel as though their real first and last names— Matsuma, I thought you had it cool down! Apparently not! Sometimes feel as though their real first and last names are a bond that's worth holding on to. So most of the Fukuen children hate their own names, calling each other by nicknames based on their original names. Of course, that's only done privately. I heard that heart skip. What do you mean? Of course, that's only done privately. When in the presence of the house director or other important people, only the blessed names are used. On the job, the blessed names are used. And off the job, informal nicknames are used. Everyone's very used to living with two names like this, so they're all comfortable with how the system works. Oh, you stink. Go take a shower. Dang, why is it so cramped in here? Can't they get a bigger dorm if they have that huge mansion? Hey, Garashi-san, why is Yasu the only one who isn't in a 3-person room? By Yasu, they probably mean me. I can't remember my parents at all, since they were gone as far back as my memory goes, but I was still given the last name Yasuda. Yasuda. Interesting. May I have permission for a teeny little bit of spam? What do you mean? I mean, okay, maybe. Why? Why are you attacking me? What'd I do? What'd I do, Zyke? What'd I do? What did I do? What did I do? Why are you hitting me? Well, I get to throw you. What did I do? And apparently my nickname comes from that. Okay, I'll hydrate. Oh gosh. Okay. How should I know? Genji-sama's the one who decides the rooms. I don't like it either. Yeah, seriously. Wouldn't it normally go 2 and 2? You'd have to do all of them? Well, still. I still do it. I mean, who exactly is Yasu anyway? Looks like that kid's job is going to school with Milady or something. So what? Is being a school friend a profession now? Doesn't make any sense. Of course, on days when I was given work, I return to the mansion right after school and work alongside the others. I help out with caring for the garden and cleaning up the mansion. I can't do any jobs on my own, so I'm always just helping out. Maybe because I'm young and the adult servants are always kind to me. My fellow Fukuen servants don't feel too happy about that, though. Going to school is technically a profession? Technically, yeah. Don't you think Kumasawa-san's obviously soft on Yasu? It's like she's mistaken Yasu for her own grandchild or something. And why on earth did that kid get paid the same as the rest of us? I don't get it. I realize that you have school to worry about, but don't forget that you're a servant too, okay? You need to stop being a helper and learn to do work by yourself like the rest of us. We aren't going to let you take it easy forever, okay? Why are they bullying? I have been trying my best. However, I'm not very strong yet, so I can't carry heavy things. I can't carry a lot of things either. I can't fold clothes right, and I'm not good at using a dustpan. I just can't do it as well as everyone else. As my face turned red, I spotted Shannon, who was watching from the sidelines and not joining in. Shannon is my only ally. Unlike me, she can do everything well. However, she'll never pamper me. She'll show me how things are done, but she'll never steal my jobs from me. She really is incredible. I really want to be like Shannon as soon as I can. She never talks behind people's backs, and no one talks behind her back. She's kind, and she gets along with everyone. I want to be like her, and she's always kindly watching over my efforts to become like her. I wish I knew the context of this Yasu thing. Japanese sounds hard, right? So Shannon is important. I mean,
I don't know. Maybe. I tried my best.
why did I end up here?
I don't know.
Though I'd just been muttering to the ceiling, Shannon gave me an honest answer.
I guess there's no way to say it except that it's part of God's plan.
Is this another test from God?
Yep. Think of it as a test to help you grow into a wonderful human being. After all, you're a special chosen person.
Am I special?
Of course you are. After all, everyone else here is huge, but you were the only one special enough to be chosen young.
Why am I the only one who's little? I can't do any jobs by myself. Except guess what sports team I'm playing today? I have no frame of reference, so I have no idea. Everyone complains that I'm just there to play with Milady, and yet Madame made it clear that I am not to think of Milady as a friend or speak to her in a casual manner.
You may be 10 years younger than everyone else, but that means if you keep it up until you're the same age as the others, you'll be much more experienced than the new people who come later. Even Genji-sama will acknowledge your talents, and you'll become a leader who can teach the new kids who come from the Fukuen house.
The Mets, oh my gosh. I haven't thought about that meme in forever.
And then I'm sure that everyone will respect you. By that time, even Madame the Master and Kraus-sama will acknowledge your skills. That's your future.
You mean like the ugly duckling becoming a swan?
That might be it. After all, it was very unusual for you to be chosen as an Ushinomiya family servant. In fact, that rumor might be true, and you might be the secret child of someone in the Ushinomiya family. But what do I know, right? That's just a theory.
Shannon laughed, saying, wouldn't that be cool? And you'd be super rich too. But that didn't seem quite right to me. After all, if that was the case, why have I had to live all alone here in the Fukuen house? Shannon and the people, like the house director, are the only ones who will play with me. I don't have any other friends to play with, and I've spent all my time by myself in my isolated room. Maybe it's because I'm frail and always sleep a lot, but it has been lonely.
Oh, hi, Genji.
Hey, Genji. Exactly how much did you know? You never talk about anything, but you've known everything since the beginning, haven't you? 19 years ago, you heard from Natsuhi that a servant had fallen from a cliff holding a baby. You went to the bottom of that cliff and realized that the baby was still alive, didn't you? I was not qualified to determine whether it was alive or dead. Then who was? The doctor, of course. What do you say, Dr. Nanjo? Man, was everybody a part of it? I guess so, they would have to be. Are you certain? Is it all right for me to speak? If you are willing to tell the story yourself, then I ask it of you. Very well. I was contacted by Genji-san immediately after the accident and asked to conduct an examination in secrecy, not an experiment. In secrecy? Why? Both the Beatrice of Kurodorian and her child were unregistered people who weren't supposed to exist. It would lead to various problems if it went public. I had started the procedures to have the baby registered, but they were not complete at that time. It was a very unfortunate time for the baby to die. So, the servant who fell was treated as having died alone in an accident? Natsuhi wouldn't talk to anyone. It would have been easy to set up. But that baby was alive, wasn't it? Correct. Of course, the child was gravely injured. It was a miracle that it survived that wound. If the angle had been slightly different, or if Genji-san had been any slower in carrying the baby to me, that baby only managed to survive thanks to a series of miracles. I had given up. I didn't believe the baby could have survived that. But it did. How strong and resilient is life? No, this is fate. Fate! So the baby was fated to live on and eventually accomplish something great? Yes. I did think it was fate. I thought the blood of the Kurodorian Beatrice-sama, whose life ended on Rokanjima, must have imparted something onto this child to make it survive. However, Genji did not tell his master, Kinzo, that the child had survived. He simply said that it had fallen to its death in an unfortunate accident. Kinzo mourned, but his mourning was more one of madness than sorrow. Oh, Beatrice, why have you run away from me once more? Why, even though I've sworn to make the same mistake again, or I'd never make the same mistake again, why? There was one matter in which Genji did not trust the master he so respected. That matter was whether Kinzo would be capable of accepting Beatrice's grandchild as her grandchild. Genji had served the Kuwadori Beatrice for many years as well. He was very aware of what she had felt. He knew that she had accepted the favor Kinzo had bestowed on her and respected him as a father. However, her love was not the same as Kinzo's love. Kinzo thought her to be Beatrice reborn, and tried to use her to satisfy the many feelings he had felt for the late Beatrice. Of course, the Kumadorian Beatrice could not accept those feelings. In the end, she had her chastity stolen by the one she thought of her only family and respected as a father. She thought he was her father, and he thought she was his wife. Oh, what an irreconcilable, forbidden love. That is not to say that I was incapable of understanding how Kinzo-sama felt. At the moment of her birth, even he did not plan on taking advantage of her, due to her resemblance of the late Beatrice-sama. He even spoke to me about it a few times when we were drinking. I always thought he was joking. Was he surprised to find that the daughter grew to look more and more like the mother? As the daughter grew, did he suffer from a forbidden emotion he couldn't suppress? I thought that he might commit the same mistake again. That was my view. Are you telling me that if Kinzo hadn't joined the military, this entire game wouldn't have happened? I mean, probably. If he... basically... So there's a few deciding factors. Him joining the military, him being on a secret island base instead of on the front lines like how he wanted to. The whole fighting against the Italians probably would have still happened. But the other big thing, it was kind of mainly the thing, but the second thing that would have stopped everything from happening was Natsuhi, not wanting to keep the child. Because there's only a 1 in, I don't remember the specific number, but over 2.5 million chance. In that 1%, everything is fine. Other than, the thing that Kinzo did. Anyone defending Kinzo is now worse than Natsuhi, right? Beatrice-sama suffered much, and yet she never truly understood the difference between her feelings and Kinzo's. Beatrice-sama consulted me many times, laying bare her deepest feelings. However, I was unable to tell her. That would be hard to say. Imagine telling her that the one she respects as a father wants to use her as a replacement for her dead mother. Let me say this for the sake of Kinzo-san's honor. He also suffered greatly. It pained him when he found that he could no longer think of his daughter as a daughter. I told him to love her as a father. I think Kinzo-san followed his logic and his conscience, and fought for quite some time. Kinzo loved her. He poured his affection onto the daughter that Beatrice had left behind. He did so as a father, and yet, if so, why did he give the daughter the same name as the mother? Oh, all the things Kinzo did were okay because he was right. It's he regretted it, so it was fine. It's no. Yes, Kinzo's sin started from the moment she received life. She was born and Beatrice died. He passed the name down from mother to daughter. From that moment of her birth, Kinzo had already decided that she was Beatrice reborn. I feel like if he went with a different name, he probably would have had a sense of disconnect and not done the thing. So, then we get Leon. Kinzo, trying to atone for his sin, tried to make Leon a proper member of the Ushinomiya family.
Exactly. I get the feeling I'll get my butt pinched if I talk about about other fragments. But what if there was a fragment where Leon was accepted, and Kinzo commits the same sin again? Want to see if we can find one of those?
Who would want to see something like that? Is this your job, mixing up the worst possible delusions and possibilities for every part of a person's life and sneering at them? Unfortunately, that's the sort of demon she is.
How rude. I'm a witch.
If I was in a room with a gun and 2 bullets with Nazi Kinzo and the creator of this game, I'd shoot Nazi and the creator and beat Kinzo with my bare hands. Oh no! I mean, like, the creator is at least putting it in a sense of, like, this is a bad thing. Genji foresaw that worst of all possible futures, and trying to secure a better future, he intentionally lied about the baby being dead. Right.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Like, I think with Nanjo and Genji, they're being like, it happened, it's not a good thing, but he's the head of the house, and I don't know. like they're not putting it in a light of like, yeah, this is a great thing that happened. They're just like, yeah, none of us like it. Genji literally said. I don't know. I still feel like they're not putting it in a good sense of light. Of like, yeah, he was right to do this. Right. Kinzo was a man so impulsive that he used his own daughter. Genji, who knew Beatrice's feelings and felt sympathy for her, couldn't trust Kinzo so easily. Even Genji, Kinzo's most devoted servant?
Genji draws a clear line between the professional and the personal. While he served Kinzo faithfully, he also felt that the mistake Kinzo had... Hi, Majima!
Oh, you're getting closer?
Hi, Rocket, how are you doing? While he served Kinzo faithfully, he also felt that the mistake Kinzo had made with his daughter was not one to be forgiven easily. See? See?
Could be. And to make sure that Leon wouldn't be found out easily, Genji lied about the kid's age, lowering it by 3 years. That's a good point. In this world, I'm just entering elementary school in 1976. I was actually supposed to become a 4th year then. If your frailness wasn't the reason, then Genji must have been careful to disguise the year of your birth. Not only Kinzo, but also Natsuhi wouldn't easily forget the baby from 19 years ago. If a suspiciously young servant of that age came to the island, Natsuhi's woman's intuition would definitely have picked up on it. The evil witch is the one to tell us. Would you be Neko character? Would you What? What? What do you mean? That's... Considering the situation, that came out of left field. Had the child been too sick to go to school for 3 years? Or had the age been faked so that Natsuhi wouldn't figure everything out? Hello, Majima! I'm being bullied with Majima. Natsuhi and the grandfather. I mean, I guess that didn't actually happen, but like that was referenced in an earlier chapter. Yes. Leon is Kinzo's kid. Leon is the child of Kinzo making a very bad choice with his life. Yeah, it's really weird that it's spelled lion, but it is pronounced Leon. But I think it's because it's supposed to be, like, the Romaji. Either way, we know that your age has been lowered by 3 in this world.
Correct. The age of this world's Leon has been altered by 3. This is a small, feeble kid we're talking about, an underdeveloped kid. It would have been more possible to pull off than you'd think.
Genji decided to wait and see. In the end, would Kinzo be able to accept Beatrice's child as an actual child, or not? He had the child live in the Fukuen house until a suitable age, and then summoned the child to the island as a servant. Both father and child had no clue who the other was. Genji had an idea. If Kinzo truly felt affection as a parent, he would notice traces of the deceased mother and daughter in his child. That way, they would surely regain their parent-child relationship without anyone having to expose the truth to them. That's what he thought. Or perhaps the time might come naturally. When that happened, he could tell the truth to both father and child. Believing that this day would eventually come, Genji told nothing of this to anyone. He watched over Beatrice's child, waiting for the fated day. Yeah, Kinzo's a granddad dad. Smokey says she doesn't like what's going on. Understandable. And time continued to pass. Days slid by as he quietly watched over Beatrice's child. Oh. This one was a relatively short one. I guess it's like hair. Here, you get to have a break after you get it. Like, I mean, we were kind of shown that it happened in the last stream.
Yasu, what'd you do with the small broom? Didn't you use it to clean the window frames?
The small broom is a little thin broom that looks like a large paintbrush. We use it to clear out the dust in small corners like window frames. It's one of the cleaning tools I was put in charge of.
Come on, that's your responsibility. What have you been doing, idiot? Quickly, go and find it. You have to do it before Madame finds out.
What's up?
Yasu lost the small broom again. The kid must be some sort of genius at losing things. That's why I've always telling you, never give things to Yasu. Yasu's always careless and losing things. Don't say that. Can't you see that this kid's working hard? Come on, go on. Hurry and find it. I'll wait for you.
The literal translation of Yasu is cheap. Oh, poor baby. Okay. Not waiting to hear my fellow servants complain even more, I spun around and headed off. If you lose a tool, you get in trouble. If no one knows who did it, we all get yelled at, so one of them will probably tell Madame that it was my fault. Still, it really is my fault that I lost it in the first place. I wonder when I lost it. When? We cleaned out the entire chapel today. The chapel is a large building behind the mansion. However, no one ever goes near it normally. Even so, we are ordered to clean it a few times each year. Kinzo calls it a sacred building, so Natsuhi is very strict about it. We'd cleaned every little nook and cranny from top to bottom. It had taken all day. I had been in charge of cleaning the window frames, but I had also been given many smaller tasks. While those small jobs were keeping me busy, I completely forgot about the small broom, and I must have left it lying around somewhere. Oh no, I lost the small broom! Oh no! I began to hate myself for it. This isn't the first time this has happened. It happens all the time. Every time I set something down, it always disappears. It goes somewhere else, vanishes. Oh, are you getting bullied by the other servants? I thought it was probably the witch, Beatrice, pranking me. The ghost of the witch gained powers from Rokenjima's evil spirits and was reborn. Until Kumasawa-san told me, I never knew the meaning of the shrine on the rocks by the sea. Kumasawa told an old tale passed down among the local fishermen. Rokenjima used to be as known as Akuji Kishima, and terrible evil spirits who ate human souls lived there. Hey, Kumasawa, let us hear too. Tell us the scary, scary tale of Rokenjima's evil spirits.
Very well. Rokenjima was once called Azukishima. However, even deeper in the distant past, it was known as Akuji Kishima. Oh, Azukishima. Red beans. It was rumored that sailors who went too near the island were dragged down to the bottom of the sea and had their souls eaten. Yes, frightening spirits such as those do exist on this island.
She has ADHD, oh no. I mean, maybe. Thank you for the hydrate. Eventually I'll stop coughing. It was Kumasawa's favorite ghost story. Every new servant who came to the island heard about it. Such stories are usually laughed off, but when stormy nights visited Rokanjima, bringing an eerie howling to that lonely island, where nothing exists except the Ushidamiya mansion, everyone would listen meekly. It should be an unbind mute button routine. What, you want me to hear me cough? It's not good. The shrine by the coasts was there to seal the evil spirits away, and the master had that creepy occult hobby. And the mansion was so spooky it was easy to picture something hiding in the shadows.
True. The traveling Shuganja monk was only barely able to suppress those spirits. The shield just managed to hold them, but to this very day they wander through the mansion, night after night, searching for a victim.
Have you seen the master's study? I have. It's like some kind of demon laboratory. There's that rumor about the master researching demons. They also say he's researching how to revive his mistress, Beatrice. Didn't they say he was gathering children to be sacrifices for his magic experiments? Wow, scary. What'd you do if the master asked you to come into the study alone? I heard that long ago. One kid went into the study and never came out. That must have been a victim of the experiment to give Beatrice's ghost a new body.
Very true. Beatrice-sama has become a ghost and wanders around searching for a body. The VIP room on the second floor is where Beatrice-sama dwells. You must always be respectful when cleaning that room. If you aren't...
Oh, it is May the 4th. Coughing is more content, though. The more you cough, the more you'll stream. What? But my cough sounds so gross. Because I'm coughing up snot. It's disgusting. I do the working now, everybody be nice. Have a good day at work, psych. What, hopefully a secret VTuber comes to your escape room. In the eyes of the teenage boys and girls, with their powerful imaginations, the ghost story was both terrifying and fascinating. It gave them a sense of solidarity, since they all got to experience the same tale. What? I don't know. I'm just saying. I don't. It's not gonna be me. It's not. I'm not planting a thought in your brain of like, ooh, I'm gonna show up at your work. Cause secretly in Vegas. No, I've said it before. My elf and I drove through Vegas to visit Peach, and my elf does not want to go to Vegas ever. Everything too big. If we go to Vegas, someone else is bringing us. We are not traveling by ourselves. It gave them a sense of solidarity, since they all got to experience the same tale. Then that sharing became an obligation, and accepting the story became a rite of passage for joining the community. This was something that had been passed on since long ago. Don't gotta go to this trip. I know of a board game cafe we can hang out at. That sounds fun. But yeah, it was very scary, so somebody else would have to drive us. My elf is like, nope, not driving through Vegas ever again.
That's right. Back when I first started work at Rokanjima, I heard that story from Kumasawa-san and the older servants.
Okay, have a good day. Does your apartment have a bathtub? Because taking a warm bath helps break up the mucus. I mean, we do. It's for the other bath. We just have a standing shower in ours. But no, also I'm not stinky. I just showered like I think yesterday.
Yeah? Maybe the night before. But it was very, very recent.
I heard about it too, mostly from Ne-san. I heard it too, from Kumasawa-san mainly.
So, not only the timid-looking Shannon, but a boy canon and a big adult Goda believed in the ghost story?
Well, I didn't really. There are tales of ghost stories and jinxes in all jobs. There were several stories of the sort at the hotel I once worked at. Oh, I forgot that was a thing that was, like, brought up before.
So you thought it was silly and you didn't mind it at all?
I think there was a need to blend in with the community. That's it. Ghost stories and jinxes are the local rules of your workplace. If a newcomer breaks those rules, they'll expect to be they can't expect to be welcomed in. Exactly. If I said witches couldn't possibly exist, then the whole idea was ridiculous. Then I'd get into a fight with Ne-san. It was easier just to, it was easier if I just appeared to go along with it.
Come on, if you think that way, you'll be cursed. There was one servant who got seriously injured.
All workplaces have stories like that. No matter how incredible the ghost stories and tales about the company founder are, you accept and believe them. That's what it means to blend in with your new workplace.
Wow, everyone's so mature.
For once, I'm not calling you Stinky. You and Loved are going to be the first people I'm going to try. Oh my gosh. I went to each window around the chapel in the order I had cleaned them, searching carefully in all the places I might have left it. I had been cleaning the windows with it, so it had probably been set down near one of those. When did I leave it behind, I wonder? Now that I think about it, I don't think I had it anymore when I reached the last window, so I must have completely forgotten to clean that window frame. Through the window, I could see the others leaving one after another. Shannon turned around and glanced up, looking worried. I don't want to be responsible for making everyone wait, so I'm actually glad they're leaving without me. If I said I wanted them to wait for me, I'd be relying on them too much. I really feel like someone stole it and is, like, blaming them for it. Poor baby. The sun's beginning to set, and the chapel's getting darker and darker. I don't want to hang around in a place like this all by myself. I'd better find a small broom first. No, that's not all. I also need to clean the window frames I forgot. Madame is strict. She'll probably check all of the windows carefully. If she does, I'll be the one who gets in trouble tomorrow. But really, where did I lose it? Why did I lose it? The darkness grew and grew. When it became dark enough that I would need a light before long, I began to panic. I dashed around and around the chapel, tears streaming down my face. As I stumbled around pathetically, I could feel the presence of a prankster witch giggling at me from the crack in the door and gaps in the ceiling. The ghost of Beatrice, the master's mistress, wanders about in search of a body to this very day. As she absorbs the power of Vokanjima's evil spirits, her strength steadily grows, and she waits for the day of her resurrection. And for some reason, she's peeking out at me. And if I ever take my eyes off something for a second, she snatches it away and hides it. This isn't the first time this has happened. Whenever I look away, keys, handkerchiefs, pencils, erasers, all of them vanish almost right away. Even though I was planning to use them later, or just wanted to put them in their proper place, they disappear as soon as I turn around. It isn't someone hiding them as a prank. It happened many times when I'm the only person around. Everyone always says I'm too careless and forgetful, and they laugh at me, get mad at me. I do try to be alert, but like some kind of bad joke, I lose things easily when I forget about them for just a short while. So sometimes, I think this eraser is going to disappear sooner or later, and I stare at it. But at those times alone, it doesn't disappear. Nothing disappears when I'm alert. But as soon as I think I'm safe, the tension relaxes just a bit, then something else will disappear. Why is it always me? Yeah, I hear you. I can tell that the witch is laughing at me as I lamely run around in circles. Listening to that voiceless laugh, I finally slammed my hands against the wall, crying tears of frustration. Please, just stop it. Why do you always hide my things and get me in trouble? And the witch answered, Fool, isn't it obvious? Why else except to entertain myself by watching you wander about pointlessly? I couldn't bear it. Even though I knew what she said was true, hearing it directly was incredibly annoying. I understand. That small broom probably is somewhere in this chapel. No, that's not quite it. I'm sure that the moment before I reached this window, it was right there on the windowsill. That's right, I'm sure I put it by the window, but the prankster witch Beatrice used her magic. And just before I reached the spot, she instantly teleported the small broom to the next window over. The instant I approached that window, a hole appeared beneath the small broom, swallowing it up. Bucka witch, right? And it came out by the next window after that. It landed right inside it, as though it had been there the whole time. And this happened over and over again. As I ran up to that window, the small broom fell into a magic hole and went to the next window. And when I went to that window, it went to the next window. And I realized she was just making fun of me. So no matter how much I searched, it would be useless. If I stopped searching, it'd just be sitting there by one window or another. So this isn't a search, it's a test of endurance. I kept chasing after the small broom, and Beatrice kept making it escape to the next window over, trying to make me give up. This is an eternal chase. It'll end only when one of us gives up. So I kept going around and around, even to windows that I knew I'd already searched. If it's not by this one, then we'll try the next one and the next one. And the witch kept moving the small broom to the next window and the next. Just give it a rest! How long are you gonna make fun of me? This isn't the only time. You always do this! The shrill, voiceless laugh of the formless witch continued to mock my sobbing. The witch is right beside me, laughing at me. As I dash around the chapel, she's following along with me, taunting me. Then, she must be there. She's right behind me, just over my shoulder, still cackling away. I know that turning around won't help, since she has no form. I can try to look, but I mustn't look with my eyes. Once my eyes tell me there's nothing there, I won't be able to see anymore. I learned that from the director of the Fukuen house. You mustn't try to see with your eyes. You must see with the eyes of your heart. The whole world is filled with God's love. In the many blessings of everyday life, one can see God, angels, and the Holy Ghost. If you try to look with your eyes, you won't see them, so you won't be able to see them. So you won't be able to feel them or understand them. With the eyes of the heart, you will quietly understand. You don't look at their image. You see and draw them with your heart. In this way, I learned how to recognize beings not of this world at the Fukuen house. It doesn't just mean being able to see God. This power lets one see all of those not of this world. Please, stop it now. Stop this prank.
Oh, so you can speak to me.
I'm clumsy, bad at my job, and I do put things down and forget them a lot. But I know which things were my fault and which things were because of your pranks.
How amusing. Not only can you perceive me in my formless state, but you can even understand my little game. It seems you're a more interesting creature than I thought, Yasu.
I'm usually called Yasu when one of the older servants is laughing behind my back at some mistake I've made. So when I hear that name, it feels bad. She called me, not by the blessed name given to me by the Fukuen house, but by that unblessed name. Upsetting the heart is a classic move that evil beings make. They do it to make it harder for people to notice their presence. To beings like witches, being understood is like shoving them out into the light of day. It won't work. In the Fukuen house, I learned how to perceive those not of this world, so I'm already able to understand you.
Very interesting. You've taken me, a being so faint that I'd fly away if you blew on me and trapped me, perceived me.
You're an interesting kid, Yasu. It won't work. I've now understood and perceived you. No matter how many unpleasant things you say, you'll just expose the ugliness of your heart. Without turning around, I slowly let my range of vision fill the entire chapel. It was as though the viewpoint of my soul was floating out from the shell of my head. See, inch by inch, my range of vision is floating out of my head and drifting upwards. I'm having an out-of-body experience. As I looked down at myself, standing there with head hanging and eyes tightly shut, my eyes of my heart very slowly rose up to the ceiling of the chapel. And when I looked down from there, I saw myself standing in the center of the chapel and the witch standing behind me. Apparently, the witch realized that I could see her. Oh, it's Gap. That makes sense. She turned around and raised her eyes to look at the eyes of my heart floating by the ceiling. I don't know why I was assuming that it was Beatle. She was clearly using her gap powers. At last, I could see the witch, Beatrice, with the eyes of my heart. A mere human that can perceive my form? The demonic lips twisted in an ugly curve. It was clearly a challenging, repulsive demon smile. She wore a blood-red dress and hat. The design was completely different from anything humans wore. Her hair was blonde. It had countless beautiful curls, like a princess from a picture book. But there was no trace of cuteness about her. I did think you were a bit different from the other humans, but it seems I was mistaken. Forget just a bit. You're nothing like those other humans. You sad witch, who can only be seen by no one, heard by no one. Have you been pulling these pranks all the time just to catch the attention of humans? I use a little magic I have to interfere when humans aren't looking, but no matter what I do, none of them think it's magic. They decide that they just made a little mistake and blow my existence away like the candles on a cake. If so, then I've just saved you, because I understand you and have perceived you. Saved me? To me, this meeting with you is nothing more than a new way to kill time. It's getting dark. I don't have time to play with you anymore. My apologies. I was so engrossed that I didn't notice the time. Please give it back. My cleaning tool? That small broom or whatever you call it? It's right there by the next window. But as soon as I get close, you'll move it to the next window over. My form is elusive, as is my magic. With a snap of my fingers, I can do anything. The witch snapped her fingers, and various things throughout the chapel were sucked into a black pitfall beneath them, disappearing. No, they didn't disappear. The instant they vanished into the dark holes, the other dark holes appeared in the completely different parts of the chapel, and the vanished objects fell out of those. Chairs, musical scores, clocks, and vases started appearing and disappearing all across the room. It made it feel as though the countless tools were flying about the chapel. I can do things like this, but don't. After all, this would be a bit beyond a mere prank, don't you think? I wonder what the difference between a prank and a magic is to a witch. When she snapped her fingers again, all of the loud, flying objects returned to their original spots, and silence fell. I've taken a liking to you. Perceived and captured me? It works the same in reverse. I've perceived and captured you. The Fukuen director told me not to try and see evil beings. If you see them, they will possess you. Now that I understood this witch, a bond has been formed between us. That is correct. Now that you have acknowledged my existence, I have formed a bond with you. After all the years I've spent in boredom, it'll be nice to have a young kid like you to talk to. I'll talk to you from time to time. So will you stop pulling pranks on me like this? No, I'm not here to talk with you, but to play with you. And if we're playing, pranks are just part of the game, right? Very well. I've had enough fun for one day. The sun is sunk and the moon is full. I'm a bit tired after appearing in front of you for so long. Let us call it a night. Look how much fun we had with just a single broom. Please give it back. No way. I'll keep this as a token of our meeting. Got a problem with that? If I said I did, would you give it back to me? I never listen to humans. However, I might lend an ear to a friend. If you give it back, I'll acknowledge you as a friend. Foolish human, did you actually think that alone would make me want a deal? If you want to make a deal with me, try drawing a mysterious magic circle or two. And yet, I might consider your proposal. What do you mean you might? I'll take my time in deciding whether you're worthy to be my friend. After all, to be a witch is to be a contrarian, amano jaku. If you ask us for an answer, we'll never give one right away. Understood. Then I'll leave the small broom with you. Please give it back when you decide to become my friend. Very well. Will this broom become a bridge of friendship between us, or not? I will hang on to it for now, making my decision in my own good time. When the witch snapped her fingers, the broom for which I had searched so long fell out of a hole in the air, landing between the fingers she had just snapped. This is goodbye. This game with you was far from boring. Let us play again sometime. If you're my friend, that is. What a cat toys with a mouse. Does it try to become friends with it first? Have we seen her make that face before? I don't know if we have. The witch faded away. As she did, the eyes of my heart shut themselves. When I returned to my body, I felt suddenly tired and let out of breath that I'd been holding. Of course, when I turned around, there was no one to be seen. I couldn't feel the witch's presence anywhere anymore. It had gotten very dark by this time. I decided to leave the chapel. There's no point in searching for a small broom any longer. Not until the witch decides to give it back. I went out of the chapel. The chapel key had been left in the lock. I used it to lock the door. What am I going to do about the small broom? There's nothing I can do. I can't even blame the witch. I must acknowledge that I'm responsible for giving the witch a chance. When I happened to glance downwards, I saw a small broom lying there by my feet. It was the broom I had been searching for all this time. Don't tell me that it'll be swallowed up by a black hole the instant I bend over to pick it up? No. This is a sign from the witch. A sign that she acknowledges me as a friend. I picked it up. Oh, I am one yet many. The first friend I made after coming to the island was apparently not a human at all. However, when I think back on it, it was only natural. What other sort of friend would you expect to make on a witch's island? That was the first meeting between me and Beatrice. However, as some of you listeners may have noticed, this was not a meeting with the real Beatrice. The witch I then called Beatrice would later be known by another name. However, she was clearly not human, and being bonded with one who is not human means being bonded with their world. I still had no way of knowing the varied fates that waited me on Rokkenjima. End of chapter 2, The First Friend. Man, I feel like these are going kind of quick, honestly. Oh no, is it gonna put me in a false sense of security? And then it's like, here you go, here's a 2-hour section. Yes, seriously. Not only was Yasu slow-witted, that kid also lost stuff all the time. But even so, Yasu always had this look like someone else had taken whatever it was away. It really pissed me off. That kid just didn't know how to concentrate. If you always act in that dreamy way without thinking, it's no surprise that you'll do bad work. But it was only like that in the beginning, right? After some time, that kid started concentrating and all that bad stuff stopped happening. Really? Well, it was all bad stuff anyone should be able to do anyway.
Learning to do things that everyone can do is part of growing up. I doubt the rest of you were so clever about everything when you first started, yes?
Are you kidding? If we weren't clever, we'd never have been selected to work for the Ushidomiya family. We're supposed to be the elite. The fact that Yasu was young was no excuse. That's right. If Yasu is supposed to learn cleverness by growing up, then that should have been done before coming to work for the Ushidomiyas. Come on, that kid worked really hard to balance school and work. I think you're all being too harsh. We were selected because we made it through a harsh process, yeah, right? There's no need for us to pamper Yasu. I'm sick of this. I don't get why everyone as dull-witted as Yasu was chosen. Or by someone, not everyone. Being selected as a Ushidomiya family servant was an achievement that all Fukuen children respected. The older servants had achieved glory by making it through the strict selection process. Yasu was so clumsy that they all wondered why that child had been chosen. Of course, Yasu was working very hard for a child at that age. However, before long, the unsatisfied older servants started being mean to Yasu whenever they got the chance. Even after getting used to life on Rokkenjima, Yasu didn't manage to make a single friend. At least, not any human friends. Chapter 3. Days Enraptured.
Yes, that can sometimes happen, and always when you're busy. Perhaps a fairy is pulling pranks on you.
It's a witch pulling pranks on me. I mean, I knew I'd put it just right there, and I looked away for just a second. It had disappeared. The witch had pranked me again. I left my master key behind. Madame found out, and I got in a lot of trouble. But I always put my master key in my pocket after I use it. Why was it in a place like that? And this is the third time it's happened. The last 2 times I realized that it wasn't in my pocket and managed to find it before anyone else found it. Or found out. But the third time, Madame found it. I was really mad and frustrated that with that witch in the red dress.
Beatrice Albert's pranks can be quite troublesome, but if you're dealing with a witch, shouldn't a ritual of some sort to do the trick?
A ritual? Kumasawa-san started fishing through the kitchen cupboards, saying,
Now where did that go to?
The thing she finally found and brought to me was a kite string. She stretched it out for me to see, then used a knife to cut a 50-centimeter piece.
Try tying this end to the key, then tie the other end to your pocket button or some other place that doesn't stick out. This charm represents the ritual of the spiderweb.
A spiderweb? Like the ones evil spirits of Rokenjima fear.
Good, I'm glad you remember. It is said that the spiderwebs on this island are imbued with magical power and that they can be quite effective at repelling evil. See? If you stretch it out like this, it looks like a spiderweb, doesn't it? This way, that spiderweb-hating Beatrice won't be able to prank you anymore.
That does make sense. It really does look like a spiderweb when pulled tight. Since Kumasawa-san says so, it must have some pretty strong evil-repelling power. I can just ask her to make several of these kite strings for me, and then I can tie them around everything I don't want to lose. Pardon me. But of course, that wouldn't be very practical. I'd have strings all over me. What about things I can't keep tied to me, like pencils and erasers?
For times like that, there's a different ritual. All you have to do is make a house for Mr. Pencil and Mr. Eraser.
Make a house? You mean build a roof and a bed and stuff?
You aren't actually building a house, you're giving them one. For example, take the knife I cut the string with. I want to go home. He's such a lonely kid that he wants to go home the moment he steps outside. So, if you leave him anywhere else, he'll get lost and start crying. See? If we left Mr. Knife lying there, so he got lonely and started crying.
Poor thing. We have to get Mr. Knife home.
Mr. Knife's home is right here. See? His whole family of knives is waiting for him. Mama, I'm home. Welcome back. See?
Kumasawa-san returned the knife to the knife holder under the sink. Even though she had done something so ordinary, I felt slightly moved, as though the lost little knife had finished his adventure and finally returned home. Once he slid into the spot he was supposed to be in, all the knives would be together and could have a party. Then Kumasawa-san said that we should give them their privacy and shut the door.
The poor things hidden by the witch must get lonely easily. So when the witch tells them she'll take them somewhere fun, they're happy to go along with her. How can you stop them from doing this?
Take them home right away.
Exactly. They're lonely, naughty kids, so they'll go with the witch if they get the chance. So you must always take them home quickly. Look at that Mr. Key you just tied to a string. He's sitting there all alone, crying and asking you to put him in his home in your pocket. I'm lonely.
The voice of the lonely Master Key finally reached my ears. I hurried to pick it up and took the other end of the string and tied it to my pocket button, and put the key in my pocket.
See? I'm home! Mr. Key gets lonely so easily, so let's take him home right after we use him, okay? If you keep making little friends like this, even Beatrice-sama won't be able to prank you much longer.
Cute. Clink. When break time was over and I stood up to see what I should help with next, I felt a tug, and the key ring with the master key fell to the floor. Once again, I had left the master key on the side of the sofa and forgotten it was there. The instant I stood up, the string pulled on it and it fell to the floor. Without Kumasawa-san's spiderweb charm, I would probably have left the master key lying here again. The master key left all alone would have been led away by the witch and disappeared. Whew, that was close. And once again I heard the master key, who was almost been left on its own, cry and tell me that it wanted to go home. I'm sorry. Come on, let's go back home to my pocket.
Yay, I'm home.
Thank goodness. I almost got pranked by the witch again. Oh, what's this? What an amusing notion using a string like that. All of a sudden, I heard a wild, shocked voice from over my shoulder. It was a voiceless voice, a witch's voice, the kind you can't hear unless you try. Beatrice? That's me, my friend. You forgot about your key again, and just when I was about to tease you a bit. It's a spiderweb charm that Kumasawa-san showed me. Apparently it does its job well. Indeed. I hate to admit it, but it does. I certainly wouldn't want to touch that. After all, you wouldn't want to put your finger on a razor and slide it across, would you? That's a scary example. My finger hurts just thinking about it. But good for you. You didn't have to get yelled at by Natsuhi for losing your key again. You should be thanking me. Why? Because I annoyed you. You learned of that trial, right? Correct? Thanks to that, you've managed to avoid the screw-up of forgetting where you'd left your key once again. In other words, it's all thanks to me. Don't I deserve some gratitude? I really don't like it, but she does have a point. Because of all the trouble Beatrice caused me, I talked to Kumasawa-san and learned the ritual from her. Even without the witch's pranking, if I didn't have that trial, I would have gone to my next job and left the master key here. If that happened, then surely I wouldn't have been able to find the key, and it would have been a big mess. We call this punishment to make an example. By magnifying your mistakes, I've shown you what they are as a friend. Don't you see how much you've grown? I get the feeling that Kumasawa-san is the one I should be thanking, not you. My, what a thankless job we witches have. Anyway, I win this time. Okay, I need to get back to work now. Very well, my friend. We'll call this your victory. However, I'm bad at giving up. I'll keep watching you even more closely now until I can even the score. Prepare yourself. There are still several small items that a person like you is likely to forget. You can't attach strings to all of them. The spiderweb ritual isn't the only one I have. I also learned the take them home ritual. I won't let you have your way anymore. Let's see how well you actually do. Even so, that's quite a bright smile you've got there. When a witch appears, it should be the time to cry, not laugh. Your break time is over. If you can manage to do your job today without slowing down the other servants. Sure, today is Sunday, and the weather is wonderful. I'd better do my best. Indeed. Go to it with all that you can manage. Oh, that's right. Shannon's been in a bad mood all morning. You better try and avoid eye contact with her. Also, your fortune for the day is water hazard. Make sure you take care when you're standing near buckets of water. This is you we're talking about. I'll be waiting for you to knock over a bucket and get scolded just like usual. Thank you, Beatrice. Back when I still couldn't see her, I simply hated this prank-loving witch. But now that I could talk with her, I felt as though she wasn't all bad. Of course, there was no need for me to be grateful to her. To the witch called Beatrice, who despises boredom, mocking the misfortune of others is like what eating food is to us. Humans and witches are different, incompatible beings, and yet it felt as though we could become friends. Of course, she's still a witch. I mustn't get careless, and yet not being careless is a good thing. Thanks to the tricks and rituals I have to keep her at bay, I'm able to concentrate. That could hardly be a bad thing. Those things will be useful for my job and my life, even when I don't have to worry about the witch's pranks. I see. So this witch called Beatrice really is like a demon. Apparently, it's possible to build up a friendship even while speaking hostilely to each other. Ever since then, there was an incredible change in that kid. Because of all the rituals?
That's right. That child was quite faithful when it came to obeying rules, and flawlessly followed all the rituals I taught.
You mean by attaching strings to everything? And by doing that going home thing all the time?
Yes, that kid would sometimes say it out loud.
It was really cute, like watching someone play house with a bunch of tools. Just like a kid. But they were a kid, right?
With adults, you can say something one way and all of them will understand. However, there really are many different types of kids, and you need many different ways to teach them things. If you can find the right way, they learn quite easily.
Some kids learn better when they're punished, and some learn better when they're praised.
I used to scare a neighborhood kid and tell him that a fairy would take his things if he didn't keep good track of them. This was the same, except the fairy became a witch.
Still, doesn't that sound like fate? After all, you knew this kid was Beatrice's child, didn't you?
Yes, I did know.
It must have been strange to tell Beatrice's child that the witch Beatrice would play pranks on you unless you put your stuff away neatly.
When the child came and told me that a witch was stealing things or pulling pranks, it made me think. I took it as a sign that the late Beatrice Amma had become a witch and was coming to teach her child to keep track of things. That's why I thought this was the best way to teach that child.
That kid started out with a bad reputation for forgetting and losing things, but got a lot more cheery after overcoming those bad habits. By surpassing that weakness, by surpassing... Come on, we can do this. By surpassing weaknesses, those weaknesses become strengths, and that is how people gain confidence and grow up. Those small spurts of growth make me feel as it was my own
grandchild. It was me talking this whole time, not Shannon. Nope.
Thank you, Genji-sama. Good work with the big cleanup today. We never know when an important guest might come and borrow one of the rarely used rooms. It is important that you do not slack off in your cleaning. Of course! All of us are fully aware of this fact. I hope that is the case. When I looked around, I found this. Whose is it? Genji took a master key out of his pocket. Apparently someone had dropped their master key. All of the servants swung around to look at me, the usual offender. Come on, Yasu again. You shouldn't be so quick to judge. I have mine, of course. There's no way I'd drop something that important. And the rest of you?
I have mine.
Got it! So it was you, Yasu. Do you still not get it even after that scolding Madam gave you? You're just so... Normally, I would cower and apologize under their glares, whether I was guilty or not. However, I've changed, so I proudly held the key with the string still attached. Oh. A device to keep yourself from dropping it. A commendable precaution. Genji-sama's face was as expressionless as ever. However, those were unmistakably words of praise. That's right. You won't drop them anymore. After all, you have your ritual now. That's right. I nodded proudly, a huge smile on my face. The proud experience of that day, of that moment, would be engraved into an unforgettable page in the memory of my young life. So, whose key did Genji find? There was only one servant who hadn't raised their key. As she muttered, "It has to be Yasu's key, not mine," and fished into her pockets, her face went pale. You mustn't slack off, even when doing your everyday tasks. But everyone makes mistakes from time to time. I will not press the point, but blaming your teammate instead of reflecting on your own actions is not something I would consider praiseworthy. My apologies. The older servant turned red and hung her head. Behind her, though no one else could see it, was the witch. My friend will not make the same mistake again. After all, even though I've always got my eyes on this kid, I can never find a chance to try anything. But it's a shame. If this girl here has lost her key, I should have tried pranking her long ago. Please don't prank people other than me.
Huh? Did you say something?
No, nothing. I tried not to feel vindictive, but after being called dull-witted for so long, I was finally able to hold my head up high. On that day, for the first time, I truly felt as though I'd gotten used to life as a servant for the Ushimiya family. When people compliment you, it feels like they've acknowledged you. It's very important. People can't grow without it. And what happens when people grow? First, it becomes possible for them to find some leeway. Jobs that used to make them scared, that made them worry about whether they were doing things the right way or not, can be carried out with confidence. That's right. Once things become easy, that gives you some latitude. And what happens next? It gives you a chance to enjoy your time more. As Genji might say, it gives you time to relax your mind. And you're tense all the times. That just wears you out. It's good to take it easy a bit if you can. You mean you learn so much that you can start slacking off on the job? It sounds bad when you put it that way. However, there's nothing wrong with cleverly carrying out your tasks quickly and using your free time to enjoy yourself. Times like this are what enriches a human's life. Come to think of it, Gona plays crosswords a lot between jobs. He also invents dishes with the leftover ingredients. Playing a bit and refreshing yourself can also be good for your efficiency. You might say that inventing dishes combines work and play. You Even Genji slacks off when no one's looking. He'll watch TV or swipe some of his master's drinks, and he reads complicated books. Even Genji? In short, it's all about cleverly using the gaps between jobs to play. If that goes too far, it can turn into laziness. However, people only become mature when they learn to balance work with pleasure. Simply put, if all you care about is work all the time, you're not fully mature. May not return today. It feels like sparks went up my shirt again. What? Oh no! I hope you're okay, Rocket. So, that kid learned how to play between jobs? It's hard to imagine that overly serious kid slacking off work. It started with learning how to interact with people. That kid formed a relationship with Kumasawa, the person who was always kind, and started borrowing books from her and talking together about them. Even I had friends at school, but because of my work, there was no chance to deepen our friendship. Jessica was always kind and modest, but there was Natsuhi's stern order to think of, so we couldn't play together very much. So at that time, Kumasawa, the one who was always as kind as a mother to me, was the person I felt the closest to. Kumasawa is old enough to have grandchildren. They couldn't exactly run around and play together. He developed an interest in Kumasawa's hobby. And what's Kumasawa's hobby? Books. It might be hard to believe, but Kumasawa was a huge mystery novel fan. So, the kid wanted to find what sort of books they were and started reading them? That's right. The nice thing about mystery novels is that you can talk about them while you read them. Even Kumasawa, who already knew the answer, must have enjoyed listening in and hearing what sorts of theories a young intellect could create. Of course, I didn't start right away with the complicated books Kumasawa read. First, I asked for her recommendations and got books from the school library. I would even bring them into the servant room and read a bit during every break. Every time a new theory popped into my head, I told Kumasawa about it, and she, who already knew the answer, would nod at my theory and grin. That was a lot of fun for me. It's like the people who have already read this novel showing up and being like, "Oh, so what do you think?" And I'm just like, my brain empty. Also, hello, Risa. How are you doing today? I probably pinched a weird nerve when I was working out. My skin on my shoulders feel like it's on fire. Oh no! Hopefully you can rest well, Rocket. Are you going to take a bath? Bath time's almost over. Yeah, just a bit more. Another one of the Indian figures just disappeared. You've become a total mystery nut. If you get too excited reading, you won't be able to sleep again. According to Kumasawa-san, the culprit has already appeared. But I don't have a clue who it is. What's that book called? It's by Agatha Christie. And Then There Were None. Oh, hey. Someone mentioned that. It's really interesting. Almost like it's a crime happening on Rokkanjima. That's a really famous mystery novel, isn't it? Wasn't that one a perfect crime? At least until the culprit confessed to the truth in the message bottle at the end? An incredible book. Shh. I'm enjoying myself, so don't spoil me. Go take a bath now. I'll go by myself later. Okay. See you later then. Don't forget to take a bath, okay? Holding a change of clothes, Shannon smiled amusedly as she left the room. I probably won't be able to read the whole thing tonight. Even though I know that, I just keep turning the pages, unable to find a good place to stop. My new joy, the mystery genre, the mental game of thinking and theorizing. And also talking about it with Kumasawa-san. Oh gosh, I really need to blow my nose. Give me 1 second. There's so much snot in my brain. Brain flat today, fearing my agreement to watch a 3 hours today. I just want to work on VR chat models. Oh no! Watch a 3 hours today? Like for like a 3-hour movie or something? But best of luck with the VR chat models though. 3-hour movie. Okay. Oof. Best of luck to you. What movie is it? All of that left me enraptured. It would seem you've become a complete bookworm. Well, if you do stay up and get sleepy, that just makes my job easier. We can't have that. I'd better find a place to stop soon. Lord of the Rings. Ooh.
Well, at least have fun, hopefully.
In the ancient times I was born in, pleasures such as mystery novels didn't exist. I've been reading over your shoulder, and this truly is a captivating read. Beato, who do you think is the culprit? In And Then There Were None? Yeah. Who is... Who is this? UNO, I wonder. It was her. The culprit who lured the victims to the island, of course. There are no more than 10 people on this island, and UNO doesn't exist. Okay, this... Flandre isn't a Then There Were None reference, is she? I feel like I'm being messed with right now. Someone must have stranded them on this island and waited somewhere far away for them to die of starvation. No, that's not right. He or she is on the island. They're one of the 10 people. I just don't know who. UNO was her. I don't know who the characters are, but... There's no burns or rashes, there's nothing, so I just probably pinched a weird nerve, but it's burning because I'm building muscle back up faster than my skin can grow. Oh no. Yeah, make sure to do it in moderation. You don't want to hurt yourself. How did you know that there are only 10 people on the island? That's just how it is. Since if you doubt it, you're stuck, or it's just a standard rule of mystery genre, or... The culprit owns the island, correct? They may be hiding in some hidden room. Or perhaps they're like me. They may be a 1,000-year-old witch. No, if they went to such lengths to kill a mere 10 people, they couldn't be 1,000 years old. 495 years old at best, I'd say. Closed rooms do appear a lot in mystery novels, and books often use the phrase it can only be conceivably have been done with magic. And here I am with a witch right before my eyes. It's a complicated feeling. Very entertaining, these closed room murders. Once you read the answer, it becomes a tale of humans or a mystery novel. But if you take out the part that reveals the answer, it becomes a tale of witches or a fantasy novel. That's an interesting way to look at it. So there's only a tiny difference between human novels and mystery novels? If a trick exists, it becomes a human novel. If there isn't one, it's a witch novel. Simply take out the last few pages of that book you're reading, and you might think of Lady UNO as a witch of the same level as myself. That might be surprisingly wise coming from you. So the culprit of an answerless detective novel is a witch? All of the dark places in this world belong to us witches, so I could reign as the culprit for all detective novels across the world. Except if your reason is outright and find the true answer, then the witch is done for. These detective novels can be quite intriguing, it seems. It looks to be a truly entertaining thinking game. That's right. This is a thinking game. You might fight against the book, make a theory, and then compete against friends who've also read the book. Perhaps, but it's also a fight between humans and witches. Will you allow for or deny the magic of my closed room murders? Call it a chess match of mystery. So, it isn't a book I'm reading, but a challenge against you? Indeed! As Shannon said a short while ago, the story apparently has the truth revealed by a message bottle at the end. So if you can expose the truth of the tale before that point, you lose. Or if you can't, rather. My bad. I had to cough really quick. After all, the message bottle just happened to drift somewhere that could be seen. If it got smashed and sank before anyone saw it, that would be the perfect crime. Or in other words, a witch's crime that's impossible for humans. It's muscle growth from donated nucleus from my fitness days before the shoulder injury. Oh. Well, still. Don't make sure to not overwork yourself, Rocket. It's a fun way to look at it. A fight between me and the witch. Yeah. I really like thinking of it that way. Starting now until you finish reading, I am Lady Owen, the 495-year-old witch.
Can you see through my deserted island murder tricks?
I do have one theory. You want to play with me, don't you? I've been reading books so much you've gotten lonely.
That too!
That's so fun! Incidentally, the game Beato and I played around and then there were none ended with my defeat. In the end, I wasn't able to build a satisfying theory, and I had to learn the truth from the message bottle. Luckily, it did manage to drift into human hands. If it had sunk to the bottom of the ocean, as Beato had suggested, I would have had no way of knowing the truth. In other words, I was forced to acknowledge Yuen Owen as a witch. Mystery. I once thought that it was a genre for novels. To think that it can so easily become a fight between witches and humans, truth and fantasy. I was instantly enraptured by this new game. As the months passed by, I read through all of the mystery novels in the school library, and started to read mystery novels for adults. I discussed them with Kumasawa. I discussed them with Shannon. I played my game of theory chess, the fight between witches and the truth. Those days were so much fun. Oh, I am one yet many. Here's to the fun game of the mind that enraptured me. Also, I was playing with a necklace off to the side, and now I have it just tangled to heck and back. Oh no. Chapter 4, New Days. Also, it's very interesting. We haven't really seen canon in the flashback stories. We've seen canon on the stage. We've seen Shannon a whole bunch, though. So, Chapter 4, New Days. The months and years slid by. In my new, more colorful life, I smiled at the spring sunshine peeking through the trees, gazed up at the column of summer clouds, enjoyed the piles of fallen leaves in autumn, and played with the winter snow and the few times it did fall. As those days passed one after another, there was a considerable change in my environment. The servants coming from the Fukuen house had switched. There weren't specific grades like in school, so there was no rule saying how long a servant could work before quitting. Each servant made their own decision about when they would graduate from Rokenjima. Some of those who couldn't stand the environment would quit in as little as 3 days. After all, life on Rokenjima was strict. It was also strict in the Fukuen house, of course, but there were a lot of Rokenjima-only rules, and Natsuhi, the one who supervised the servants, was also very authoritarian. Close enough. It was probably easy to feel trapped. That trapped feeling and the money sat on opposite sides of the scale that they used to determine the time of their graduation. And sometimes, someone from the Ushinomiya family would use their influence to secure someone a new job, encouraging them to spread their wings and start a new life. The cycle usually lasted 2 or 3 years. No one decided this, but this was one of the goals most servants shot for, an unspoken rule. However, I was an exception to that rule. I continued to go to school on Niijima while still living as a servant. That year, all of the Fukuen house servants quit at once. It wasn't at all rare for friends to quit at the same time as each other. All of my fellow servants from the Fukuen house graduated from the island at once, leaving only me behind. Of course, I wasn't on particularly good terms with them. On the contrary, it was annoying to be treated like a kid and called Yasu all the time. Though some new servants had come after me. The older ones had already gotten them believing that Yasu loses things all the time, so it wasn't really more pleasant to have new comrades. Those unpleasant older servants, as well as the ones who started at the same time or after I did, all quit at once. The Ushinomiya family made no effort to stop them from leaving. Adult servants were easier to handle in the first place. The Fukuen house servants were only accepted so that they could be trained. And so, all the servants besides me left, and no one tried to stop them.
Later, Yasu. Don't go losing stuff again.
I don't lose things anymore.
Later. Make sure you listen to what Madame says. Don't go troubling the next group of servants.
You know, it's still a mystery. Why was Yasu recommended for this job?
It's even more surprising that Madame let Yasu stay this long. It must have taken some guts not to give up and run away. Keep it up, Yasu.
I hate being called Yasu. At the very end, I finally said one thing I'd always wanted to say to them. However, they basically ignored me and just picked up their things and left.
I guess you never got a chance to become friends with them.
I didn't even want to.
Yeah. I'm sure they feel the same way, so you're even. Let's just forget about those people. They no longer have anything to do with us, so there's no reason to think about them.
Yeah, you're right. I felt a little bit disappointed. I never got a chance to prove to them that I could take care of myself.
It's hard for people to throw off their first impressions. That's just how it is. No matter how wonderfully you grow, those people would have probably always called you Yasu and made fun of you. There's no reason for you to want their admiration.
Yes. Yeah, you're right, Shannon. I'll completely forget about those people.
Good. You have two great friends, Kumasawa-san and me. And if you want to prove that you can take care of yourself, prove it to the new servants who are coming.
Shannon was exactly right. Ever since that day when I held the key with the spiderweb charm up high, I'd regained my confidence and pride. I am now the most experienced Fukuin servant. The new servants who come will probably be older than me, but I need to teach them the ropes as the more experienced servant. Genji-san even told me to lead the newer servants as a senpai. Okay, I'll give it my all.
That's the right attitude. Let's give it our all today.
Yeah. I feel like something's gonna happen to this Shannon.
My name is Azne. Pleased to meet you. My name is Belne. Pleased to meet you.
The newly arrived servants looked a bit superficial. When I first joined the Ushidamiya family, I was incredibly nervous. However, I can't see any trace of that nervousness on these girls.
That's right. Usually, kids with good grades and behavior were selected.
How were they selected? Who did it?
The board of directors came and interviewed them, and they were judged on other things like their everyday conduct.
So, as long as they acted like good kids in front of the adults, they could pass?
Well, there were times that they passed because the adults watching them decided they would do fine. All the children who came from the Fukuin house were highly individualistic. They polished that attitude while they worked as servants, and eventually grew to be servants who would not shame the Ushidamiya family. However, encouraging this behavior was the role of the more experienced servants. Since I was the only one with experience, it was my responsibility to guide them.
What were the new kids like? They were the elite, of course,
of irreproachable conduct. I think they were like that when Madame and Genji-san were around. However, when their superiors weren't around, well, they didn't take things quite as seriously. Azne-san, make sure you put your tools on the cart when you're done using them. Huh? Sure, sorry.
I also have to be alert as a more experienced servant. And Belne-san, you shouldn't set your key down in a place like that. You'll lose it.
I'm not gonna lose it. I never forget where I put things.
When I first arrived here, the older servants would often tell me off just as I had done now. They would probably have been mean and obnoxious about it. I had hated that, so I tried to be more gentle with admonishing them, but they wouldn't take me seriously. Listen up. You know there's a witch living in the mansion, don't you?
Oh, Beatrice! That sounded just like him.
Don't tell me you believe in that too, Shannon-chan.
Yes. She really exists. If you leave things lying around, the witch will prank you and hide them.
It's true. I've gotten into trouble many times because of it.
A witch hiding things? That's totally impossible. After all, there's no way witches could exist.
There's no way they could exist. Witches.
I thought they were just pranks. No, it was just easier to think of it that way.
Do you think the witch Beatrice actually existed?
I don't believe it. I don't know if it was Beatrice, but I do think that something inhuman really did exist in that mansion.
Do you think there's a chance that this non-human thing was Beatrice?
Ridiculous. I wish I could say it was ridiculous.
That must have been a prank of Yasu's.
No, not a prank.
Revenge.
I did think that at first, but
Did something happen that you couldn't be explained away as a prank?
it was persistent and creepy.
What kind of things happened specifically?
Things I set down would disappear as soon as I looked away for a second.
Didn't Yasu just hide them?
I thought so at first. It was only natural to think that. But I started getting this feeling that something wasn't right. I kept thinking, could such a timid kid really get away with something so obnoxious?
Can you tell us what happened?
When my key ring disappeared, it was easy to think that Yasu snatched it when I wasn't looking, but when a single key disappeared off the key ring and reappeared somewhere completely different, I couldn't think of it that way.
Maybe Yasu just pulled that one key off while you weren't looking.
Is that even possible?
Practically speaking.
Hiding the whole ring is one thing, but if you really think about it, taking a single key off the key ring isn't that easy. The keys would clatter together. I was standing right next to them, just facing the other way, get it? If you took your time removing the key when I was that close, even an idiot like me would have noticed. But a single key just vanished without a sound. At that moment, I finally realized this wasn't Yasu trying to get back at me. It was something worse.
And where did you find this disappearing key?
It was in my locker.
Well, you can be pretty absent-minded, Belne. Are you sure that you didn't just take the key off and put it in your locker? Why would I take the key off the ring? Have you ever taken a key off or put a key on your key ring, Asne? I tried doing it myself. It's really stiff. I'd never go to all that trouble. There'd be no point. Am I a sleepwalker or something? How could I not remember something I've done? I may be stupid, but I'm not that stupid. I don't forget about things that easily. And anyway, I know I had my key with me when I entered the room. Otherwise, how could I have unlocked the door?
Okay, then. Yasu, careful not to make any sound. Slipped the key off and hid it in your locker. That has to be it.
That was what I thought at first. I jumped at Yasu, telling that kid not to mess with me. But even as I said that, I realized, isn't there something completely wrong here? After all, on that day, we were cleaning that room with Yasu the whole time, right? There wouldn't have been time for Yasu to noisily remove a key. It was impossible for Yasu. In fact, it should have been impossible for anyone. Maybe the ring was missing a master key when you got it. I already told you, the key really was there in the beginning. I was the one who unlocked that room, so it must have been there. And when I went into the room, I'm stupid, and since I hate having the keys clatter around, I placed the ring on the bed. Then, when we finished cleaning, I picked up the ring, tried to lock the door, and it was gone. I may have turned my back on the ring, but it was right next to me. So if someone tried to pull a prank by removing just one key, I'd have heard the clinking. And yet, just the key for that room vanished and appeared again in my locker. So, okay, let's say that Yasu managed to sneak it away. It's easier to think that way. But still, how could Yasu have put it in my locker? Yasu and I were together the whole time, right? And when I started yelling about it being gone and ran all over the place looking for it, Yasu was with me until the moment I found it in my locker, get it? I'm telling you, it's impossible. Even as I jumped at Yasu, I began to feel it. I mean, Yasu's eyes seemed to be saying it silently. According to Yasu, the reason things used to go missing all the time wasn't because Yasu was forgetful, as everyone said, but actually, it was because impossible things would suddenly happen, just like they had to me. And Yasu was with you the whole time, so there was no chance for Yasu to put the key in the locker? Did other strange things like that happen?
Yeah, they did. Afterwards, other things happened, and not just things disappearing over and over. Of course, I started getting nervous and made sure not to put things down in places like that, but that didn't help. At first, I was angry at Yasu, but at one point, I began to realize that I was mistaken. One time, a key even disappeared from a ring that I had left in my pocket. Then, I realized those weren't Yasu's pranks. The same thing that happened to Yasu was now happening to me. Calm down a bit. I think some of those were Yasu's fault, and the others were just you being clumsy. It's true that the mansion's always dark and eerie, and it does feel like the sort of place you'd find a curse. I'm sure that's what made you scared like that. You saw it too, didn't you? Remember that vanishing white shadow we saw in the VIP room that rainy day? Yes, I saw it. But couldn't that have just been Madame or Milady wearing something white? What do you mean something white? Have you ever seen either of them wearing something like that? And besides, that VIP room is always locked. They don't have keys to it.
That had to have been some kind of ghost. No, the silhouette of the witch. So basically, Belna started acting like this, totally scared. I've got more street smarts than her, so the more scared she was, the more I thought that witches were stupid and couldn't exist. Still, I had to be careful about what I said. I mean, I just realized that this wasn't something I should ask about carelessly. All ghost stories and curses sound stupid to outsiders, but to the people who believe in them, it's absolutely not a joking matter. It really was no joke. Asuna didn't believe a word of what I said, so eventually I stopped telling her about it and confessed to Yasu instead. I told Yasu, I thought you were the culprit, but it couldn't have been you. I said that something strange was happening to me. And what was that kid's answer? Yasu said the same thing had happened many times already, but no one else believed any of it. In the first place, the older servants always made fun of Yasu, but that kid clearly wasn't as clumsy or stupid as they said. I hated having a younger person tell me what to do, so I always resisted, but Yasu always got our work done flawlessly. I've always thought it strange that people made fun of Yasu for losing things. I was sure then. It existed. Some strange, inhuman thing existed in this mansion. And that thing was a witch, Beatrice? If that's what you want to call it, I'll believe it. Anyway, something that couldn't be explained away by human actions definitely existed here. People who didn't understand kept calling Yasu and me forgetful. They didn't get it. They just didn't get it. Still, it did freak you out for a while, but then you got a lot better. After that, all that fuss about you losing things went away, right? So it must have been your imagination all the time. You're wrong! I talked to Yasu, to Shannon, and Kumasawa-san and the others about it, and they said that the witch really did exist. The old servants all made sure to respect her. They said I'd been cursed because I'd stupidly gone around saying that Beatrice didn't exist. So I reformed. Yasu taught me how to give offerings to the doll in the VIP room. I asked Genji-sama for permission and prayed at the shrine by the sea. And then it all stopped all at once. You were okay, Asuna, since you stopped making fun of the witch partway through. But if you'd cluelessly gone on making fun of her, you'd surely have been cursed next. Yes, I guarantee it. You definitely would have been cursed. I guess even I was creeped out by you too. I never said it out loud, but you just don't get it. You really don't. So I made sure to teach all the newer servants well. A witch called Beatrice lives in this mansion. If you make fun of her, you really will be cursed. Belna. Well, when things disappeared, that was a sign that the witch was close by and watching us. If you said it was a prank or that the witches couldn't exist, you'd be cursed even more. It was like that for both Yasu and me. When the key disappeared, that was a sign that the witch had appeared. Belna-san carelessly tossed her key ring on the bed again, humming as she started to clean. No matter how much I warn her, she doesn't change her ways. She's always making fun of me and calling me Yasu, so she won't listen to what I tell her. Why won't she listen to what I say? You mustn't leave things lying carelessly about. If you lower your guard, the witch will prank you. Look at that delicious key ring. Stop it, please. That's Belna-san's key. Keep your pranking to me alone. Let the others be. With how cautious you've grown, you're no fun anymore. Just kidding. Still, how unpleasant these people are refusing to listen to my friend's kindly advice. Any insult to my friend I take as an insult to myself. Are you planning to steal Belna's key? Please, don't do it. She'll think I hid it again. She thinks my magic is naught but the scheme of a child like you? Very well then. Let's just show her something that would be impossible for a human. Let's show her my magic. Foolish Belna. I'll make you regret not listening to your friend's advice. This flimsy body is not enough. I'm borrowing yours. It's been too long since I've shown you real magic. Let my body return to the land of the living for just a moment. Oh my gosh. Oh, also, oh no, Nisa, that's such a low roll. There's too much snot in my head. Huh? But in danger. Oh no! A shiver ran up my whole body like an electric shock. From that moment onwards, I couldn't move any part of my body by my own will. Like a moment of shock after a blackout. I could do nothing but accept the fact that I had lost control over myself. All of the cells throughout my body felt tingly. It felt as though my body had been transformed into someone else's. I realized that the witch Beatrice was using my body as a vessel to revive for a short period of time. Very nice. That ticklish feeling on the air of my skin. Having a body is simply wonderful. What are you trying to do? Please don't do anything mean. This time everything was backwards. My words were spoken inside my heart, and the witch's voice was coming out of my mouth. Fear not. I'll give you your body back soon enough. I just need to teach her a little lesson with a little prank. I won't do anything foolish that might earn you her suspicion. Come, try and remember. Where have you been sleeping? Everything went completely white, and my mind stopped. Once again, that tingling sensation slid up my body. I could feel it all gather in my fingers of both my hands, come out of the tips of my fingers. It was an unfathomable, indescribable, unknown sensation. My head went blank and I couldn't think at all. I could do nothing but abandon my soul to the sensation. I finally understood. This is what it's like to use magic. Come, try and remember. Where have you been sleeping? My finger was moved like a puppet's and danced around as though I was conducting music. I never knew that having my body move without my control would be so exciting. When Beato lifted my fingers as if a string was attached to it, the keyring lying on the bed stood on end. Belne-san didn't notice. Neither did Asne-san. They were fully occupied by their happy chat as they cleaned the room. I doubt that either of them would have dreamed that a witch was right behind them, readying herself to use magic. They probably couldn't even imagine the keyring doing a little dance right behind their backs. It was like a cartoon fairy tale I'd seen once as a kid. The happy way the keys danced and spun made it look as though they had a will of their own. I could feel the fun of making those keys dance with my fingers wash over me. Yes, this is pleasure. As I powerlessly watched the witch control me, I couldn't help but surrender myself to this new joy called magic. Whoops, that won't do. If the whole ring disappears, my friend will be suspected again. All we need... Yes, we just need the key to this room to disappear. Beato controlled my fingers, controlling the magic, and thereby controlling the keys. The keyring slumped down on the bed, and then just the mansion's master key stood on end. Well now, what should I do with this? Merely erasing it would be quite boring, so... Why don't I throw it into her locker? That would give my friend, who's been working here with her the whole time, a splendid alibi. Come, try and remember. Where have you been sleeping? Yes, it was a warm, dark place. The inside of Belne's locker. Very interesting. When Beato snapped her fingers, the key burst and became a gold butterfly. A gold butterfly? I see, it's gold because she's the golden witch who gave the master all of his gold. And the butterflies are scared of spiderwebs, so it's a gold butterfly. The minions of the witch Beatrice are gold butterflies. After flitting into the air, it burst into a shower of gold sparks and disappeared, and then the vanished key was in Belnesan's locker. Though it was far away, in a changing room locker, I could tell exactly how it had happened. It wasn't by sight or by touch. It was by some other sense inside my heart, which couldn't be explained by the five senses. A completely new sensation that I had never felt before. It was a completely alien concept called magic. A completely unknown pleasure that left me in a trance. That's enough, my friend. I'll give this body back to you. I felt as though I'd been spinning through space until gravity suddenly came back and threw me to the ground. Like when you're having a great dream but you wake up suddenly, and all you remember about the dream was that it was fun. That sort of lonely feeling. Though Beato had been borrowing my body, it was my own body that used magic. I could still feel that sensation in my hands. The keyring over there had danced along with the movements of my fingers. No, that's not quite it. The keyring and my fingers had danced together. That fun, that excitement, still tingled slightly in my hands. Whoops, that was close. Saying this, Belne suddenly turned around and picked up the key ring she had thrown down on the bed. She must have realized that I was staring at it. Almost almost had Yasu complain that I shouldn't leave keys lying about like this. I'd never put something down and forget about it. With a grin, she put the key back into her pocket. However, she still hadn't noticed. She probably couldn't even imagine that just a single key had vanished while her back was turned for a second. It's not easy for a human to do things like that. But with magic, with just a little dance of the keys and a butterfly popping, it had disappeared. Okay, fingertip inspection. Bed? Okay. Curtains? Okay. Tools? Okay. And keys too. See? Nothing wrong, right? Yes, that's good. Then let's just go to the next room. Belne-san, could you lock up this room for me? Sure. Did Belne-san's key really disappear by magic? Was that fun magic just a daydream I had? I was so scared of that being true that I tested it. Huh? What's wrong? Why are you taking so long? Huh? Wait, are you kidding me? What's wrong? It's not this one, and it isn't this one. Huh? What is it? Do you want me to lock it? I don't get it. What's going on? My master key's gone. Just my master key is gone. Why? This ring's so stiff, there's no way it'd come off. I could painfully feel that tingling sensation run across my fingers again. That night, as I gazed at the ceiling from my bed in my dorm room, I looked at my hands. I couldn't sleep. The excitement from the time those keys danced was still there in my fingers. Is this how witches always feel? I have a friend who's a witch called Beatrice. She always used to pull pranks on me with her strange magic. Because I saw this all the time, I thought I knew what magic was. But today, she had possessed my body and used magic with it. The sensation of magic that I finally felt at that time still held my heart entranced. It was a completely unknown pleasure. After all, by moving my fingertips, I could make the key dance as I wished. It was a strange, strange miracle of magic, something humans could not do. I still couldn't let go of that excitement. Shannon, are you awake? What is it? Shannon was still awake. Shannon is always early to bed, early to rise. By getting to bed early, all of her weariness disappears by the next day. She lives a model life, one that all servants should respect and admire. If I want to become a loved, respected servant like Shannon, I'll need to act that way too. However, I wasn't confident that I could do that anymore. I guess I can't become like you after all. What do you mean? This is a bit abrupt. You were my ideal. Always. Yeah. Everyone in the Fukuen house loves you and is kind to you. Since you always played with me, you're the only friend I've ever had. And you're also a wonderful servant who can carry out any task in the Ushimiya mansion, both flawlessly and gracefully. You were the target I longed to reach. That's what you were to me. Yeah. Let's give it our all together. As they say, perseverance prevails. Everyone will grow to acknowledge you more and more. So let's aim to become wonderful servants together. I'm gonna stop being a servant. Huh? Instead of a servant, I'd rather be a witch. What do you mean by a witch? I did, and still do, wish I could be a servant loved and relied upon by everybody, but right now, I want to be a witch even more. Well, that's, Huh? Shannon was confused. It was hardly surprising. All this about quitting as a servant was at least understandable, but she didn't know how to answer after hearing that her roommate wanted to become a witch. A witch. Beatrice. You see, today, Beatrice possessed me and used my body to do magic. That unknown world felt so thrilling. It was much more thrilling than when I learned that I'd been selected as the Ushimiya family servant. It was like learning about a new world. As though I'd been living in a world of darkness all my life and thought I knew about what the world was like, and finally learned what light was and saw the world for the first time. Hello, nobody! I didn't hear the sound for a second there. Da, 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 da. are you doing?
Hopefully you're doing well.
Let's see. It was joy, excitement. Beato had only used my fingers, made a key ring dance, and turned a key into a butterfly before hiding it in a locker. But I understood it with my body. If I had moved my fingers a different way, the ring could have flown into the air instead of just dancing, and I could have turned it into a scurrying lizard instead of a butterfly. I could have done anything. True, Beatrice's magical power was still weak. It had all happened in the little world behind the backs of the servants, who were filled with anti-magic toxin.
Oh no! Yeah, a lot of people have been lurking, so it's only you and me as the corpse.
Dang, I missed yesterday's stream and the start of today. Oh no!
At least you're here today.
Oh. However, inside that tiny, short-lived world, I could do anything at all. Beato just happened to settle on making them dance and turning the key into a butterfly. But if she'd wanted to, she could have done anything else. The endless sensation of that free, unrestricted power, I could still feel it in my fingertips. It could be that, along with that sensation, a fragment of that magical power might also remain? Dang you, life. Oh no! Got to run to a friend's house? Oh no! Okay. We'll have fun. I can tell. It's still there. There's still a bit of that there, along with that sensation. I can do it. I can still do it.
Are you? I'm doing good. We're just watching some like backstory stuff. We're from the point of view of Yasu, which I think is canon, technically. I'm not 100% sure. I don't know the kanji too well, so I couldn't really put two and two together. But this is Shannon, back in the time. So I have a feeling that something's gonna happen to Shannon, and we're gonna get it replaced with the Shannon that we know of. So that's fun. A single spot of golden light suddenly lit up in this dark room. It was right between my clasped hands. Oh, thank you for the hydrate.
When I slowly opened them, I could see a single dot that sparkled gold. What is... Shannon didn't know what the light meant. Also, apparently my manager just called me, so...
That's something I have to check during the thing, but I know I don't work today. If she's asking me to come in today, that's gonna be a big fat no.
Shannon didn't know what the light meant. How could light appear from the palm of my hands? And yet, even with this miracle right in front of her, she couldn't understand what it was. She just sat there with her mouth open in disbelief. The manga is much clearer about all this. Oh no. So we're just left to theorize. Oof. But that's okay. However, to me, this was just the return of that bit of sensation in my fingertips. The golden dot spread out and became a small gold butterfly. Can you say explosion?
Explosion!
Is that good for you? No, just not explicit with it. Okay. It flapped. What? I should have known. I should have known. The golden dot spread out and became a small gold butterfly. It flapped its wings and scattered gold sparks about like a cartoon fairy. To Shannon, it probably just looked as though a gold butterfly was flapping its wings. Of course, that alone was a miracle that she could hardly grasp. But to me, it was like a remote control plane in the shape of a butterfly. I could control that gold butterfly however I wanted. Not clumsily with threads. I could make it flap, dance, play through the air as I wished. I was taking a walk through the air as that little butterfly. The golden glint of it pierced the darkness of that small room as it danced about freely. It was— oh gosh! Oh gosh. I look so mischievous. No. I look like I'm gonna cause trouble on purpose. The golden glint of it pierced the darkness as the small room of it danced about freely. It was an entrancing pleasure. However, that sensation in my fingers began to weaken. I could tell that the few magic butterfly scales left in my fingers were going away. Finally, the gold butterfly flashed and turned to dust like a firework ran out of juice, falling down and disappearing without a trace. What on earth just happened? This is magic. It's really fun. Magic. Yeah, magic. There was still some magic left in my fingers, so I was able to use it. But if I became a real witch, I'll be able to use it whenever and however I want, to do anything. And now that I've learned how fun this can be, I don't want to go back to being human. Being a servant is far too boring, so I'm going to become a witch.
Become a witch? Wait!
I've already made my decision, Shannon. It's been fun. I'll give you this room. You can use it by yourself. Later. Goodbye.
Wait!
As Shannon called out repeatedly for me to wait, a massive planetarium swallowed me up. In the sea of the pitch-black starry starry sky, I was alone. We are alone here. I'm done acting the part of a servant. I'm going to modify this world.
Indeed. Understood. In that case, what will you do?
Being a wonderful servant like Shannon wouldn't be bad, but now that I know how fun it is to be a witch, it feels like a boring dream. I can't go back anymore.
What will happen to Shannon?
Shannon can just be Shannon and stay as a respected servant. She'll stay the same, but from now on, it won't be the two of us together, but her alone.
Farewells are sudden. Is that not the phrase? Very well. Being fickle makes life more entertaining. And what of you?
I want to become a witch. I want to become Beato.
But I am already Beatrice.
You'll still be a witch, my friend. I'm modifying the world so that Beato is me.
So I'll be a witch who is a friend of Beatrice?
Pretty much. So from now on, you're a different witch.
I understand. Then what will be my new name?
Right, so many split personalities. Just like a little bit of DID. A little bit, I feel. Maybe not exactly, but just, a smidge. I'll put that on hold until I can think of one. You'll be nameless for a while. Sorry about the trouble.
Not at all, not at all. This is my precious name we're talking about. You had better take your time and think carefully about it.
Take your time and think carefully about it. You make gaps. So gap with 2 A's. You've been Beatrice's friend since she was young and couldn't use magic yet. When we first met each other, you'd always hide my things and make fun of me.
I see. And when Beatrice finally learns the ways of magic, I become a friend of an equal footing with her. Perhaps that would make me a sort of big sister to you.
Yeah, that sounds nice. What are we going to do about how we talk?
Beatrice's voice is that of a woman of high station. Shall I give that to you as well?
Yeah, I'll inherit the way she talks.
Indeed, I comprehend. Or perhaps I shouldn't say it like that. I'll need to find a good way to sound like Beatrice's big sister-like witch friend.
Yeah, or should it be... Indeed?
Now there's a nice dignified voice. Okay, then how about... No, wait. Then what about my appearance? Good point. I've got a sort of blood red witch look. Why not choose a different color for yourself?
When Beatrice wanders the mansions at night, she is often seen dressed in white.
Yes, I suppose ghosts are classically white.
A witch in a white dress. Let's try putting it all together. I need a different look than the witch in the demon red dress. A white noble witch. Unlike the time with the red witch, I'm thinking about my own look now. So I'd like to make it beautiful and cute if I can. A white dress. A noble look. Like one of noble blood, but with a dark, sarcastic streak. No, she's like a tomboy princess, or her voice is a mix of formality and rudeness. Then the dress should be the exact opposite to make a nice contrast. Interesting. This does seem like a very, first draft kind of outfit.
Then what of this form? Is this the form of the new Beatrice? How beautiful! Just like a noble princess.
My body really needs to stop making me cough.
I've taken a liking to this form. This will be quite satisfactory. Not bad. You look great, Beata. I like it. I truly like this form.
Now that you keep this up and give me a wonderful name, that'd be great. If I have to go around nameless for too long, I'll get all sulky.
Fear not, I shall find you a splendid name. But first, there is something I must consider. What shall be the form of my magic? Hiding objects and transporting them instantaneously is your theme, so I must think of my own particular theme of magic. When I use magic, gold butterflies will float about. I'm not backing down on that part.
Perfect. That would really make you a golden witch. And the weakness, such as spiderwebs and sacred mirror, and the shrine will also go to you?
Indeed. Even an all-powerful witch needs a small share of weaknesses to keep things interesting. Then let us do it like so. If I touch a spiderweb, it will burn me.
Silently, a silvery spider dropped down vertically. Beato, now in her new form, lightly touched the silver spiderweb that trailed out behind it. As she did, there was a faint sound of flesh burning, and a thin burn that was left across her fingers. Beatrice couldn't stand spiderwebs. That was one of the weaknesses of the evil spirits Kumasawa-san spoke of. Since the witch Beatrice had revived thanks to the power of those evil spirits, she had also inherited their weaknesses. Therefore, sacred mirrors are another one of my many weaknesses. I don't know where many came from. However, that sacred mirror in the shrine isn't too likely to appear in front of me often. That's not so fun.
Then, while mirrors with sacred power will obviously be a weakness, let us make mirrors themselves a weakness too.
You often hear that mirrors have magical powers. Isn't that nice? Sounds just like the witch.
If I look at a mirror, it feels as though my magical power is being sucked out, so I shall try to avoid them. Indeed, that should be quite amusing.
If I really think about it, I'm bad with mirrors whether I make that rule or not. No matter who I want or strive to be, the only face that will ever show in a mirror is the heartlessly pathetic and realistic face of Yasu. Mirrors, which always force me to face my shabby reality, are something I always want to avoid. That's right, I hate mirrors. I don't want to see my pitiful self. You don't need to decide everything all at once. It's fun to build up a world a little bit at a time.
True, I understand. I shall enjoy life as a witch as I slowly expand my world.
That tiny dark room is no place for you to sleep now.
Indeed, I am the Golden Witch. I am the ruler of Rokenjima's night, and the nighttime mansion belongs to me. That is where I should make my home, is it not?
A room for Beatrice? Isn't it obvious? Yeah, that's right. A wonderful room on the second floor of the mansion. The VIP room of the witch just has to be Beatrice's room.
Oh, that's right. From this evening forward, that room in the nighttime mansion shall be my dwelling place. Why didn't I think of that myself?
Honestly, I get it. Sometimes you don't want to look at yourself sad, right? Honestly, true.
Then let's go, Beata. If we're going to drink tea together, we'll need a much better room than that cramped one. Indeed, that room is too crude for entertaining friends and serving tea. We shall change rooms. Let us go, my friend.
So, this is goodbye to Shannon. When I looked at my feet, I could see my own dorm room far beneath me. I could see Shannon, who had dashed up to the bed I lay on and had been saying wait at the moment time froze. She was as rigid as a doll. Looking down at it from this height, it really did look like a small dollhouse.
So long, Shannon. The days I spent as a human, with you as a goal and a constant comfort, were truly fun. If I had never learned the joys of magic and awakened as a witch, everything would doubtless have remained as it was.
I was your only close friend too, wasn't I? Please forgive me for erasing that friend so suddenly. As a parting gift, I will erase me from your world. Starting now, this will not be a two-person room. It will be a single-person room with just you in it. I hope you can continue to strive for your ideal and try to become a kind, reliable servant loved by everyone. Yasu, the stupid, clumsy servant who lost things all the time, doesn't exist anymore. So long, Shannon. When I am mature as the witch Beatrice and stride through the nighttime mansion where I will, I may bump into you as you do your nighttime rounds. However, when I meet you again, it will not be a reunion. It will be our first meeting. After all, though you have heard the rumors of the witch Beatrice, you have never met her. So long, Shannon. Let us meet again sometime and spin up some fun tale. Poor Shannon.
Wait!
What was I doing? Was I talking in my sleep? Apparently I had gotten out of bed, stretched my hand out towards it, and said, wait. This isn't the first time I've woken up to find myself saying something strange, but I don't remember ever waking up to find myself out of bed and standing up. Could this be what they call sleepwalking? Am I just tired? Gotta sleep. Gotta get back to sleep. I turn around to face my bed. My bed wasn't there. There was no bed in this room except the one I had just turned my back on. If I'm the only one in this room and the only bed is the one behind me, that must mean it's my bed. That feels wrong for some reason. The bed sheets are all disarranged, as though someone had just slipped out of them. Who did? This is a single-person room with me in it, right? So that there is my bed, and the traces of someone crawling out mean that I was just sleeping there until a second ago? But for some reason, that bed doesn't feel like my bed. However, though all the other kids shared rooms, I, Shannon, was given a single-person room. So there's only one bed, and it must be mine. Am I just tired? I must just be half asleep. School starts early tomorrow morning, and when school ends, I want to go to the mansion, help out with some work, and talk to Kumasawa-san about the mystery novel I just read. Eh? Time to sleep. I'm probably just worn out that I'm imagining things. Good night, Shannon. Just crawl in bed and close your eyes, and you won't have to think about anything complicated. I went back into my bed. I felt a bit uncomfortable to crawl into a bed that wasn't mine. Still, it might just be because I'm getting so sleepy, but it's starting to feel as though this is my bed after all. I'm just half asleep. I am Shannon, a lonely servant. I mess up from time to time, but I want to become a kind servant whom everyone loves. Good night, me. Huh. Huh. I'm gonna blow my nose real quick. Now that my mind is blown, so is my nose. Oh, I am one yet many. I have had enough of playing the servant. I've had enough of being human. From this night forth, I am Beatrice, the golden witch Beatrice who has lived for 1,000 years. Praise me, servants. Have fear when you have chosen for the night shift. In the nighttime mansion, everything is mine, for that is my time. Oh, I am one yet many. Yes, let our world swallow up everything. It's like the raging seas. Well now, let us drink the mysterious moon dry tonight with this human book as a side dish. You call this a mystery? You call this a closed room? You call this a crime impossible for humans? Don't make me laugh. I knew it was gonna make me explode right then. I knew it was coming. Don't make me laugh. With all these holes and weak points, you call this crime impossible for humans? Is there no splendid closed room magic that can do my name justice? No, not here, not here, not there either. All of them pathetic. It's enough to make one giggle, but now I'm not sure which is the side dish, the moon, or the book. If I get tired of mystery, I can change myself into a butterfly. I can flit about the island, the mansion, the vast forest at will. I'll follow those cowardly servants as they do their nighttime rounds, and when they check to see that a window is locked, they'll see me laughing at them in the reflection of the glass. I can be fickle, and I do as I please. Pranks at night should be a lot of fun. Okay, I've decided. Let's play that starting tonight. How amusing! What amusement this night shall bring! In the world of witches, the only limits to your fun are the limits of your imagination. My imagination shall become the source of my magical power. Splendid! It shall all be so fun! I shall expand it infinitely and let it swallow the whole island. The island's night will be all mine. Oh, how refined and pleasant are the days of a witch. Oh, I am one yet many. Here's to the wonderful world of witches. It has been so long since we've seen the broken glass transition. My goodness. My goodness. Okay, we should be able to take a break after the next transition. Chapter 5, A New Element. We're in like the exact middle point.
Did you check the bathroom anemones?
Oh no. The bathroom anemones. Anemones.
Yep, went down the whole list. Did you make sure they were facing the right way when you set them down?
No, not.
Yes, of course. Everything's as the list says. Thanks. Genji-sama, the guest rooms are ready now.
Good work. Make sure you check over everything with your own eyes, Shannon. Also, Madame has ordered us to change the tablecloth in the dining hall again.
My, why again when we all worked so hard to change it earlier today?
The color of the tablecloth simply does not fit. Once I saw it again against the backdrop of the room, I could see that it matched terribly. We should use a different tablecloth. Oh, and did you make sure to clean the chandelier in the parlor? I don't want Eva-san looking up and saying, "Oh, is this dust?" and even a spiderweb again. Do not worry. It has already been carefully cleaned and checked. I will now perform a final check on everything myself. Is that so? Very well. I will also check everything over at the very end. Shannon, take the young servants and prepare a new tablecloth. Try and find something white with a bit more of a clean feeling.
Yes, as you wish.
Natsuhi was even more high-strung than normal and walked around barking orders here and there. Even though the sky was beginning to get dark, the servants moved hurriedly about. Tomorrow is the annual family conference. It isn't particularly rare for each of the individual families to visit the island, but this is the only time that they all come together. It's so weird not having anything be there. It's just a black void. It was the most important day of the year for both the Ushinomiya family and Rokkenjima. Is this gonna be like the thing 6 years ago with Battler? Natsuhi, who was short-tempered on top of being high-strung, kept ordering that the servants redo this or that, since it really didn't look good after all. This would keep them going until late into the night. Now that Shannon had many years of experience and Natsuhi had put her into a position of responsibility, she was called over many times to have strict orders showered on her. Smile, oh no! So when Shannon finished her shower and lay down on the bed in the servant waiting room, she fell asleep almost immediately. I can hear the sound of wind, coming from somewhere far away. It's a bit different from the sound of wind outside a room would make. It's almost as though I'm sitting on a deck chair in the rose garden, turning over in my sleep with the feel of the wind in my hair. That's right, the feel. This isn't a sound, it's a feeling. Then is this a dream? Just as I was about to accept this theory, I thought I heard someone talking to me. I'm sure it'll be fine, probably. It's not like there's an unstable individual living here, right? Totally not. Everything's gonna be fine. Every single thing. Nothing bad happens on Rokkenjima. Absolutely nothing.
My. It seems the work of a servant is just as boring as it ever was.
Not only boring, but difficult, strict, constraining, joyless. All you get in return for your years of service is some level of respect from the newer servants, and even that is far from sufficient to repay you for all the hard work you've done. Why do you not tire of this life? Huh? Who? She wasn't just imagining someone talking to her. She was shocked to find that it was real. When Shannon opened her eyes, she gulped. I mean, are we sure that it's real? This place. She couldn't say any more. She was literally stunned silent. Shannon, who had been sleeping on a bed, was somehow in a rose garden. However, though this rose garden somehow resembled the rose garden on Rokkenjima, it was also completely different. After all, the roses were golden. And it wasn't just the flowers, but the dancing butterflies too. It was a golden rose garden of mysterious beauty. Somehow Shannon was sitting in a chair under the arbor. It was as though she'd taken a nap there and awoken up in a dream. But it felt strange. Is this golden rose garden a dream? For some strange reason, it felt as though my entire life up to this point had been a dream, and that I had finally awakened here. Welcome, Shannon. Welcome to my golden rose garden. I don't know who's talking, so I'll just have it be a generic voice. There was that voice again. Shannon looked around to find who it was. As she did, a golden butterfly landed on the seat across from her and instantly created a human form. I'm guessing... Virgilia, maybe? That's my guess, but I'm probably wrong. Oh, nope, it's our witch form. It's our witch Sona. It has been quite some time, Shannon. Have you been well? Of course, I know you have been. After all, I have been watching all of you every day. This woman laughed as though she was an old friend of Shannon's. However, Shannon obviously didn't remember this strange gold rose garden, and she didn't remember this person's face either. I think witches and stuff exist IRL. I don't know. I like to think it, but I have low amounts of anti-magic toxin. But I don't know. Like maybe to a little point. In this universe, However, Shannon obviously didn't remember the strange gold rose garden, and she didn't remember this person's face either. Indeed. You no longer remember me, do you? Have I forgotten about you? If so, please forgive me. There is no need to apologize. I made you that way, so it is no sin of yours. Let me introduce myself. I am the Golden Witch, Beatrice. Beatrice Sama. The benefactor of the Ushimiya family, whom the master always speaks of? Not that Beatrice. I am the Golden Witch, the one who rules over Rokenjima's night. I am the other master of the mansion, the one you always pay homage to. Low amounts of antitoxin. You are Beatrice Sama. You need not fear. The two of us used to be friends. No, roommates, did we not? At one time I idolized you and tried to be the best servant I could. I've always had a single-person room, so I couldn't have had a... When we last parted, I stole away your memory. However, I have not forgotten that we were once roommates. I also remember that I was the one who destroyed our friendship and left. So as to not leave you alone in sadness, I erased all of your memories in the very world of our days together, and now I've ruined it by showing myself in front of you once again, and telling you what I did. You do not need to understand, but believe this. I have not called you here to do you harm. Is this inside one of my dreams? You may think of it that way. Strictly speaking, I beckoned your soul to my garden while you were sleeping, to invite you to be a resident of this world. Beatrice snapped her fingers, and a storm of gold butterflies all rose up around the rose garden. As the cloud of butterflies danced over the table, a gorgeous tea set appeared. There were teacups and a teapot, more elegant even than those used by the Ushimiya family. The tea was filled to the brim and had a sweet rose scent, one which Shannon had never smelled before. Before there was even time to be amazed by that scent, butterflies started gathering one by one on the table, and the tea stand sprouted right out of it. It was like watching a magical mushroom from a fairy tale kingdom grow out of the ground. It was a many-layered tea stand, filled with beautiful cakes like edible jewels. Of course, there were also several lovely light brown scones. The honey truly was golden honey, with bits of gold leaf dancing through it. It seems the Ushimiya family holds tea parties from time to time, but those cannot compare to mine. Incredible. I've never seen anything like this. Even if you did, it would only have been as a waitress. You are my friend. I need no waitresses. After all, I am a witch. That is more than enough. Come, do not be shy. Stuff yourself to your heart's content. Thank you very much. That was all Shannon managed to say. It would be hard for anyone to say much more after being suddenly invited to such a beautiful witch tea party.
Let us begin with black tea. The milk is fresh and the sugar is so delectable that you almost want to eat it raw. But I recommend you try your tea straight first, with nothing more than a single rose petal floating on the top. It will surely be so delicious that you'll be unable to drink the black tea of the human world ever again.
Laughing happily, Beatrice opened, not a sugar pot, but a rose petal pot, picked up a single crimson petal and floated it on her tea after relishing its scent. Shannon did the same, picking up a single petal and smelling its aroma.
It smells so wonderful. Is this really the scent of the roses in this world? I am glad you enjoy it. I bred this rose simply for the purpose of using its petals with black tea. If you crush them, they're also splendid for making jam. That goes better with scones than anything else imaginable. Do you want to try it? Sure. Just a bit.
Shannon had been invited to this witch tea party suddenly. However, the witch seemed so truly innocent that her smile as she played the hostess was so happy that it made Shannon want to smile too. The tension in Shannon's heart gradually faded, and she started to enjoy her chat with this witch.
Servant work really is tiring. I remember it well, particularly cleaning the windowsills in the chapel.
How surprising. So you worked as a servant once too?
For a short time. You probably don't remember, but I worked alongside you. I was a clumsy fool, who always lost things. You were my idea of a perfect servant and the person I looked up to.
That makes me even more sorry that I can't remember.
There is no need to apologize, or for apologies. Here, you are not a servant, but my friend and my guest. There are no inconveniences here, no trials, nor boredom. I can give you anything you desire. That is how much power I currently possess. I wanted to let you know that I have now reached that level.
Dang, it kind of sad when you think about it, literally just talking to themselves, right? Like, man, like every time you sit to think about it, it's just like, man, I'm truly grateful for you to be welcoming. I'm truly grateful to you for welcoming one with so few redeeming qualities in such an extravagant way.
Think of it as a reward for all that painful days you have withstood. Come, gold butterflies. Don't let my friend get bored. Show her a little dance. When you have tired of that, allow me to call the band to perform any song you would like. When you have tired of that, my refined familiars will show you some conjuring tricks. Fear not, for time is endless here, and I can grant your wishes endlessly. My tea party has no end.
Like, I feel like it's just a case of, like, they just have, like, possibly DID. It seems very much like that, but I'm not 100% sure. I'm not an expert on that kind of thing. In a truly good mood, the witch told Shannon several strange stories. They were all stories Shannon had never heard before, very interesting stories, and they were all odd, bizarre fairy tales. Shannon felt as though she had become Alice in Wonderland. The time she spent at this tea party was strange, pleasant, and relaxed. No, the clocks have no hands on this tea party, so the time passed like a Sunday morning, when you can wrap yourself in a blanket for as long as you want. Also just massive loneliness or stress-induced actual cope, true. Because I'm thinking, like, from what I've heard, DID, like, forms from some, like, traumatic experience when you're at, like, a very young age, like, before 5, usually. And I don't know about you, but I feel like almost falling to your death is kind of traumatic. But I don't know. It could be something else.
I can't express how grateful I am to you for this. There is no need for thanks. In the human world, words of thanks go along with words of farewell, do they not? There will be no end to this tea party, so there is no need for thanks either. I'll still thank you. Thank you so much, Beatrice-sama, for this wonderful tea party. But all dreams must come to an end, so must this one. Oh, and why must they end? Because I start early tomorrow.
If I stay here talking too long, I'll sleep in, and Madame will give me a good scolding. Why are you so anxious to return to the world of that short-tempered Natsuki? Really now? Are you truly saying you want to return to the human world where it's all work and no rewards? Yes, and I think lost their primary sex characteristics, so they don't really know what gender they are. So yeah, I feel like it would be DID. But I am a human. I can't impose myself on you forever. That's the furniture thing, yeah. Shannon, it seems that you do not understand. I invited you here, but I have no desire to chase you away again. Here, time is eternal. You are not obligated to say farewell, not ever. I will never tire of enjoying tea with you. On the contrary, it is quite agreeable to have you here to talk to. I am grateful for your words, but I am human. I must return to my own world. Why do you want to return to that colorless world where you waste all of your time with school and your job and the family works you to the bone? Despite all that, it's still my world. Shannon, does that sort of world really need to be yours? Let me be honest with you. Shannon, I didn't just invite you here. I came to take you home. Take me home? Once, I tried to become a good servant like you. Then I became fascinated by witches and became one myself, learning all of the pleasures of magic. And now, I have come to take you home. Beatrice spoke quietly and slowly rose from her seat. Shannon, the world of witches truly is more fun than being a servant. This tea party is nothing more than a mere welcoming party for an old friend. We can hold as many fun festivities as we desire, and that is endless. That is the endless, the eternal. Now that this golden rose garden has been completed, I have reached my goal. This place is paradise. No, you missed 3 hours. Oh no, RGB! Oh no! Why are you doing things at me? Now I'm in the place of White Beata. Now that this rose garden has been completed, I have reached my goal. This place is paradise. Yes, let us call it the Golden Paradise. Now that it has been completed, I have come to welcome you in. There's no need for inconveniences, any perseverance, or hard work. Here, you and I can enjoy ourselves for all eternity. It'll be like a never-ending fairy tale. I'm truly grateful for your splendid proposal. However, I need to go back to my original world. Why? Because this isn't my world. I acknowledge it. This isn't the world that you have lived up until now. That is why I've invited you here. From this point forth, this will be our world. You are no longer a guest. You are the second master of this world. You need show no restraint for my sake. We'll just live in this endless world like we once lived as roommates. I regret that I have no memory of that time. However, I'll have to turn down your invitation. Why? What responsibility forces you to return to the world of humans? True, the world of humans, or the world of servants, is busy all the time. Madame is strict, high-strung, and has a short temper. It'd be a lie if I said the everyday chores weren't a pain, and having to balance work with school makes it even harder. Beatrice had watched over Shannon's painful days the whole time. She had seen those constantly tired shoulders heave with a sigh over and over. Become a hikikomori. Remind me what that means? I know that I've seen the word, but I know forest is in there at some point. That is why she had invited Shannon here, to this golden paradise. She had tried to give Shannon a perfect welcome, to truly make her happy. So why had Shannon selected her original world over this one? Beatrice was overcome with shock and completely unable to understand. A shut-in. Oh, okay. What would be the difference between a hikikomori and a neat? I guess maybe a neat is a more degenerate form, perhaps? That or a neat is like an old, antiquated term. I don't know. I have given you the perfect welcome to this paradise, and the days to follow will be even more fun. So, Since you still choose the human world over all that, do you find something there that is even more fun than the pleasures of witches?
That's right. There are things in the human world that are even more fun than magic.
I'm a neat. At one point, I want to be. Neat is not in employment, education, training. Ah, okay. So it would be a hikikimori that I would want to be. Okay. So a neat is just basically someone who's not in a work or school and not preparing for either. Interesting. Hikikimori is a person who is withdrawn to loneliness, severe social withdrawal. True. Okay. So there is overlap between both. True. Okay. Absurd. That cannot be.
Yes, it's true.
Shannon's expression was soft. However, her words were firm. There was something wonderfully fascinating about the human world. And that something was apparently not in this paradise, where everything was supposedly just as they wanted it.
Absurd. I don't understand.
As Beatrice muttered, she shifted restlessly several times. However, no matter how often she said it, Shannon's smile didn't falter, and Beatrice couldn't think of an answer.
In that case, it's time for me to leave. Your tea was delicious.
I don't understand. I am the Great Golden Witch, the one who can have anything endlessly. You tell me that I cannot give you what you want?
Yes.
I want to know. I believed I had everything, so tell me what it is I lack.
I think that you already know. Isn't that why you invited me here?
Are you trying to speak in riddles to a witch?
That's all for now, then. I can't live here, but I would be glad to come over whenever you invite me for tea.
I won't call you again. Have no fear of that. Beatrice snapped her fingers, and Shannon popped out of existence. Shannon's soul had been returned to the dream of her original self. While humans have many dreams in a night, they can remember none of them. The tea party in this paradise mixed in with many other dreams vanished. The next morning, Shannon would not remember this tea party. However, Shannon's cup remained here. The witch who had lost her guest and was standing alone looked all the more lonely. The witch dug her fingernails into the tablecloth. That grimace as she bit down her lower lip made it clear that she still hadn't solved the puzzle Shannon had left behind. Rishi, there's no need to worry about it. A black hole opened up above Shannon's empty seat, and the owner of the voice fell out of it. I do worry. Oh, come on, how could she say it with such certainty? Maybe she just wanted to get back to sleep quickly, since dawn is coming soon. What pleasure could Shannon know that I do not? What is it this is something that can be found in the human world, but not in my paradise? I don't understand. I want to know. Thinking about complicated stuff that will just fuel your headache. I can be of service in Shannon's place. I can enjoy a tea party together. Let's enjoy a tea party together. I don't feel like it anymore. I'm bored of having tea parties with you. Ah, she's cranky. The witch shrugged and laughed, and then took a bite out of a scone. She then blew into it, and it swelled up like a balloon before finally popping. Golden ribbons and butterflies flew out, but Beatrice didn't appear to notice. Just what is it that I do not possess? What? Ooh! The family... Oh! I keep forgetting that you don't have a portrait. You don't have an updated portrait. Watch your step there. Thank you, Captain. Make sure you take good care of yourself. I've got a friend who sells this stuff that's supposed to be great for stiff shoulders. I'll bring you a sample next time. Oh, no need to for yourself. But thanks for caring. Or no need to trouble yourself, rather. Hey, brats. How long are you gonna mess around up there? Let's go. Hey, Maria. Come down off the boat with Mama. Maria, with Rosa led by the hand, was still too young for kindergarten. However, she seemed to notice that her cousins, whom she rarely ever saw, were all playing around her, and she was very excited. Battler and George had the energy of middle school or nearly middle school kids. Those two, along with Jessica, who had met them on Nijima, were clambering about on the boat. You okay, Asumu? You really don't like writing things, do you? Rudolph lent an arm to his wife, Asumu. Welcome to Rokkenjima. Thank you for making such a long journey. The whole family had gathered for the conference. At this point in time, Rudolph's wife was still Asumu, and Anji hadn't been born. Goda and Kanon hadn't yet been employed by the Ushinomiya family, and the witch's epitaph, which would toy with the family's fate, hadn't appeared yet. They probably couldn't even imagine the bizarre crime that they would encounter several years later.
Kashama, madam, the family has arrived.
Good. Should I call for father?
Please do. I will go welcome everyone.
Oh, Shannon, who cleaned this window frame? It still has dust on it. Quickly, wipe it off.
As you wish, madame.
Oh, come on. Natsuhi's making her work so hard again. Just what good does she find in such a limited, ulcer-inducing life? I wanted to know. Shannon, what is it that you found? And what did you mean when you said I already knew what I was missing? Shannon, is this something I must learn by learning about you? What's different about the day of the family conference in Rokkenjima? It's gotta be the noise. There's never this many kids around. It may have been a tension-filled day for the adults, but to us kids it was a wonderful day. The only time we get to see all of the cousins we loved. In the summer, we'd play with our cousins on the beach, and even in the winter, there were plenty of games we could play. The family conferences were tons of fun for us. Same here. Mom was always yelling at us how there must be no mistakes. But to me, it was just the day I got to play with all my cousins. After all, there's usually nothing to do on Rokkenjima. Back when I was still a little brat, I was always jealous of Jessica getting to live in this huge mansion with a private beach. But now that I try putting myself in her shoes, it must have been a pretty constricting place to live. Probably. There's hardly anything on Rokkenjima. No friends' houses, no next-door neighbors, no neighborhood. If you think about how Jessica must have felt, you'd have to feel a little sad for her. That's why the family conference was so special to me. Jumping around, messing around, it felt like I was at a festival. We played tricks on each other all the time. If the adults always talked about adult things and told you to go play somewhere else, then you were 3 cousins at about the same age. Of course you'd horse around. No, not the 3 of us. The 4 of us. But I thought Anji wasn't born yet, and Maria was still too young to play with you? You've got it wrong, Furfur. The cousins weren't the only ones at the same age. Shannon-chan was the 4th. She was about the same age as the rest of us. Mom was always going about not talking with the servant kids, but Shannon and I started to get close. After all, she was the girl closest to me in age on Rokkenjima. All 4 of us played together. We played at every family conference. Right, Shannon?
You're right. I knew that Madame would scold me if she found out, but
I wouldn't let her. You were always the one close friend I had You were always the one close friend I had who could understand me.
Thank you for your words, milady.
I simply could not hide my shock. How had she formed a relationship with the children of the family despite being only a servant? Natsuhi had probably been very careful to prevent such a relationship. However, it's no surprise that Jessica, all alone on this island, would want to be friends with a kid her age. And Shannon, who was also alone on this island without any friends her age. Though they both understood their relationship as master and servant, they somehow managed to strike up a friendship. Then, at the family conference, Jessica had introduced Shannon to George Battler. All the adults had their hands full with their complicated discussion in the mansion. During that time, Shannon was able to set her role as a servant aside for a bit, acting her age with Jessica, George, and Battler. I didn't even know that Shannon had constructed this new world so quickly. As a butterfly hiding in the shadows, I observed this new world of Shannon's. That day, we all ran around the rose garden and the beach. Just running around and playing was a blast. Yep, those were the only times that Shannon-chan smiled like a girl her age.
I might have gotten a bit carried away. It's embarrassing.
Battler's insanely huge now, but back then Shannon and I were both taller and stronger than him. I just grew slowly back then. They say that those who start late end up the tallest. Yeah, totally. Back then your chest was nothing like this, right? That's not true. Shannon already had plenty of womanly charm back then, right?
Who knows?
What the hell do you mean by womanly charm, you perv? Well, I was still pretty cute back then myself. That bra strap you could see through the shoulder of her summer clothing set off the lightning of youth in me. I remember whispering with George Anarchy that night about how big her we haven't seen him act like this for so long.
Is this true, George-sama?
I believe there has been some sort of misunderstanding. All I remember was lecturing him as the older and more knowledgeable cousin about the differences between how boys and girls grow. And so rather than dirty talk between cousins late at night, it was instead a sign of healthy growth. And yeah, I remember all his cousins talking about stuff like that until midnight. About how apparently someone in the next class had kissed someone else, or how you held hands with a girl you liked at summer camp, and about how so-and-so you thought probably liked you, stuff like that. Damn it, it's so embarrassing, it makes me shiver. Isn't that nice? Another sweet page in the book of adolescence. The most pure love comes when boys and girls first start noticing each other. That simple, pure desire just to be around someone of the opposite sex. The noble love first loves. Just wonderful. A bunch of kids thinking and talking about the world of love. That sort of thing really happen? Don't play dumb. You were the most absorbed and curious of us all, sitting there till even your ears turned red.
I was not curious. I was just surprised at how much everyone knew. And
that's right. Shannon always played dumb the most, even though she was the most interested. She was the biggest pervert here.
That's not true. It's not true. I hate you, milady.
Yeah, that was always like this. In the day, we'd run around like kids, and at night we'd hug our pillows and talk about secret stuff. Looking back on it now, it really brings back some fond memories. We'd be whispering about something dirty, and whenever we heard the footsteps of the adults coming by, we'd jump under the covers and pretend to be sleeping. Yeah, I remember that. Like some school field trip. Those times we all dove under the covers at once. It felt like some sort of unspoken rule, like a strange sense of unity. I really liked that feeling. Well, anyway, that's not all we talked about. There was a lot more than that. We really did enjoy our youth to the fullest.
And what is this?
Shannon, is this that fun thing of the human world? Is this incomprehensible messing around the thing you found? Bunch of kids gathered together, playing stupid games and talking about trivial matters. Is this the human pleasure you found that surpasses the pleasure of witches?
Yes.
Doesn't it look fun to you? I won't call it boring. However, I cannot see how such a vulgar game can compare to my paradise, where all witches can be granted. Interacting with people is a lot of fun. Of course, I also think your world is fun, but even so, I choose this world. I don't understand. I don't understand at all. Beatrice held her head as though she was having a headache, but no matter how much she grimaced, she couldn't think of an answer. Tell me, what is it you found within this vulgar playing?
Do you want to know?
I do.
Love. Love? Without love, it cannot be seen. Here. It's the Queen book I promised. Thank you very much. I'd be happy to borrow it.
That's okay. You can keep it, Shannon-chan. I've already read it.
But I can't accept this. It was probably expensive.
It's just something I got a few hundred yen at a bazaar. Don't worry about it. I'd rather you read it quickly so we can talk about it. It's fun to talk about this sort of thing with you, Shannon-chan.
Yes, it's fun for me too.
It's much more fun to read mystery novels with two people instead of alone. Can someone donate candy balls on old school? No, I don't play, so I like talking about it and imagining all kinds of things. With mystery novels, reading's only half the fun. My theory is that you can only really enjoy it when you talk with other people who've read it too. Our relationship began when we realized that we both read mystery novels. We were both surprised and very interested to find that the other not only read tons of mystery novels, but read them very thoroughly. Ever since then, it's been like this. Separate from the games we played with the cousins, the two of us met together for some time alone. At first, it was like a sort of contest to see who knew more than the other. However, eventually this turned into a respect for how much the other had read and how deeply they were able to think about it. Respect. Trust. Those emotions made our friendship even stronger. Of course, all of that had still fallen within the category of friendship. But we were still slightly aware of the fact that the other was of the opposite sex, making for a relationship that was charming or youthful, or maybe you could call it exciting. However, we were still at the age where calling us young men and women would probably be a bit too gracious. Of course, we didn't know a thing about love, so we couldn't understand that exciting feeling in our chests, both bitter and sweet, that we only felt when we were alone together. However, we realized that there was some unknown emotion hidden behind that feeling. And as our hearts raced, we had our hands upon the door. That was the exciting age we were at. So, at that point, our discussions about mystery novels became just an excuse for us for meeting alone. There aren't many mystery novels that care much about the why-done-it. The why-done-it? You mean the culprit's motive? Yeah. There are 3 points you need to figure out in mystery novels: the who-done-it, the how-done-it, and the why-done-it. A lot of mysteries deal with the first two, but surprisingly few worry about the final one. Well, I know about many works that take great care to have the culprit confess his motive after he's been found out, but it has to be something you can reason out before the culprit confesses, or it doesn't count. Personally, I think it's unfair for a person who supposedly didn't have a motive to commit the crime, unless it's possible to reason his or her motive out. Who done it? Who's the culprit? How done it? How did he commit the crime? Why done it? Why did he commit the crime? There are tons of works that ask about who the culprit is and what tricks they used. In fact, almost all are like that. However, I don't think there are many novels that ask you to figure out the motive. Good point. That might be the most neglected of the 3. Mysteries that don't take the why done it seriously don't really feel complete to me. No, I'm not saying they're boring. It's more like they're missing the most important part. The most important part is missing? The heart. The heart is missing. The heart. I think the human heart is really a really important thing. If a person's going to decide to commit murder, plan it out, get everything ready, and actually carry it out, you need an incredibly strong force of the heart. The heart is what moves people. In other words, only the heart can kill a person. When an emotional upheaval grows strong enough to make a person want to kill, the result is the tragedy called murder. If we turn it around, does that mean that the true way to close in on the crime is by searching for the heart that brings about the tragedy of murder? Only the heart can kill a person. So if a person has been killed, you must search for that heart. That's what he's saying. That's why I can't really enjoy novels where the culprit is just a homicidal maniac who kills for fun. Then you like novels that show a strong enough movement of the heart to lead to murder? That's right. And my favorite ones are the novels that let you reason that out. As he spoke, he looked back at me and smiled. Before today, I used to like novels that focused on exposing tricks. However, I decided to look for novels like the ones he recommended in the future. I don't like neglecting the heart. The heart is what makes people move. Yeah, I think you're right. This isn't limited to the mystery genre. All humans are moved by their hearts all the time. Being able to notice the heart is what allows for the interactions between people. No, interactions between hearts. None of us humans can live on our own, and yet we have no way of peeking into the hearts of others. That's why every meeting between people is a mystery of the heart. Finding those, reasoning about them, and understanding each other is the key to interactions between people and hearts. The two of us here, all alone, talking together about mysteries, and through that, we are searching out each other's hearts, speaking of the heart's mysteries. I want you to feel about me the way I feel about you. We're both searching, trying to figure out the depths of the other's heart in this mystery of love. Look how late it's gotten. I wonder if Aniki and the others are waiting for us.
Yes, we should probably get back soon.
Time seems to fly by when I'm talking with you, Shannon-chan. You seem to be speaking the words of my heart. We were thinking the same thing, so the same words came out. I wish we could talk together like this forever. I hate clocks.
Same here. Talking about this stuff with you is the most fun part of coming to Rokkenjima.
When I saw that his smiling eyes were looking right at me, I turned away. I couldn't let him see my suddenly red face. If only I could leave this place. I'd be able to read so much more. The bookshop at Nijima that I go to and the bookshop that he goes to in the city are completely different scales. The book exchange between the two of us had become completely one-sided, with him giving me all the books. How long do you plan to be a servant, Shannon-chan? I don't know. If someday you decide to quit. If I do, come over to my place. He said it almost carelessly. Maybe he was a bit embarrassed, since he laughed weakly and blushed a little. And then, we won't need to worry about time running out anymore. That's right. We could be together, as long as we wanted. The little secret dates on this island only happened a few times a year, and even when they did happen, it was only for a short, uncertain period of time. It wouldn't work over the phone or with letters. We could only talk about our mystery when we're standing together like this. I know that day will come someday. You think it will? Yeah, I'm certain of it. Certain? Why is he certain? When that day comes, I'll come for you, riding a white horse.
Huh?
After saying this, he turned away. He was probably too proud to show me his blushing cheeks, but even without seeing, I knew what his face looked like. To come riding on a white horse. Isn't that like a prince riding a white horse? So what exactly does that mean? Does that mean you're going to be my prince? My mind was going blank, so I just couldn't reason out his mystery of love, even though it was all plain and simple. I wonder when that day will come. Anytime you're ready.
Huh?
My heart skipped a beat. It was so sweet, yet it hurt. Anytime's good for me. This is your life we're talking about, Shannon-chan. You should think about it carefully before you decide. And once you've made up your mind, I'll respect your decision, no matter when you make it.
Okay.
I'll keep on waiting until that day comes. If only I'd been a little more foolish and courageous. I could have said then and there that I was already prepared and asked him to take me away from this island right away. But I couldn't say it. I had to think carefully about my future, for both of our sakes. My head was filled with pointless, senseless thoughts. I'm glad.
Thank you.
With his back still to me, he scratched his head and laughed. He knew I was doing this out of embarrassment, but I could clearly tell what his expression must have been. In the same way, he must have realized what my face looked like. We're both puzzle solvers of love. We theorize about each other's love, solving each other's mysteries. Thanks for giving me time. You have all the time in the world.
No.
I'd feel bad if I kept you waiting too long. So I've decided. No, I should say that I will decide. I won't mean that I'll quit my job today, right now. Yes, 1 year. 1 year from now. If a year after now you still feel like coming for me on a white horse, and me too, if I still like you a year from now, I'd like to dedicate the rest of my life to you. 1 year from now, right here, I'd like to make my decision. A year, huh? That sounds good. Spring, summer, autumn, winter. That's a good amount of time to look honestly into your heart. So, next year, please, come for me, okay?
Yep.
He responded to my cowardly determination with a quick, strong answer. I'll be waiting for that day to come. Yes, I'll be waiting too. Make sure you come, okay?
Yeah.
Don't forget. Come here next year, okay? Yeah, I'll come, and that's for certain. I'll meet you here. That's for certain. You dummy! You absolute dummy, Battler! You absolute dummy! Wait, was that a scene transition? I don't think that was a scene transition quite yet. Okay, I see. So, this emotion that feels like sweet suffocation is love. It's an emotion I do not know, one I do not have. Though my magic can grant any wish, though my paradise can grant any wish, that thing I cannot have, that incomprehensible emotion, that burns like fire, and yet, madly, one wants to hold it close. All I know is that no matter how great a witch I might become, I cannot create this emotion. It must be given by another person. For the first time, I realized that I wasn't all powerful, and I knew what Shannon had discovered in the world of humans. This emotion is just too much. Once you felt it, there's no forgetting it, is there? Shannon, you win. Love, is it? It may be the most important element and the one that I lack. Shannon, I'll watch and see how your love develops. So please, teach me more and more about this new emotion. How could you have done this, Battler? How could you have done this to her? I guess we'll see, because has it been alluded to what happened? Why he didn't come back? There was a reason, and I don't remember if it's ever been, like, said. Anyway, it is time for our break once it gives us some dialogue. So that way I can pause and save. There we go. Perfect person. No dialogue. Give me nothing. Remarried after Asumu died. That they said it in like episode 1. Okay. 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 So this might be the year that happens, maybe. Okay. Well, anyway.
I need to take a break. My tummy has been growling at me. So I need to have a little snack.
I don't think I have anything big enough to warrant having a meme break, so I'll just
have a snack and come right back.
He was angry that he was so ready to remarry that he left to go live with grandparent.
Stinky.
Completely gore.
Stinky Battler. Stinky.
Okay.
But yes, we'll be back in 10 minutes. This is a good time to stretch, take a break, have a snack, use the bathroom, whatever you need to do. If you need to take meds, you take those too. Anyway, we'll be back in 10 minutes. Wow.
Thank you. There was one that, I remember their avatar was like that little half cat thing. I don't remember if they were like extremely funny or something. Maybe we can watch a meme sheep video after. Oh, there's people here. That's...
Welcome home, Sea King.
Sea King?
Oh. Is this your first time here?
Sorry. I'm not here as a customer.
But can we?
I need to talk to someone about something.
There's a bot going around to Twitch channels with a VTuber tag and posting ERP copy pastas. Just what? What? I guess keep an eye out for when that happens and like just bonk it when it shows up. But like what? Sorry, I'm just thinking of how visually just like, hey there, asterisk runs hand through hair. What's up? I noticed you in the VTuber tag and I just want to say pants grab. Full plump feeling. No, Kichi, no. Plentiful plump feeling on my left shoulder and the sour sensation of a young unripe fruit on my right. Kichi, no. How? Boom, boom, bang.
No, I'm not doing it.
It'll
It's
be
tempting, but I shall be a
fine.
good girl. I'm not going to do it. Oh, I
It'll
shouldn't
be
have done that.
fine. It'll be fine.
Take my streamer word for it. You will be fine. The sacrificial ritual was the... Oh, thank... That's a YouTube subscription. Wow, I can't believe Mickey Mouse subscribed to my YouTube. Haha. Something, or should I call someone?
Ow, 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 ow.
Yeah. Why Is your face the same as my own? The true Beatrice also spoke in that manner. It looks like she really does have something I lack. I see she was split between her Sun and her Dare. Well, I don't know why either. I am the Golden Witch Beatrice, and you are? It's impossible. Don't corner me. We'll corner you. Come on, nobody. Get cornered. Get covered. Get covered on. And you must find some way to postpone that impossibility for 20 or 36 hours. If you tell me to do it, I will. I am Ushinomiya Natsuhi, the wife of the Ushinomiya family head. If you tell me to do this, I will act out a shouting match with father for as many— What did she just say? Curse of Yashiro-sama, let's go! Concentrate.
I want to just know how this sounds with the, oh gosh, it is really loud. Is there a way I have to turn this down to like 10?
I'm gonna freaking murder.
But I think we'll see how it sounds.
Just get on the.
Yeah, with the corn thing. So, it probably doesn't.
I'm trying to get my controller ready. No. Where is my thing? There it is. Okay, and now I need to actually grab the controller. Whee! I think. Oh, they're right next to me. Oh, there's a door there. There's a door. Ah, they're right on my tail. Ah! Get me out. Get me out. Get me out. Get me out. Woo!
Jump. Okay. Why did you do that? Why? Okay, that was not me. That was the controls. These controls are not cooperating. So, we're gonna wait till I slide down a little bit, then we'll hit shift and go that way. Okay.
Never see him coming, you see. But my mind is too fast for us. You done it. By the time it hits you, it's a last surprise. Whee! I don't know where I am. Oh. Big, where did you throw that? Big, where am I? Big help. Big, where did we go? Where did you throw the boulder I just grabbed? Big, why do you need invincibility? Big. I don't know what's going on. There's bones here, that's all I know. Where am I? Where am I?
Why are my frames dropping?
Hello, baby. Hello. Hello, baby. You want to fly? I can jump and it can feel like you are flying. Yeet.
There she is.
Ah. This doctor sure is yummy. Well, I don't know the relationship between this guy and the doctor. They could have had a fling. Okay. Scrumptious peepers. No! Not the peepers! Time to find that medicine. Tell us about the boy, honey! my Katamari. Have 2 more minutes to Donnie's come. There's still some girls here. Come back. Whoa, I'm on Pumpkin Mountain.
This is Pumpkin Mountain.
I could have guessed. I guess that's chaos. I'm Sonic, Sonic the Hedgehog. When I awoke, only Tails was there. The last Chaos Emerald is still inside the tornado too. I cannot allow Chaos to absorb the last emerald. Tails and I ran back to the Mystic Ruins to check for the emerald. If the vision I saw is true, that must mean Chaos is... Oh! The thing. Yeah. Beato is a tsundere, and it's just like, oh, I hope Battler likes me. Oh. And then and after Battler was just like, oh, I don't want to see your face, she actually left, and he was like, I kind of miss her face. Let's see what else happened. Shannon got revived because George was like, man, I want to see her like one last time. And then that did happen, and then they were all like lovey-dovey, and then current Ava Beatrice was just like, haha, you're both dead now. And he's just like, okay, yeah, at least we're both dead at the same time. That's cool. And so yeah, now they're just finding bodies. Someone else for my problems, but I trusted you, you know? Did you really have my best interests at heart? I feel like I don't even know you anymore. It only takes an instant for someone's love and dreams to be shattered, huh? I'm sorry. Buy me some ice cream and I'll forgive you, okay? Okay, I guess. So... boop. There it goes! Oh,
Dorime.
And we're back. I came back at a good time, and then I was like, I forgot that I was gonna give myself some more water. So now I was a little late, but that is okay.
But yes, I just have some toast to munch on. But we are back.
Okay, let me make sure I have everything in a good spot somewhere. Let me see. This work. That works. Okay. Oh, hi. You are here with us. This form is...
I'm lending it to you. After all, I hate idiots. Call yourself Claire as a temporary name. Or would you prefer Beato?
You have my gratitude. This way, I won't have to expose my pitiful form. Birkenstell had given Claire a fake form. It was a temporary form for the person acting the part of Beatrice. A fake to fool those who still hadn't discovered Beatrice's true form. Then, is this tale about me in another world? Leon, this is indeed a tale of you in another world, and also my tale. The tale of a world where I live as a witch, not a human. I am capable of imagining what-if scenarios for my own life. However, the tale you tell is beyond anything I can imagine. Even so, it's a life that another you has led. But still, that doesn't mean I can accept it easily. Leon suddenly yelled and looked at the floor. Leon already knew. Because of the fragments lent by Birkenstell, Leon knew. There was a different world where Leon lived as the Golden Witch Beatrice, and in that world, eventually, on the day of the 1986 October Family Conference, she would be the ringleader of a terrible crime. Even if it is a different world, you're saying that I get my entire family and all of the servants involved in a terrible crime that I'm the mastermind of. How am I supposed to deal with that? Be quiet, listen, and figure it out. In a different life, I end up as a servant. And if that isn't enough, I suddenly become a witch. And then I eventually carry out several terrifying murders. How am I supposed to understand that? Yeah, I see where you're coming from. I doubt anyone could understand. This person here thought that no one would ever understand. That's why you're here. That's why Birkenstall brought you two people who never should have met together like this.
It's not like I have any deep reason for it. It was just a whim.
This is a motive that no one else can understand, Leon. So you need to be the one to understand it. I'm not the main character in this tale. You are. I'm just here to help you understand. You said that you understand the culprit's motives. Yes. Is that motive a satisfying explanation for why I'd kill my entire family? Who knows? That's for you to decide. Even if I say it's satisfying, that doesn't mean it'll satisfy you. You have to decide that for yourself. I really don't have a clue what's going on. I've seen several crimes called game boards that Beatrice supposedly carried out, and now I'm hearing another me talk about a different life from mine. But there's no connection between that and the crime. I don't understand.
At this point in the tale, even I could not have dreamed that I would eventually carry out such terrible crimes. In fact, even if I had been able to dream of it, I did not have the power to commit those crimes at the time.
Probably. Your misfortune probably came when you solved the epitaph's riddle. Huh? You mean that epitaph about the hidden gold, which grandfather supposedly wrote? There exists a system for gaining different accomplices for each crime. Reasoning that led us to the possibility that the culprit possessed a vast amount of money. We can also envision another system, which involves inviting all to the golden land and making all loves bear fruit.
So it wasn't just the motive. You've already seen that far as well.
That's the answer to the final riddle from the fourth game. Your greatest misfortune was solving the epitaph, reviving as the Golden Witch in the truest sense, and gaining magical power.
Looking back, was that really misfortunate at all? I do not know. However, as long as the fact that Butler-san returns in 1986 remains unchanged, some sort of tragedy would certainly have occurred.
That's right. If Butler had returned a year earlier or later, that incident might not have occurred. No, some small incident probably would have occurred, and it would surely have been a mysterious, impossible incident, which no one could have explained. But even so, compared to the Rokkenjima serial murders, it would have been a tiny thing. If Butler-kun had returned a year earlier or later, then what?
Fate can be so filled with irony. It made me walk the path of a witch, and when I solved the epitaph, I became a true witch. Then 6 years passed, and I learned of his return. If all of that was fate, then this crime must have been inevitable and inescapable for me.
In 1980, Butler was resentful because of the death of his mother, Sunmu, and his father's remarriage that came too soon, so he left the Ushinomiya family. For 6 whole years, he had no direct contact with them. He convinced his grandparents on his mother's side to help him and went by his parents' maiden name. Then, when those grandparents passed away, he finally made up with Rudolph and returned to the Ushinomiya family again in 1986. That bad luck gave birth to your motive for the crime.
I did wonder, why, after 6 whole years, did he finally come back?
I understand. In a way, it would have been better for you if he hadn't just never come back.
Of course, my suffering would have continued. However, I may not have tainted myself with the unforgivable crime of mass murder.
How could Butler-kun create a motive? You've got it backwards. Backwards? The crime didn't occur because Butler left. It happened because Butler came back. The more I think about it, Ushinomiya Butler is quite a disagreeable man. More than anything else, because he never realized that the outbreak of the crime was his fault. He did remember in the end. However, that was long after you gave up and disappeared.
If that is so, then it would give my heart some peace.
I don't have a clue what you two are talking about anymore, but I'd love to ask you bluntly. I want to know, what on earth happened to you that made you decide to commit a crime? Yes, that's the most important part. It's just like how Ushinomiya Butler respected the why done it in mystery novels. That's where the answers to all the riddles are hidden, both in the tale of the Golden Witch and in the crime. In that case, allow me to continue. 1980, 6 years before I resolved myself to committing the crime. Chapter 6, Days of Trials. As I take a bite of my toast. 1980, 6 years until the incident. I knew I was gonna forget, or I was gonna regret the bite. Give me 1 second.
Adler-sama has left the Ushidamiya family. That's what Cloud-sama and Rudolph-sama were saying. What a shock!
I have no intention of criticizing your way of life or your family situation. However, father is in a towering rage. Disinheriting his son is one thing, but I've never heard of a child becoming fed up and leaving the family on his own. And that Badler can be surprisingly stubborn. Sort of like someone else I know.
If you are unable to understand Badler-kun's feelings, one might question your right to be a father.
Enough, Natsuhi. I'm sure Rudolph was just trying to show how dedicated he was to raising Kirei-san's child in his own way.
I would have nothing to say if this were happening next year. But why this year? He's still in his period of mourning. If you consider the timing of this pregnancy, one must acknowledge that Rudolph-san has acted disgracefully.
Come on, don't be so harsh. This is my way of atoning for what I've done.
Adler-kun's trying to protest against you on the behalf of his departed mother, Asuma-san. I deeply understand how he feels. If he were here, I would want to hold him and cry along with him. Natsuhi's words were sharp. They pierced Rudolph mercilessly. Right back from work. Welcome back! Rudolph had no retort. His relationship with Kirei had been adulterous, plain and simple. According to Rudolph, he had been close to Kirei longer than Asumu. And even after his marriage to Asumu, that relationship had not disappeared. What the hell does that mean? You old bastard! So you've just been betraying Mom from the start? Sure, I know Kirei-san. You told me that she was your business partner and a friend whose advice you could always rely on. If you're trying to say after all this time that she was more than that, then why should I give a damn? After Mom's death, you could have done whatever you wanted. I'm right there with you, saying that you should have lived life as you please, but when did Kirei-san get pregnant? Back when Mom was still alive, right? Yeah, now I finally see. Now this is why you always make me want to vomit. Are you glad that Mom's finally dead now? You are, aren't you? I'm sure it wouldn't have been so hard on you keeping your infidelity and keeping a kid's secret while Mom was still alive. But now that Mom conveniently kicked it, you get to marry Kirei-san, and I get a new little brother or sister? You can bet that Mom's crying in heaven. You bastard, you're embarrassing. I'm embarrassed. How embarrassed can I stand to have the same last name as you? The kid is completely guiltless. It'll be too sad if he or she doesn't have both parents together. Go ahead, build a new family and raise that kid to have a happy life. But I'll never forgive you. Mom isn't here to hate you anymore, so I'll hate you in her place. With all of my body and soul. So long, old bastard. My goodness. My goodness. That is enough, Natsuhi. Rudolph hasn't lost the affection he feels for Badler-kun. It may take some time, but he wants to fix their relationship one day. As any father should. If it were some complete stranger, that would be one thing, but this is your own flesh and blood son. It's clearly your responsibility.
Go ahead. Despise me all you want. I won't argue. That is the only way I can atone.
At the very least, make sure you give the new child a happy life.
Kids who's going to be born. And Battler. They're both my kids. Wedding Kirei-san after Sumu-san's death may have been painful for Battler-kun, but it was the best choice you could make for the coming child. I understand why you did it.
And I understand why Battler-kun felt like telling you that you were happy as Sumu-san is dead.
Stop, Natsuhi. Rudolph has already been scolded enough by the person most fit to do so. Now then, how about some black tea? Could you go ask someone in the kitchen to make us some?
Understood.
Natsuki took this as a signal to leave the room and did so. Once she did, Klaus relaxed slightly. I feel bad for Asuma-san, but if we consider the timing of that soon-to-be-born child, this might have been quite the coincidence. Almost as though Asuma knew that and stepped down from the stage of her own choosing. Did I kill Asuma? If so, how long has it been since I started killing her? If you still treasure Asuma-san's memory, then no matter how many years it takes, you must fix your relationship with Battler-kun. Yeah, I know. And be sure to pour just as much affection onto Kirei-san and the new child that is to be born, while also bearing Asuma-san's cross. They have reserved seating in hell. If they do, I'd like to reserve myself a VIP spot. Honestly, I feel like there's reserved seating for this whole family. If we're being honest. Maybe less so for the kids. But also... The news that Battler had abandoned the Ushinomiya name swept across the family.
And poor Battler-san too. I do believe that he'll make up with him eventually, but...
This is a matter for the family. It is not something servants need to concern themselves with. Instead, we should focus on memorizing the face of the newest member of the Ushinomiya family, Kirei-sama. Right, the whole family's a piece of work. Like, they're probably not going to be on the same level, but they all probably have assigned seatings already set up for them.
Yes, that's true. She will be coming to the family conference this year.
If the person who just joined the Ushinomiya family would be coming to the conference, then what about the person who just left the family? That means Battler isn't coming, right? That seems the most probable outcome. How lonely is the loss of a single noisy man? It's not like I like him or anything. George and Battler are pretty guilty of stuff too. Yeah. With Jessica, I'm trying to think if there was like anything bad for her. Like... I don't think Maria would go. She's got plenty of time to, you know, like I can't think of. Made Cannon want to be independent and leave the island, yeah. So that's not. Yeah, that's. So yeah, Jessica and Maria are the only people that aren't going to hell, I guess. Though most people felt a bit lonely to see Battler leave the Ushinomiya family, they didn't think any more about it than that. However, what about Shannon? Wasn't Battler supposed to come for her on a white horse? I was surprised at first. I thought that since he had left the family, he might not be coming to this island anymore. If we consider Battler-san's feelings, this is only natural, I guess. I understand painfully well why he wanted to leave his family. But does that really mean he won't come to Rokkanjima anymore? What on earth is going on? Will he really never return? Unable to ask him this directly, I was forced to live each day fretfully. Battler-san, I understand how you feel, but to say that you'll never return because you've abandoned your family, that's a lie, right? Usually I take it back, Maria and her Tamu. Are you saying her going ooh makes her need to go to hell? I was so confused that the world seemed to be spinning around me. I had a tight feeling in my chest and couldn't think about anything. I don't know, because like Maria's like she's 12, right? She's just cringe. She's just cringe and more than likely on the spectrum. When I happened to touch my cheek, I was surprised to find it hot and wet. While wearing a truly miserable expression on my face, I was crying. Shannon. From far away, I could hear someone calling to me, but it was a very strange sort of distance. Though it felt very far away, the voice also seemed to be coming from right beside me. Junie's all gonna help. We all know this. Oh no! I feel like she shouldn't go to hell just for being cringe. Compared to the rest of the family. Shannon, I know your heart. It's okay. It's just a fight between a boy and his father, and I'm sure the rumors blow everything out of proportion. Everything's just being exaggerated. Indeed, there are none who can say with certainty that Battler will not return to this island. You would do well to remain strong. Where is this place? I seem to remember it somehow. I think it reminds me of the scenery from the strange dream I once had. Then, this must be another dream. I was there, under an arbor surrounded by golden rose garden, and 2 witches in white and red dresses were showering words of encouragement upon me. You can be sure that those rumor-mongering young servants are embellishing a story however they please. So, he has changed his name, they say. Surely this can be nothing more than a family quarrel. Thank you. I wish I could believe that. Of course it's true. He's a boy after all. You can hardly be surprised that he's had a few arguments with his dad. Precisely, as you say. Clearly they will make up to each other once they cool their heads. When men argue, it's always fiery at first, but then they burn out quickly. In contrast, an argument between women burn like a steady flame, but the fuel never goes dry. Men's arguments are fierce but short, quick and easy. You're right. I hope Battler's son Rudolf-sama make up soon. Oh, they will. Haven't you heard Battler mentioning it all the time? He always fights with his father. This is just another of those fights. The death of his mother and his father's remarriage have merely upset him. It sounds as though he's gone to live with his mother's parents, but after he's cooled his head for a few days, he'll come back. It's like a kid running away from home, see? The 2 witches kept saying that Battler's fight hadn't been anything huge. If it had been a mere family quarrel, the rumors wouldn't have started in the first place. Taking an optimistic view here isn't likely to prove useful. Either way, this is a problem between Battler and his father. If you're patient, time will heal all wounds. There's no point in you feeling bad over it. Just because Battler happened to be absent today doesn't mean we can be sure he'll never come back. All this means is that Rudolph came alone today. True. Of course, he will be at the next family conference as energetic as ever. By then, Rudolph will probably bring that Kine here, too. Battler may be sulky about it, but I am certain that he will come as well. You're right. Yeah, I'm sure you're right. How nice it would be if they were right. In fact, if I could, I'd like to flip through the calendar until autumn right now and check to see whether he does come to the next conference. If he does, then all of my fears are groundless. It will mean the rumor-mongering family members and servants have all just blown things out of proportion. If Battler-san was right here, I just questioned him right away. Hey, it isn't true that you'll never come back to Rokkenjima again, right? And then, if he said that of course he would come again, it would be such a relief. I don't know the phone number for Rudolph-sama's house, but I could probably look it up if I tried. However, as a servant of the family, I have no excuse for making such a call. Or, they're completely misunderstanding that dumb promise he made to look cool, right? Like, they took it extremely seriously. It's not the fact that he showed up six years late. It's the fact that he showed up 6 years late, but also didn't bring a horse. And anyway, I have no way of knowing the phone number for Battler's grandparents' house. I can't do anything except wait for Rudolph-sama's family to come visit and hope that my fears are groundless. However, will I be able to make it through the day feeling like this? No way. I doubt I'll sleep a wink tonight. Just waiting around feeling like this when I don't know when my next chance will come. I can't do that. Will it be next month? Or the month after? In the worst case, I might have to wait until the next family conference. And I have to wait that long while holding back this suffocating feeling. I can't bear it. You got chips and cheese gonna I want chips and cheese! I want some nice cheese. Hey, Shannon. Sorry to ask this out of the blue, but when you made up your mind to do something by the next year, that something wasn't just quitting work as a servant on this island, right? I made the decision to start a new life. What? I am large. Now we can shoot at Battler. I didn't want to keep being a servant by force of habit. I made the decision to step into a new life and to leave my old life as a servant behind. And Balor promised that he'd come here on the day of your decision, right? Orb mode.
Yes. Tact is not one of my strong points, so I shall speak frankly. You made the decision and resolved yourself to starting a new life with Battler, correct? A new life with Battler-san. You are afraid that Battler will not come for you on the day of your decision. However... My breath got caught in my throat, oh no! You are afraid that Battler will not come for you on the day of your decision. However, there is more to that day of decision than just Battler coming to see you. It's also the day for you to show that you're determined to spend the rest of your life with him. This determination is something you must create for yourself. It won't bear fruit simply because Battler shows up. Shannon, do you now have the determination to spend the rest of your life with him? You decided to put it off until the next family conference because you didn't have that determination last time, right? What does it mean to live life with Battler? Have you ever thought seriously about it in detail? Well, as long as I'm working as a servant on Rokenjima, my opportunities for meeting him are limited. We're both underage, so it's too early to talk about, marriage. However, if I quit working as a servant, I should have many more opportunities to meet him. Once I quit work here, I'll return to the Fukuen house. I have my wages from serving the family, so I should have more than enough to travel to Battler-san's house to play. And when I graduate from school, I can rent an apartment near Battler-san's house. Then, well, I can work while going to school. That life would be a lot more difficult than I first thought. However, I'd be able to see Battler-san much, much more often. If not every day, then every week. I won't be a servant anymore, so there won't be any differences in class. I can call him whenever I want. And I'm already doing both school and work. Thanks to my experience here, I know more than enough to do simple housework. Doesn't that sound like a fun life? You can rent a humble abode, and once you've built up your own home, you can invite Battler over. And then, the time you spend together, the world the two of you make will begin. Doesn't that sound wonderful? Yes, it does sound a bit wonderful. This was the first time I had ever imagined that future clearly. My love for him and my honest desire to live my life with him. Earlier, I was able to consider both of these deeply. However, now that I'm clearly imagining the future I plan to choose, I finally understand. I must be aware of how much determination will be needed to reach that future. You dream of marriage eventually, don't you? Oh, girls these days dating with marriage in mind at such a young age. Well, that's a bit, Don't deny your dreams, okay? There's no point in taking a first step if your eyes are closed and you don't look into the future. If a girl's in love with a man, there's nothing wrong with thinking, I want to marry him. It's a young girl's natural right. My face had turned bright red. Earlier, I thought that considering marriage really was a bit premature, so I tried my best I could think to not think about it. However, when the witches encouraged me to imagine it, that image was both exciting and vivid. I felt an indescribable feeling of refreshment and awakening, like the gentle breeze that watches over you when you go outside during a brief spot of sunshine on a rainy day. That's right, I didn't actually have the determination to go that far. I need to strengthen my determination by the time the next family conference comes around. If I can't do that, then sticking around as a servant on this island is no more than I deserve. And at the same time, this is also a trial. True, a trial to be overcome. A trial? Why is that? Fool, Battler promised that he would come for you at the next family conference, did he not? He said he'd come on a white horse, right? Yes. You're thinking that Battler will not come anymore. I've mixed their voices. I know it's not Gap talking. You're thinking that Battler will not come anymore. In other words, you have no faith in Battler's promise. That's why this is a trial. To pass through this trial, you'll have to show that you can trust him and wait. A trial? I hadn't thought of it that way. Since he promised to come for me in a year, then I needed to believe that he'll come for me in a year. If I doubt that, I don't have the right for him, I don't have the right to wait for him in the first place.
In fact, Battler might have left the Ushinomiya family because he set his sights on a future with you. Oh, why would that be? If he knows that you will live together and eventually exchange marriage vows, having the name Ushinomiya would cause problems since Shannon is a servant of the Ushinomiya family. Ah, I see. He realized that there'll be all kinds of trouble if he decides to marry a servant girl, so he's abandoned the Ushinomiya family name beforehand. Hello, Mal. Yes, I am having a good time. What do you think, Shannon? That way everything makes sense. Battler has abandoned the Ushinomiya name for your sake. This sudden argument with Rudolph was just an excuse. What a splendid reasoning. Nice going, Rishu. What do you say, Shannon? There's no reason to feel down. On the contrary, it's as though Battler has shown his determination first. Man, I feel so bad she got her hopes up so hard. Or instead of pining away for someone to whisk you away to get some guts and leave it Okanjima on your own, right? Really, Yasu did everything wrong. Right? I mean, it's their other voices in their mind. They didn't control this. A smile had finally returned to her face, or my face. Of course, I hadn't taken the witches seriously and let myself be reassured. It was closer to the opposite. It was almost funny that they could think up such ridiculously convenient explanations for everything. Feel so bad for Yasu with their story and all, right? Poor baby. However, they had made all of those ridiculous theories to cheer me up. The witches are right when they say that I must trust Battler-san, and that there's no point moping around just because I've heard a few rumors. Until the next family conference, I intend to strengthen my resolve, and I believe that he'll accept my feelings and come for me. The idea that Battler left the family so that he could be married to me someday was laughable, of course, but right now, I should try and feel confident enough to accept even crazy ideas like that.
Thanks so much. I feel a little better now.
That is well. I cannot stand watching you cry yourself to sleep. Alright, Bia, you gotta go pick up some heavy package. Okay. Be safe. Have fun, I guess, maybe. Thanks for coming into my dreams to encourage me. Indeed. It will be morning soon. This is all a dream. You won't remember any of it when you wake. However, your heart will be at peace. Yes, I'll believe in him and wait. So, I won't listen to every little rumor. Very good. Wait until the next conference while improving yourself. If you think of it as training to become a wife, all of your everyday chores will grow more meaningful. Thanks a lot. Rishu, it'll be morning soon. Is that so? Then so long, Shannon. You may not remember me, but I will always be up by your side, watching over you.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Man. It's interesting to think, like, you can't really blame, like, one person for this. Because it's like, this person did this thing, because this person did this thing, because that person did this thing, and then that person, and it just keeps going. It just all starts at Kinzo, basically, but, like, there could have been so many things to keep everything from happening. The next family conference will be here in a flash. Wait for it at your leisure. Battler will certainly keep his promise. Right. Kinzo absolutely needs to be beaten with the stick. He is going to be the deepest level of hell. Pleased to meet you. My name is Kire. Hope we can all become quick friends. I've known your name longer than I've known Asumu-san's. I hear you're Rudolph's old girlfriend. Yes, we've known each other for quite a long time. Welcome to the Ushinomiya family. I hope you find it easy to grow comfortable here. Yes, all the adult women have just fused their voices together. Oops. Oh well, this is probably not the first time. Yes, I'd like to grow comfortable quickly so that I can support my husband. Don't bully the Kinzo. But why not? Why are we not bullying him? But look how cute that little girl is. I mean, like, okay, like, it's not 100% his fault, but a majority. 10 unspeakable things that I do not stand for, right? But look how cute that little girl is. What's her name?
This is Anji-chan. What a cute name.
So, you two couldn't make up after all. I thought this would be the perfect chance to bring him back, but he's as stubborn as Dad.
Will Battler-kun ever come back? I'll miss him.
Nothing wrong with a man having enough backbone to find his own way in the world. I'm sure he'll have made it big by the time he comes back.
You think so? Right now, Battler-kun's home isn't home for him. The place he comes home to is somewhere else now.
Enough. This concerns Rudolph's family only. It is not our place to meddle.
Thank you, Krasni-san. This is an issue for our family alone. However, I intend to do all that I can to see that Battler-kun and Rudolph-san can live together again someday.
Thinking so is a genius. Aside from his terrible acts, sure.
After all, he's Anji's one and only big brother.
Yep. When that kid gets stuck on something, anything you say to him will have the opposite effect. Suma's father has a bit of a short temper. Looks like he's been adding fuel to the fire.
It'll be okay. I'm sure he'll understand your feelings before too long.
We can't do anything except cheer you on.
Even if he doesn't come back, we're all praying that the two of you will make up quickly.
Can't say too much more on why he's not a chill old dude, right? Oh gosh, are we gonna be showing even more bad stuff that he's done? Just like, hey, just before you thought that it couldn't get any worse, with him and Beatrice, with both of them. God, jeez.
It's a bit boring without Battler.
Yeah, I hope he and Uncle Rudolph can make up soon.
Thinking about how Battler-sama feels, it must have hurt.
His family basically gets swapped around. It probably doesn't feel comfortable at home anymore. All men need to go out on their own one day or another. It might just be that Battler-kun's time has come.
Do you think so?
I do. It's not cool for a guy to hang around at his parents for too long. You've got to leave the nest in a flurry and make your name in the world. I plan to do that eventually, but it looks like he's gone and done it first. Also, you know of his transgressions to his own daughter. Yeah!
And when he makes his name in the world and becomes a great man, will he come back?
It may be that he never comes back. After all, this might be leaving the nest to him.
Leaving the nest?
But yeah, when to cross that, they kind of, I guess they didn't really breeze by it in the last stream, but they like really ran it home in the stream of like, hey, don't forget what he did. And don't forget that 2 people knew, at the very least.
Battler didn't come, did he? Oh, how terrible. And I kept telling Shannon that he was sure to come. I'm sure she's very upset over Battler's absence. And this all because I got her hopes up.
She's been looking forward to this day.
It pains me to think of how she must feel.
Oh yeah, well, if it were for Kinsa, most of the main characters wouldn't exist. That's true. And if it weren't for Natsuhi, this wouldn't have happened. So, you know.
Thanks, you two. I'm okay.
I'd been reunited with the witches once again in that dream world. Though I could never remember anything during the day, now that I was in the dream world, I somehow knew that this was a reunion. The witches both looked apologetic. Though they had tried to cheer me up by saying that Battler would come today, now that he hadn't come, it was like they'd been lying, and they seemed to regret it heavily.
Shannon, well, thanks for your concern. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't sad, but I'll be okay. Are you sure? Really sure? That would be splendid, but...
Clearly, Battler's fight was so over the top that he couldn't bring himself back down so soon. Men are so stubborn.
Yes, that is true. He tried to act tough.
He tried to act tough before running away. so his stubbornness is preventing him from taking back what he said so easily. He'll probably regret not coming today. Yes, that must be it. For some reason, they seemed nearly desperate in their attempt to encourage me. It was almost funny to watch. I couldn't help but giggle.
Thanks a lot, both of you.
After all, you're the ones who told me in the first place that this is a test, a trial to be overcome. The truth was, I couldn't really fool myself so easily. When will he come back? When will he come for me? When isn't the question. Will he come for me, ever? If I start moping right now, the uncertainty and sadness will probably tear me apart. But they've taught me, this is a trial to see whether I really believe in him or not. The fact that I feel uncertain and anxious is a betrayal of my resolve, and of his promise to come for me someday.
George-sama said something about it. He said this might be the same as leaving the nest for Battler-san.
That's right. This is his chance to leave behind the Uchinomiya name and spread his wings of his own man. Has Umineko cried yet? I think so. A lot of stuff has happened, Beto. Oh, a lot.
If you really think about it, we're still very young. Even if we want to be tied together, we're still lacking many years of social experience and trust. If Battler-san is really and truly taking this seriously, then it's too soon for him to come for me now. Well done. Yes, that's the right attitude. You have done well to reach this understanding. I haven't reached anything. However, I've decided to think of it that way for now. This is a trial to see whether I trust Battler-san or not.
If he had come today, then today I would have had to tell Madame that I wanted to quit my job as a servant. However, was I really prepared to do that? Last night, I kept worrying about whether Battler-san would come or not. We have the show Italian Beatrice.
Yeah, that was in last stream.
That was... I think they showed that before they said what Kinzo has done. I think. Or it was like really close. They were in the same room. Thanks to that, not only did I not have to have the resolve to quit my job, I hadn't even started on the paperwork to do so. In short, I still don't have the determination that I promised him that day. I'm sure that God knew that. Battler will come for me when I've found my determination. I wasn't determined, so it's only natural that he didn't come today. Yeah, it all makes sense now.
So, I'm sure Battler-san didn't come today because I wasn't determined enough.
It's only natural since I couldn't even truly believe that he would come.
I'm sure Battler was the same way. He did not yet have the determination and resolve to come for you.
God is not heartless. When your feelings truly do draw close, I'm sure they'll bring the two of you together. Right, Shannon never played Undertale.
Just like Orihime and
Hikoboshi doesn't have determination, right?
Yes, it's as though the weather just happened to be bad during this year's Tanabata, keeping those lovers apart for another year. That's how I'd like to think of what happened today.
That's how I'd like to think about it. I have no other choice.
Battler-san.
Man. Not gonna lie, I'm sad I missed out on the big reveal and seeing your reaction, but I couldn't keep myself awake. Oh no, that's okay. I think it was kind of close to the end of yesterday's VOD. For like the reveal on who Leon is. Where I was just like, oh, wait. Cause I remember like the first half of it. It was like, interesting. And then it like, solidified it and I was like, oh. Gonna have to VOD boy ye.
You'll have plenty of time, I think.
But Battler-kun didn't come back for 6 years. Still a long way to go until then. So you had to wait 6 whole years feeling like that. When one waits every year for something to happen next, and then the same thing the next year, the next, and the next, it becomes the same as waiting for all an eternity. was the part where Wooler just straight up asked Shannon to bring Cannon down or outright, and she's just like,
I don't think I'm gonna do that.
I froze for a second.
Are you sure? Are you really sure you want to do that? Pretty pathetic, don't you think? After all, this promise you thought you made with Battler seems to be something he knew nothing about, right?
Rattler-kun does tend to use melodramatic phrases, just like Uncle Rudolph. His roundabout way of putting things might have led to a misunderstanding.
Some girl's gonna stab Battler in the back someday. Well, I guess it's more or less what this tale is.
When words can mean different things, they can turn a person's life upside down. There are times when careless talk costs lives. Oh. I am wondering something, but I feel like it's probably like very obvious. So I'll just keep it for myself until it like shows. Chapter 7, Sprout of Love, Root of Love. Although I think I maybe vaguely brought it up earlier, but I don't know. I don't want to sound too silly. And I feel so bad because they keep like hyping themselves up as of just like, okay, they're gonna come this year. This is the year. I'm ready. I'm in the headspace. I've written down the thing so that I can just hand it off to Natsuhi, and he's still not here. Can't be worse than small palms, Drew.
Seriously,
Why do guys turn into total morons when they get together? Jessica's room was filled with laughter. It was one hell of a reality check. I thought this guy was a bit cool, a bit adult-like, and then I see him with some of the other guys in our class talking about dirty stuff with this creepy laugh.
it's true that boys always act like little children when they're together.
Well, it's not like girls are any different. The fun chat between girls continued without end. Have you had Higurashi?
Yeah, we went through that, before this. I think it's all been uploaded onto the VOD channel at this point. Let me check real quick.
Because I think it's either it's all uploaded or it's all queued. I believe. Let me just take this like very calm moment to check real quick. I believe it is all uploaded, yes. Higurashi view playlist. Yeah, because I finished Higurashi and then we went to Zero Escape. So the whole playthrough of me playing through Higurashi is uploaded onto the VOD channel now. Hanyu is so cute. I love Hanyu. I was so glad that they released a Hanyu figure, and I have it with her little cream puffs. It was so cute. Higurashi did the cry. I can confirm. Yep.
Okay, thank you for the stretch and hydrate, Lisa. Also, welcome back.
Did you already do your movie? I feel like it hasn't been 3 hours, but time flies by a lot while I'm doing this. Tonight, Kraus and Natsuhi were out late at a meeting on Nijima. Most of the time, Natsuhi was always watching, so Jessica would always make sure to be curt with the young servants. But when Natsuhi wasn't around, Jessica never did that. Oh my gosh, it was a 4 again. Oh no. Lisa, I hope you're okay. She had invited the servants of a similar age to her room, and they were chatting away noisily. At that age, everyone wants to know about love. Thanks to the rigid and constricting way Jessica had been brought up, she enjoyed talking about it with all the more.
But you're pretty incredible, milady, and you're that age. Aren't there any boys you're interested in?
Well, I'd like to fall in love, but there really aren't any good ones around.
I think you should be a bit more proactive about it. You can act all relaxed now, but that's not gonna last long, okay? Once one of your friends starts going out with someone, it'll turn your world upside down.
There's no way that'll happen. None of my friends are traitors. I think.
No. The outbreak of love is the one time you can't rely on friendship between girls. If you met someone you liked, you'd betray your friend and go out with the guy without a second thought, wouldn't you?
What about you, Shannon? It's not fair that I'm the only one who has to talk.
I don't have anyone like that around.
Not around. He's far, far away. And like Orihime and Hikiboshi, I don't get to see him very often. In fact, I don't even know when I'll be able to see him again. However, I believe that it'll come for me someday. I believe it. So don't you betray me, okay, Shannon? If we get boyfriends, we'll get them together, you got that? Right? Right? We promised, right? I feel like when I was younger, I had like a similar conversation with someone. Well, you might not believe it, but it's not all that rare for girls just like Shannon trying to get a head start. Shannon, confess. You aren't going out with anyone, are you? You aren't, right?
I'm not. Really.
Really?
Really.
The movie got pushed back, experimented with getting toggles working, and hit a wall in the form of the anime. Oof. I wish you luck on fixing that. just avatar models. Ugh. With the Avatar 3.0 thing, like, it made a lot of cool possibilities, but oh my gosh, are some of the errors a nightmare to deal with. We'll get boyfriends together, okay? No matter what happens, okay? Anyone who lies has to eat porcupine fish.
Yes, I promise.
Now that's the face of a liar. I'm willing to bet Shannon Chan beats everyone else in this room.
I can tell.
It's always the quiet ones that go first. Shannon, how could you? Confess, confess! They're so cute.
Please, stop, milady. That tickles!
And so, another Sunday afternoon passed by. I worked my way out of the fight and looked up at the sky through the window. Is Battler-san happily chatting away with his friends somewhere right now, just like I am? As I think of you like this, are you thinking of me? But if I ask that, it's the same as admitting that I don't trust you. I'll wait. And when you do come for me, I'll announce then and there that I'm quitting my job. I've already prepared myself to do so, but you haven't come yet. That isn't because you won't come, but because I'm not determined enough yet, right? It's because I haven't clearly envisioned a future with you, right? I'll wait, no matter how long, until you come for me riding a white horse. I will always treasure our promise. The promise of our precious resolve.
Never make a promise with a guy. You can't count on them.
Thinking that she had read my mind, I spun around. Of course she hadn't, but totally not going to get a new base model and assets to experiment with at one point, right? There's this one new model, okay, so I used to have like a favorite model creator for VR chat models, but like another one is kind of taken over, and I have bought I've bought like most of their like most current models for either myself or my friends, and they just released a new one that I'm just like, I want it but I can't have it. But it's so cute. Well, for stuff like that, I think guys and girls have different ideals on what's important.
No, that's not it. You've got it all wrong. On the whole, girls tend to be dreamers and guys just do stuff without thinking.
I guess understanding between the sexes is pretty much impossible after that.
At least, I think it's pretty hard.
Girls often have the bad habit of thinking they know exactly what the guy is thinking right away. They search for hidden meanings behind words that guys say for no reason in particular, and just get the wrong idea.
Yeah, I've known girls like that.
Those girls that hear something that anyone else can tell them was trivial, but think it means the guy is totally into them. Yeah, I see it all the time. It's a bit sad when a girl gets the wrong idea for no reason. Meanwhile, Shannon's just like, what? Why are you making fun of me? The pair of them laugh together. When a girl gets the wrong idea, could that be me? No, that can't be. After all, Battler-san clearly made a promise. He said he'd come for me riding a white horse. I mustn't doubt. I'm sure this conversation I'm hearing is just another one of God's trials. So I won't listen. I won't care about it. If there's one thing I never want to be, it's one of those poor girls who thinks a guy's heart is linked to hers for no reason. Those demonic sneers tormented me and tried to lead me astray. I'm sure it'll come to the next family conference. Very sad. But Battler's son didn't appear in the 1982 conference either. Bit by bit, things were changing from the way they'd been at the last family conference he'd come to. Everyone had gotten completely used to Kirei-sama, Rudolph-sama's new wife, and she came down off the boat with a familiar stride. Her daughter, Anji-sama, was growing well, and all of the family focused their attention on her. Even Maria-sama, though she was still tiny, was already 5 years old. She was full of energy and old enough to even enjoy playing with George-sama. Jessica-sama and George-sama had already stopped talking about Battler-san's presence. It was the same with the other relatives too. No one touched on the subject, as though they had forgotten that Battler-san was missing. Maria-sama had only been 3 when she'd last seen Battler-san. It was doubtful whether she even remembered him. In just 2 years, all trace of your existence has been erased from the Ushinomiya family conference. That made me sad. And so it looks like Battler-san didn't come back this year either. True. Feeling a bit lonely?
Well,
Uncle Rudolph and Aunt Kira don't even bring him up anymore. Looks like Battler-kun was much more serious about it than we thought. I wonder if he really will stay away forever. Looks like that was him leaving the nest after all. He spread his wings and left for a new stage of life. Don't you think so? He's always been crazy and reckless. Well, what more do you expect from a guy? Well, we know Battler-kun. I'm sure he's adapted to his new life and is enjoying himself, so I don't think there's any reason to worry. When George-sama said that with a smile, I felt a bit uncertain. What does he mean by there's no reason to worry? I'm sure he's enjoying himself. This is Battler we're talking about, so you can bet that he's forgotten all about us and is having a great time. Yeah, I'll bet he is, and I think that's for the best. Thinking for himself, his family, and his late mother, Battler-kun decided on his own to find a new life, so I hope he lives that new life to the fullest. If he forgets about the Ushinomiya family, that's just perfect. George-sama smiled at me as though expecting me to agree. I'm sure they're saying it in a sense of like, yeah, we need to just not worry about it, like, we're gonna hurt ourselves if we keep worrying about it. But Shannon's just interpreting it as, this is fine. After a moment of shock, I smoothed my expression over and found the expression he was expecting. Is Battler-san living happily? Having forgotten about the family? About me? About our promise? Definitely also not because George has a crush on her too, right? Totally definitely not. Oh no, it didn't tell me that I muted it. That can't be true. It just can't be. Battler-san must be looking forward to that day of decision just like me. I'm not mistaken about that. He promised me. He said he'd come riding a white horse. I never asked him to say that. He said he'd come for me on the day I resolved myself to live life for his sake. He made that promise himself. For 2 years, I've believed that. I've done all that I could to make it through God's trials and the whispering of demons that tried to throw me from my path. And yet, the things both George-sama and Jessica-sama are saying are so cruel. Battler-san has forgotten about us and has started a new life? Why are they telling such lies? But that night, I dreamed of Battler-san for the first time in a long while. The Battler-san in my dream wasn't the Battler-san I believed in. It was the Battler-san that George-sama and Jessica-sama had spoken of. The one who had forgotten everything and started a new life. Baby! Morning. I woke up with a tear-stained face. The face I saw in the mirror cried and told me that it couldn't wait any longer. If I've managed to wait this long, why can't I wait any longer? This is a trial, so we must believe in him and wait. But the me in the mirror spoke. It was sharper than a fragment of glass. I talk about this promise with him. But did we ever really make a promise? Wasn't Jessica-sama talking about it? That some girls are dreamers who get the wrong idea. And wasn't George-sama talking about it too? He said that Battler-san has gotten used to his new life and forgotten I accidentally pressed the button. Forgotten about the Yoshimiya family. And by now, he isn't the only one who's forgotten. Unless I ask about it, everyone on this island has forgotten his name. Even Rudolph-sama doesn't say his name anymore. If I weren't here to remember his face, perhaps his existence would have been erased from everyone's hearts. I may or may not have just woken up from a long nap. Oh no! Oh no! Did you wake up like, what year is it? Because I feel you're like 1 hour ahead of me? Or is it 2 hours? So it's either 5:30 or 6:30 for you over there. My goodness. Well, hopefully the nap helped with whatever you needed it for. I don't believe it. So I won't. Battler-san must still remember his promise. We're both waiting for the day of decision. The day we'll be together. Yep, it's only 1 hour. Okay. So it's 5:30 still. My goodness. At least it's summer, so the sun's still up, but still, oof. Depression naps hit different. See, like, for some reason, like, I don't usually take naps. The only times that I've napped is that if I had a sleepover the previous day, because I don't sleep at sleepovers. So, you know, that's not a nap. That's just taking a late sleep. Battler-san, I firmly made up my mind. Does the fact that you're not here mean that, after all, I'm not determined enough? No. It's because you and God are testing me, isn't it? In that case, I will endure, until that promised day inevitably comes. So, please, Battler-san, I want some proof that you haven't forgotten me. It was the crack that ran across my ceramic-like heart. I had to acknowledge it now. It may be that I'm pretending not to notice something terrifying and sad. Battler-san makes me yearn for him. Battler-san makes me sad. Battler-san makes it hurt. Battler-san, do you still remember me now? Man, poor baby. Baby! Huh? Sadly eats my toast. Give me 1 moment. I took too big of a bite. And then came the third family conference and Battler-san left. If the number of beds was going to increase, we would have been told about that when we were setting up. The fact that nothing has changed in particular means that he probably won't be here this year either. Clinging to a final bit of hope, I stood by the docks, watching the boat draw closer. Hey, Shannon-chan. You're looking as pretty as ever.
Careful, Anji. Watch your step.
Hey, Shannon. I really do love Rokanjima. I can't wait for Uncle Klaus to turn it into a resort.
There's no need for that. It'd be such a waste.
You got a point there.
How have you been, Shannon-chan? I think you've gotten a bit taller since last time. Thank you very much.
And the weather's good again this year. It's so great having every single member of the family together all nice and cheerful.
Please allow me to guide you to the mansion.
Just imagine she's just like, she looks like all the adults in the eye.
Where the is Battler?
The Umineko's do be crying in the background, right? So after all, Battler-san has been so thoroughly forgotten that he might not have existed in the first place. I'm sure the sadness will show on my face. Not wanting anyone to see it, I turned my back to the family and led the way up to the mansion by myself. Then, suddenly someone mentioned Battler-san's name and I jumped. What, you saw Battler-kun? How is he doing?
He's doing very well. I took Anji and had some tea with him the other day.
I was surprised. So Kirei-sama was in touch with Battler-san. According to her, both Battler-san and Rudolph-sama had long since calmed down after their fight, but both were so stubborn that they hadn't found a good chance to make up. And since Battler-san has gotten used to living with his grandparents and going to school there, and considering that those grandparents might make things even more difficult, trying to convince Battler-san to come home wouldn't be easy. Right, just where is he? I'm not Mayukiri, so I don't have that gun, but like, where is he? It's just too bad. I think Asuma-san's parents were even more angry than Battler-kun was. This isn't just an issue between Battler-kun and Rudolph-san anymore. Then, will Battler be coming back anytime soon? He will make up with Rudolph-san, but it looks like he doesn't intend to return to the Ushinomiya family. Such a shame. Though I do understand how he feels. It was a bit of relief to hear that some of the bad feelings had died down in these 3 years. If we take Asuma-sama's parents into account, it's no surprise that things haven't gone as well as they could. But if Battler-san doesn't hate Rudolph-sama anymore, then someday, surely he'll come back. He'll have grown so much. My resolve will not waver anymore. For some nights these past 3 years, I felt sad and resentful. But now, it feels as though those 3 years were something I needed. After all, the seeds of love, the faint feelings I once had for you, have budded powerfully, waiting for the day that we'll be reunited. This is how honest my feelings for you are now. I love you. I want to see you again as soon as I can. Until that time, I'll keep that bud of love warm and growing for you. I won't doubt the coming of that day anymore. Just as I think of you under the same sky, I believe that you're thinking of me. I'm sure this news about him is a sign that God is cheering me on. So I asked God one more time inside my heart, since my feelings for Battler-san have not wavered for a day past these 3 years. Let me know that he feels the same way. I know that asking for that is a sin. However, now that we've reached a 3-year turning point, I want some gift from God, any gift, to show that I have not waited in vain. That is what I prayed. Oh, that's right. It's been so long since Battler-kun last saw you all, right? I thought you might be feeling lonely, so I told him to write you letters. Oh no. Oh no. Shannon's not gonna get a letter, is she? Here they are. Huh? Did God really hear my prayers? I felt as though my heart was going to leap out of my chest. A letter from Battler? Awesome! What did he write? Did he say anything about how he's been doing lately? I can't wait to read it. Kirei-sama pulled a brown envelope out of her bag and handed it to George-sama. Just one? When George-sama opened it, several folded letters came out. Looks like this one's addressed to me. They all have different names on them. Here, this one's yours, Jessica-chan. Thanks! And this one's for Maria-chan. Can't she read yet? I'll read it to her later. Thank you. There's even one for Anji-chan. Now, of course she can't read. I'll give it to her when she does learn. He says he's doing great and having a blast. Good for him. Oh no. Oh no.
Is that all of them?
Yep, it looks like that's all of them. Thanks a lot. George-sama handed me the empty envelope. Apparently he thanked me because he thought I was offering to throw it away for him. And clearly, there was nothing inside it. There was no letter for me. Whoa! The more I read, the more fun it looks like Battler-kun's been having. Living every day to the fullest. That's what it looks like in mine, too. If he's happy, then I guess that's what counts. That's so mean of Battler-kun. It sounds like he forgot about us until you told him to write those letters, Kirei-san. Well, you know what he's like. It sounds like he was living life to the fullest, and I hear he's popular with the ladies at school, too. Wow, that's incredible. There should be plenty of girls who like those hilarious melodramatic lines of his. Makes sense to me. I wonder if he does plan not to return to the Ushinomiya family. What if George threw it away? Oh my gosh, can you imagine? My goodness. It looks like that. In mine, it says he doesn't think he'll return to Rokkanjima again. I knew that all those letters were trials from God. The fact that there was no letter from me, and the fact that he was enjoying life and had forgotten about Rokkanjima, were just more trials. God is testing me. The fact that there was no letter for me alone is proof of that. That's what I want to think. But now it's just too much. Might have been an important promise to you, but it looks like it wasn't for Battler. No way. Then that promise about him coming for you was... I was a dreamer. It was just an illusion I created. To Battler, they were probably just meaningless words to make him sound cool. To anyone but her, it would have been such a funny story to hear. That promise with Battler might have been an illusion the whole time. In the first place, we don't know if they both felt the same way about each other at all. Love is an illusion. However, if both sides are seeing the same illusion, that love becomes true. However, when the feelings of each side are different, then it's nothing more than a joke. This is Battler's sin. Making Shannon think that it was a promise. Wrong. Huh? Is that he didn't even remember. If he simply broke his promise, I could have taken him to task for it. I could have regretted my mistake, or I could have won him back. However, you can't question someone about something you don't even remember. I am unable to hate Battler-san. After all, Battler-san didn't even break his promise. There just wasn't any promise to start with. It was nothing more than a sad joke. I kept on crying and crying. I dug my fingernails into my pillow, soaking it with my tears. How much easier would it be to hate something? But I can't hate anything. I just couldn't get over my miserable arrogance, which has led me to believe for 3 whole years that he felt the same as I did. I am to blame for this. My irresponsible words led you to believe that Battler made a promise. No. This isn't anyone's fault. It's all because I assumed that he felt the same way I did. Battler made no promise, and yet his feelings were surely sincere. Though there might have been a difference in degree when compared to yours, it is true that he liked you. Of that there can be no doubt. Please, just stop it. I've believed that he liked me the way I liked him, without ever doubting that. Please, don't try to cheer me up. I'd rather that you mocked me. Before I knew it, a dull, inescapable pain had pierced my chest. When I pressed my hand against my chest, I realized what that pain was. It was the bud of love, whose seeds I had sown and nurtured in my heart. Its roots had spread all the way across my chest, tormenting me like a metal wire wrapped around my heart. They looked less like roots, and more like fissures running through my heart. I could only hold back the pain by tearing out the root of love. But no matter how much I scratch at it, I am only scratching at my chest. The root of love doesn't move at all. If I started hating Battler-san, without any lingering interest or regrets, I'd be able to pull this root out easily. Once I did, it would probably leave a hole behind, but at least it wouldn't hurt me anymore. But I can't pull it out. Even though it hurts so much, those roots of love are still stuck in my heart. Shannon, even now, I love Battler-san. I want to see him. I want him to come back. I believe he will come back someday, and I want to wait for him, but right now it's just too much. As I sobbed, the tightness in my chest grew even stronger. As long as I like Battler-san, that pain will always continue. Because I like him, I want to hold on to that pain forever. But it was written right there in the letters for George-sama and the others. Battler doesn't plan on returning to the Ushinomiya family. He's forgetting about me and Rokkanjima, and has started a new life with a different name. I must wait for him for all eternity, despite how painful, aching, excruciating this is. Is this another trial? Is God telling me to wait for him forever? I can't do that. I want to be with Battler-san, but if this is a trial, that I must go through for that, it's just too painful. Beatrice hung her head in shame. If she hadn't encouraged Shannon so much, it probably wouldn't have been this painful. Shannon may have been the one to sow the seed of love in her heart. However, Beatrice had irresponsibly watered it and told Shannon not to give up. Beatrice scratched at her chest, trying to share Shannon's pain. This is my fault, Beatrice mumbled to herself. What's your fault? For 3 years I tortured you with the illusion of a promise that never happened. If I had not nurtured the bud of love within you, you would not have suffered so. Shannon, this may sound harsh, but listen. What is it? Forget Battler. There was no bud of love in the first place. No, I'm the one who nourished it. No matter how painful it is, I can't forget it. But you cannot bear that pain any longer, can you? Wordlessly, Shannon held her chest and hung her head. I love Battler. That feeling burns inside me, so that I cannot let it go no matter how much it hurts. And I've spent 3 years pretending that I didn't feel that pain. Now I know that I feel it. And since I know, I can't bear it. So you cannot throw away your bud of love for Battler? Yes. However, at this rate the bud, the root, kill you. People need a universe to survive, and one person cannot create that universe alone. 2 are needed. A universe. Together with Battler, you created the universe of that bud of love. Now that one half of that pair is gone, your universe has crumbled. People cannot complete a universe on their own. However, Battler-san, the other person who creates my universe, won't come back. Then you must create a new universe with someone else. You mean create one with someone other than Battler-san? I will give you such a person. Which person? A creature to bury the pain in your heart and heal you. He will not betray you. Yes, let it be a sibling. I will give you a little brother. A little brother. A boy you have always been close to at the Fukuen house, whom you love as if he were your real brother. That I shall give to you. Together with him, you will create a new universe. Will that little brother make me forget about the pain of my love for Battler-san? Correct. You need a universe. Then what will happen to the bud of love in my heart? My feelings for Battler-san won't change. I can't make them wither. I shall accept that bud and those roots in your place. You will? You can forget the pain of love and create a new universe. I will accept the bud of love in your place. That means I will accept the pain as well. But I will learn of the single element I do not possess, love. Beatrice wanted to know love. She wanted to feel what Shannon had felt in the world of humans. And if Battler ever does return, if the bud still has not withered and you still desire it, I shall return it to you. What do you think of that? Still hanging her head, Shannon gave a small nod but said nothing. It would mean release from this unbearable pain, and it would mean giving the bud of love to the witch to hold in her place. Shannon spread the hands that she had held to her chest. As she did, a faint glow popped out of her chest and floated in the air, gradually swallowing everything in its brightness. As the brilliant light began to fade away, Shannon and Beatrice, still facing each other, were now inside a vast starry sphere, like a planetarium. They were the only ones in this pitch-black starry sky. Shannon felt as though she'd seen this place once before, but she couldn't remember. Then I made another announcement. Modify this world. Let the bud of love travel from Shannon to Beatrice. This way, Shannon wouldn't be tormented by the bud of love anymore. And furthermore, she will be given a little brother, with whom she can create a new universe. The design for the little brother will be a younger boy at the Fukuen house, with whom Shannon was close. For a name, let there be the On character, as the Fukuen house rule states. Yeah, I've decided. That's a perfect name to go with Shannon's. He'll be a quiet, reticent boy. He'll come to Rokenjima as a new servant. There, he'll open his heart to Shannon. As a duty-minded boy who loves Shannon like a big sister, he'll always be there for her. Let's have him be a special servant like Genji, who is permitted to serve Kinzo directly. Yeah, that sounds kind of cool. Then, Beatrice, from now on, you will carry the bud of love. In other words, The role of being infatuated with Battler and waiting for his return will go to you. While you are still the witch who reigns over Rokenjima's night, you have also been waiting for Ushiromiya Battler ever since the day 3 years ago. Along with this change in setting, I'll give you a new form as well. He did tell us that his ideal woman would look like once, remember? A woman with a good figure and long golden hair, like a foreign model. Golden hair, long hair, a good figure. Yeah, something like that. And that's what the new Beatrice will look like. Come now, hold that bud of love in your heart as you wait for Battler. This way, you will learn of love, in exchange for earning pain. Yes, this will be the setting for my new world. For Shannon, a new servant like a little brother will come. He will be silent, reticent boy, a duty-minded kid who loves Shannon as a sister. And the bud of love that has tormented Shannon will go to the witch, Beatrice. She will be holding on to the bud of love for the time being. However, while she holds on to it, she will be a maiden in love with Battler. For that time, you will be able to learn what love is. Come, let the world be modified. Oh, I am one yet many. Awaken us, and stretch your wings in this new world. I love the song. Got a nice sad vibe to it, right? Like, it's soft, but it has that melancholy feel to it. Slowly, I opened my eyes to the gentle rays of the morning sun. How long has it been since I last saw such a pleasant morning? The face in my mirror is tear-stained and pathetic. However, my heart is as clear as the morning sun. I could still clearly remember that strange dream. However, I can feel myself forgetting it rapidly. The place I was in my dreams had been such a strange place, a peaceful, calm place. There, I had left behind the pain I had carried in my chest until yesterday. So this morning, my heart was at peace. Good morning, me. My tear-stained face really is pathetic. However, my expression is bright and cheery. Even now, I like Battler-san, but for some reason, I've calmed down. It feels like I put something precious away safely in the place where it belongs. Battler-san, when will you come back, I wonder? When you do, I'd like to talk about mystery novels again. Oh, I almost forgot. A new boy servant will be coming today, right? One of the rare servants who will serve the master directly. What kind of kid will you be? I hope we get along well. What was his name again? I'm pretty sure it was...
We know who it be.
Just watch it not be canon at all. Men in work clothes were spreading a tarp over a section of the hall. From the way they measured the wall and set out tools, it could be seen that they were planning some sort of construction project. This is of the utmost importance to the master. Be sure that you do not damage it. The president of the construction company nodded his head several times to show that he understood. Then, 6 young workers carried in a large rectangular object wrapped in a white sheet. Okay, careful there. Set her down gently. I said gently! Is this the spot? Great, let's get started. Apparently they were putting something large onto the wall, or in the hall, He plans to hang that thing there? That's what he wants. After all, this mansion is little more than one of Father's toys. Natsuhi took a deep breath. Though this was a whim of Kinzo's, a man she greatly respected, she seemed to resist the idea of hanging it right here in the entrance hall, the face of the mansion. When the white sheet was pulled off, a Western woman wearing a beautiful dress came into view. It was a massive portrait of a woman. Is it proceeding well? Yes. They will be finished by this evening. I would like to see it hanging here there for all to see as soon as possible. I want you overseeing this, my friend. Leave it to me. Father, it seems a splendid portrait. Indeed. Quite exceptional quality. I am satisfied. This is your benefactor, the woman who gave you the gold, right? Indeed. If I had not met Beatrice, I would not be here, nor would the Ushinimiya family, nor would, of course, this mansion. It's only natural that our portrait be displayed in the best possible location. Now that he had said this bluntly, there would be no contradicting him. Klaus and Natsuhi could only shrug. Master, the epitaph plate is here. Would you please check it to see that it is all in order? Indeed. Each and every word must be correct. Epitaph? Klaus and Natsuhi crooked their heads and followed Kinzo. The leader of the workers set down a plate wrapped in a sheet. The others thought that the picture's name and description might be on it, but it seemed to have quite a lot of words for that. Father, what is this? Behold, the Sweetfish River running through my hometown? Read and interpret as you like. So, we finally reached the appearance of the epitaph in the portrait. I don't know much about the epitaph. It doesn't exist in my world. Probably not. In your world, there's already a clear successor, you. But not in this world. In other words, this epitaph was set up to choose grandfather's successor after all? Most likely. Or he might have wanted to believe in the chances of a miracle. A difficult riddle, made so that no one would be able to solve it. If someone actually could solve it, they themselves would be a miracle. Perhaps that miracle would guide the person Kinzo most wanted to solve it. In short, this epitaph really does depict a ceremony to revive the witch, Beatrice, just as everyone thought. That does seem to be the obvious interpretation. A mysterious ceremony sacrificing 13 people to revive the witch. However, the true ceremony wasn't that. It lies in wait for someone to miraculously solve it. That is the true ceremony. However, fate does have its irony. Genji already knew. Maybe Kinzo set this up in the first place because he guessed that Genji knew everything. Was that fate a coincidence, or something planned? I do not know. However, with this epitaph, the witch Beatrice will revive in the truest sense. Chapter 8. Journey to the Golden Land. If only I had the tracking to have the mouth go, like, off to the side. Only all I can do is shake my head. This is a Beatrice. My soul was captured by the woman shown in the massive portrait. That might have been literally true, or rather than captured. Perhaps it would be better to say that my soul had returned to a more fitting place, the place it belonged. The beautiful blonde hair was the same as mine, but tied up. The dress she wore was a deep black, making that golden hair stand out all the more. This is the witch, Beatrice. My true form. What is this? There is a plate with too many words on it to be the title of the picture. Behold the Sweetfish River running through my beloved hometown. You who seek the Golden Land, follow its path downstream in search of the key. The Golden Land? I see. So my world is the Golden Land. I have always called my own personal world a paradise, but tonight I shall change that. From now on, my world shall be called the Golden Land. I am the master of the Golden Land, Beatrice. And then, there is the brutal ceremony of sacrifices, starting on the first twilight. On the 9th twilight, the witch shall revive, and none shall be left alive. If I carry out this ceremony, will I revive in the truest sense? And then on the 10th twilight, at journey's end, you shall attain the power of the Golden Land's treasures, once and for the last time. The witch shall praise the wise and bestow 4 treasures. One shall be the gold of the Golden Land. Kinzo received a massive amount of gold from Beatrice, and rumor has it that it still lies hidden somewhere. Is this, as the family members and servants are all whispering, a code showing the location of Kinzo's hidden gold? If a human solves it, they will obtain a great quantity of gold. However, if I do, it will mean my own resurrection. Kinzo, you aging magician. Just when I was mocking the shortness of the time left to you, you start a game like this. How interesting. I'll definitely solve it. Then I will revive as the real Beatrice. When that happens, I will use my great magical power to rule over objects and man, day and night, and all of Rokkenjima. Everyone says that epitaph is a guide to finding hidden treasure.
The rumors tell that the master has 10 tons of gold hidden away.
Yes, and Beatrice supposedly gave it to him. I've heard that one too.
10 tons of gold. That would be incredible. I can hardly even imagine it.
If you had all that, what would you use it for? I'd like to touch it just once.
Forget touching it. I'd like to spend it all.
But why would he go out of his way to display this epitaph, this code showing the hidden place of the gold? That's obvious. He's laughing at everyone since he thinks no one can solve it. It's a challenge for the rest of us, isn't it? He wants to know if there's anyone here wise enough to solve it.
It seems that the master doesn't intend to let Klaus-sama take the headship easily. Perhaps the one who solves this will become his successor?
Genji-san, what is this?
Could it be a portrait of Beatrice? The Beatrice?
Correct. This is Beatrice-sama.
What on earth?
There's a strange little poem-like thing over here. What's this all about? It's almost like a pirate code that shows you the way to a hidden treasure. Genji-san, wait. Who's talking? Who else is here? Genji-san, what does this mean? The master said to read and interpret it as you wish. That the riddle applies equally to all who can see the epitaph. You said riddles just now, didn't you? That means this can be solved. Yes, that's it. A father doesn't want Nissan to succeed him. Ah, okay, that makes sense. So whoever solves this will be the successor. Finally! The tables have finally turned, and now I have a real chance to become the head! What do you think, Claire?
I think it's extremely likely that this epitaph points to the location of the hidden gold.
It looks like Anaki thinks the one who solves it will be chosen as the successor.
That's another theory that might fit. Father certainly doesn't view Klaus Nissan as an ideal successor. That might be a huge trick he set up now that he's reaching the end of his years.
So if you really solve this riddle, you stand to gain 10 tons of gold in the position of successor.
On the surface, perhaps. However, I'm sensing some malice, as though he doesn't think anyone capable of solving it. I doubt he made it to be solved easily.
True. I guess we won't have trouble looking for something to do over a drink for a while now. Ridiculous. How can anyone solve this? Rosa tossed aside a notepad with the epitaph written on it and flopped over onto the sofa. Solving this means 10 tons of gold. With that much, I'd never need to worry about schemes for cash again. If I had money, I could pay off my debts, and that man might come back to me. I know where Father's beloved hometown is. In the Sweetfish River? There are many rivers there. What's the village supposed to be? I don't have a clue.
What's wrong, Mama?
Maria looked concerned. Kids are really good at riddles, so maybe...
Hey, Maria, do you think you know the answer to this riddle?
Maria gazed at the paper with the epitaph on it as though she was trying to bore through it with her eyes. Her eyes opened wider and wider.
What do you think, Maria?
Guess it might be a bit too hard for you.
This is the witch's ceremony, a resurrection ceremony for Beatle. Where'd you get this? Hey, Mama, where'd you get this? I'm gonna ask Beatle. I'm sure the ceremony will let Beatle regain her full power. She'll be able to appear in front of everyone and do miracles of magic without having to worry about the anti-magic toxin anymore.
And then Rosa beat her. Because of course, it's Rosa. And the epitaph. It seems the family members are all competing to solve the riddle. Good. Let everyone try, and none will solve it, except for the ones blessed by a miracle. If I let my guard down, even I might forget the process. That is how difficult it is. Because it is difficult, solving it will bring about a miracle. Precisely. This miracle shall be the last one I desire in my life. A final bit of magic. When a miracle comes and allows one to solve this complicated epitaph, it will surely mean Beatrice's resurrection. Oh, Beatrice. I just want to see your face one last time. I don't need wealth or honor anymore. I could only meet you one more time. This would be the last bit of magic that Kinzo, who realized he was facing his last years, would ever use. He was betting everything that Beatrice had given him, hoping to meet her just one more time, after being separated by death through 2 generations. His meeting with Beatrice that day had been the true beginning of his life, and even with them gone, Kinzo had remained there alone in the stage that had gone dark. The aged monarch had obtained everything, accomplished everything, but this was the one element that had always slipped through his fingers, no matter how much he struggled. Who decided? If he could just have that element, he would need nothing else in life. In the end, perhaps his whole life was just a journey to learn that one single element makes up all that it means to be human. My friend, will my life's final bit of magic show me a miracle? For a while, Genji was silent. He wasn't at a loss for words or struggling to find an answer. During that silence, something had placed between the 2 men, who had known each other for so long that their friendship surpassed that of master and servant. No, that will do. No one will solve it. That's why a miracle will occur. Master, please, tell me one thing. What is it? If I ask you, if a miracle does occur, it may have been different during his youth, but in his old age, Genji rarely spoke of dreams and what-ifs. Then when Genji said if, Kinzo quietly waited for the words of the man he called a friend. I love that. I'm so quiet. The Kirby thing thinks I laughed, right? Well, it only lasts for like a little bit. I know there's a way to like have it so people who are lurking show up, but like I would have to make it to where it won't show up the bots. Because if I have it in that setting, half of the Kirby's are going to be the random bots in chat. If a miracle does occur, your magic comes true, and Beatrice-sama does revive, what will you do? As the one closest to Kinzo, Genji obviously knew of the crazed feelings with which Kinzo had searched for Beatrice in the past, and yet Genji was asking what Kinzo would do if Beatrice did revive.
Okay, thank you for the water.
Ooh. That's a nice fresh water. Master, at one time in the past, you experienced the miracle of Beatrice-sama being reborn. If that miracle happened again, what would you do? My friend. So, after all, you do blame me. I have no way of knowing everything in your heart and Beatrice-sama's. However, I believe I do understand at least part of the way in which Beatrice-sama adored you. I lament the fact. You may not believe it, but as I have aged, I have come to regret all of it. If a miracle does occur, and Beatrice revives, then of course I do not care if she knows nothing of the time she spent with me in the past. No. As long as she is Beatrice, I don't care who it is. I just want to apologize. Is that truly how you feel? Yes, my friend. I regret it. How deeply I regret those mistakes I made in youth. Who have aged as well, so you must know. One cannot feel guilt for the sins of their youth when one is still young. However, like deep thorns, they began to fester, tormenting me. I, Ushinomiya Kinzo, no longer care how I die. However, this thorn, this regret, is the one account I must settle. I will return everything to Beatrice. I will ask her to forgive me for my sins. That is my one and only final wish. Oh. Ah! You know, trying to make the scene not serious. Kinzo covered his eyes and sobbed. The aged monarch, who had built up great wealth in a single generation, was reaching the end of his life, and he could do nothing but sob because he wanted someone to apologize to. Repent. Repent. Cry about it, old man. Wasn't the epitaph a trial grandfather made to choose the successor? I thought that too at first, but it looks like the situation's a bit different. At this point in time, I also thought it was a trial. That it was a game for selecting the successor, which Ushinomiya Kinzo decided upon on a whim. And it wasn't? This epitaph meant something for Ushinomiya Kinzo and Ronoe Genji. Oh. Okay, that makes a lot of sense, actually. That only the two of them could understand. So, this was not the workings of fate. It was inevitable. It was no more than a Cinderella with the pumpkin carriage and glass slippers all prepared beforehand. I get it. So, this was a farce that Kinzo and Genji set up. Kinzo did understand, and Genji realized that this was a message. I don't have a clue what you mean. What did grandfather understand? And what does Genji-san have to do with this epitaph? The epitaph wasn't solved. Someone was made to solve it. And then Beatrice truly revived. If that revival had never happened, then 1986 would still have come, but the incident might have been completely different. And so, since the time of my birth, I have been trapped by the crosswords of fate. Crosswords? Crossroads. Never given the right to make any decision of my own will. Oh, I am one yet many, and yet we have never been able to resist fate. We are little more than leaves caught in a whirlpool. No matter how we dance, we must eventually be sucked in and disappear. Butterflies appear, and then it's just like, oops, we didn't show up in the Golden Land. Let's just change the scene. Oh, that's a silly set of emotes. Okay, I've blown my nose.
Cap's the one who specializes in instant movement. She's the 33rd in rank of the Great Demons. You must really be incredible to have a friend like that, Beatel. Ooh!
I see! The Great Demon Gap. Very well, my friend. You will now be Gap. You really took... What was it, 5 years? I mean... That's a whole mood. Just, you are my favorite OC. I love you so much. You will not have a name for 5 years. Thought something really silly would help lift the sad mood. Yee. Very well, my friend. You will now be Gap. You may call yourself that name. Oh, wonderful. So, you finally giving me a name. It's a relief after being nameless for so long. In that case, I would be honored to receive a name as well. Being nothing more than the head furniture lacks flavor, does it not?
Maria, I need a name for this guy too. He is also a great demon and serves as my butler. He is a subordinate whom I can trust. Nonove, I guess. The 22nd ranked of the Great Demons. It's said that he'll give you reliable underlings.
My, what a coincidence. The family name of my double, Genji, is Ronoe.
Oh, that truly is a coincidence. I see. It seems that this is the best possible name for you. Very well. You shall now be known as Ronoe.
Oh, how pleasant it is to be called by one's name. I thank you for this wonderful name, Lady Maria.
Just as a form can be a vessel, a name can be a powerful vessel too. For unknown creatures of the other world, simply gaining a name can greatly increase their magical power. That's why names are important.
True, names are important and wonderful. Right, Leah? You can call me Gap now, okay? Gap. A splendid name. I will remember it. And I'll ask you to stop shortening my precious name. So, you're Virgilia, the one who guides travelers to Beatrice. That is also a splendid name. Perfect for Milady's teacher. Yes, I do like it a lot. A name is a name. Maria, thanks to you, my friends have found names. I am deeply grateful.
Now it's your turn, Beato. Draw pictures of my bunny friends, like you did for Sakutaro.
Very well. Lend me that grimoire.
Young! Beato's drawings are really great. I can't wait to see. What'll it be? What'll it be like? I can't wait to see the bunnies.
They were in a forest band, were they not? A band. Yes, something like... All of a sudden, Maria was no longer a little girl who did nothing but follow her mother around, laughing or crying. Though she is still young, she already has a powerful self-image, and possesses enough knowledge of the magical world to surprise even me. Together we called ourselves Mirage Sorcière, and made each other's magical worlds deeper and richer. We gotta help each other with our lore and our OCs. So, a name can become a powerful vessel. How profound.
It's very important to have a form for a vessel, but a name is just as important.
Indeed, those with names leave a greater impression than those without.
It's not just about forms and names. By knowing more and more about them, you can make them exist in much more strongly. So I'll think of a lots for you.
Did you do this for Sakutaro as well?
Yep, Sakutaro isn't just a name. There's a lot more to him than that.
He is a lion cub, correct?
Sakutaro's a Vegeta lion, so he doesn't eat meat.
Vegeta lion, so cute.
But everyone else thinks he does, and they're scared of him. But Sakutaro's also a scaredy cat, so he just is as scared as the others. Sakutaro's such a coward. Ryu, I don't eat meat. I'm not a scary lion. Oh, look, a flesh-eating sparrow. Flap, flap, flap. Ryu, sparrows are scary. Whoosh.
Sparrows don't eat meat.
Sakutaro's a coward, so he thinks they do. Did the sparrow go away? Ryu.
Poor baby.
You're such a scaredy cat, Sakutaro. If you keep this up, Sakasuke and Sakakitsu will start making fun of you again, right? Ryu, I'm not a scary cat. Aw, the sparrow's back. Flap, 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 flap. No, I'll be eaten! Whoosh!
Sakutaro was quite entertaining. Then, are Suke and Sakakichi his siblings?
Yep, they're his little brothers waiting for him at home. Sakasuke is a lot more reliable than Sakutaro, and Sakakichi is so skillful he can do anything. But they're all really good friends. They all play together on my bed.
Your bed must be covered with lions.
Yep, so I call my bed Lion Land. But there's lots of other animals too.
Lionland, is it? It sounds like fun. By interacting together, all of Maria's friends can reinforce their own existence. It is a magnificent world. I guess that means we should work on deepening our relationship as well. By strengthening our bonds, our existence and magical power will grow stronger and stronger. Let's expand our world more and more. From what I've heard, Maria's world has far more than just Sakutaro and the bunnies. We can't let her beat us. My. In that case, shall we find more minions for ourselves? It's no fun with just the gold butterflies. After all, they cannot speak. I'd like some chatty minions who can talk, jump around, and fight with each other. True, of course it'd be better to spice things up around here. Here is Mirage Sorcière. We have learned how to expand our worlds and create new minions. By now, you may create new minions as often as your imagination allows. Milady, what about those? Could you make vessels of those dark tools you found while cleaning out Goldsmith's storage room? Oh, perfect! Minions created from dark-looking vessels like that would surely be fitting for me. There will be more and more of us, and it will get more lively here.
We'll get more and more friends. That's my magic. And Beato can take my friends and give them a form. You can make them grow.
You create them and I grow them. Indeed. That's Mirage Sorcière for you. Still, bunny ears are pretty hard. It might take some time before the bunnies manifest themselves. Be sure you make them cute. But of course, this is where I get to show my skill. Create a creature, give it a name, give it a form. Doing that is no different from giving birth to new life. When a human gives birth to a child, they give it a form, give it a name to identify it by, and deepen its character by raising it into the world. That's a really weird way of putting it, but okay. Mirage Saucier is doing exactly the same thing. In our world, we can create whatever creatures we think of, give them forms and give them names, and make them friends we can interact with. We were engrossed with our game in this world called Mirage Saucier. At least, Maria was engrossed. She would badger me to play this game every time she came. And of course, I was too. However, when Maria started happily writing something and I just sat there for a while, I must admit that I sighed and looked up at the sky, making sure she didn't notice. It's fun to increase the number of our minions. They make things lively, so I do not tire of it. I may have tired of my minions alone, but even that problem goes away when I can interact with Maria's as well. It takes two people to create a universe. I now have that second person, so I am satisfied. I think I am satisfied, and yet one little part of me is not. It truly is a tiny part. After all, it's so fun. It's so much fun playing with Maria this time. It seems to fly on by. But even so, when I look up at the sky, during those short moments, I feel an empty feeling I can't describe. I know, my universe is not complete. My apologies to Maria, but she is not the second person I want to create a universe with. No matter how much I nurture my world with her, the roots of love in my heart leave gaps. 4 years have already passed since that day. He left saying he'd come for me riding a white horse, and I was the only one without a letter. And he even said that he probably wouldn't be returning to Rokkenjima. Is this love? I always believed that love was so much sweeter, so much more intoxicating. But now, I don't know anymore. Though I love for him so much, it's maddening. I can sometimes feel hatred underneath. However, even that hatred is wrapped in adoration. The roots of love have remained in the corners of my heart all this time. At some point, I gave up hoping that Battler would return. However, the roots of love stayed right where they were. In other words, even 4 years later, I still believe. He will come back someday. The flower of my love has curled up and withered as though against the winter cold. However, the root is still alive. And it is always, always waiting for him to return. Waiting for a chance to bloom beautifully again. I'm grateful for Maria. Mirage Saucier has eased the burden on my heart so much. If we hadn't met like this, I may have withered away along with that root. Even this incomplete universe is necessary for me to remain alive now. I must live on, until I can create my complete universe. Until that day, I will not be complete. Though I have a form and a name, no matter how deep my world grows, I will not be complete. I am not complete.
Beetle?
I accidentally muttered what I had been thinking. Maria stopped talking to Sakutaro. I regretted that slip of my tongue that had I regretted that the slip of my... I can do this, I promise. I regretted that my slip of the tongue had ruined this fun time, but there was a long silence before I could smooth it over. I laughed, but it probably sounded hollow. Maria, not knowing why my face had suddenly changed like this, looked taken aback. Though my minions will each deepen this world in their own existences, becoming full, I alone will never be complete. I know why I will not be complete.
It's because you don't have enough magical power.
Maria answered instantly. Beatrice had lost her magical power and is unable to regain the strength she once had. That's how the story goes, so Maria's answer was correct. That's right. I may be incomplete because I have lost my magical power. In that case, if my power becomes complete, and I revive in the truest sense, will my world become complete as well? Does that mean that the person I want to nourish a universe with will come back? If, as I claim, I really was able to control miracles at will in the past with my magic, then if I succeed in reviving, would that miracle definitely occur? If such a thing were possible, I'd want true magical power to use for my resurrection. That's right. It's because I do not possess enough magical power.
Poor Beetle. Must be pretty inconvenient with your magical power still weak.
I want to get it back, quickly. My old power.
I guess you'll have to do that then.
What do you mean by that?
The ceremony of resurrection. The ceremony of the portrait's epitaph.
Did Maria really? Oh no! If you read the epitaph literally, it does sound like a witch's resurrection ceremony. To Maria, who believes in witches, that epitaph must be a ceremony in itself. Unlike the other family members, it seems like she's not very interested in the location of the hidden gold. If that epitaph's riddle is solved, one might learn the location where Kinzo hid all the gold I once gave him.
That's the gold you created with magic, right?
Indeed, a crystallization of the great magic I possessed in those days.
In that case, if you get that gold back, your magical power will go back to normal.
Perhaps.
It will. It's gotta be your resurrection ceremony. I'll help, so let's solve it together. Then you'll revive, and when you do, you'll take me to the Golden Land.
That's right. I did promise that I would take you to the Golden Land.
You said that all wishes are granted there. There's no black witch there. No, just a nice mama. And I might even meet Papa I've never seen before. Of course, there won't be any school or homework or bullying friends. And we can live happily ever after. Hey, Sakutaro, doesn't that sound fun? Yeah.
The epitaph of the portrait. So, I must face the epitaph's riddle after all? If Kinzo's children struggled uselessly over it, how could a complete stranger like me solve it? If I did happen to solve it, that would surely be a miracle. Will doing that bring about another miracle and return my miraculous power to me? Right, poor Maria. She was still playing around, but Beato was just like, you might be onto something. Behold the sweet fish river running through my beloved hometown. You, who seek the Golden Land, follow its path downstream in search of the key. So, am I to travel down a river in Kinzo's homeland in search of a key? As you travel down the river, you will see a village. In that village, look for the shore the two will tell you of. There sleeps the key to the Golden Land. There may be villages if you go down the river, but what is this shore the two will tell you of? The one who obtains the key must then travel to the Golden Land in accordance with these rules. So those who do not have the key need not read the rest? I do not understand it, but that's how this riddle is. It's practically unsolvable, so solving it would be a miracle. That much makes sense. I felt a stabbing pain in my body. The anti-magic toxin had burned my skin. Some human is probably approaching. I erased my form. Multiple sets of footsteps approached. It was Genji, Shannon, and Cannon too. It seems everyone is engrossed with solving the epitaph's riddle. Yes, I hear that even some of the servants have copied it down and taken it home with them.
If you solve this riddle, will you really find 10 tons of gold?
Indeed. There can be no doubt of that. I don't understand. The puzzle may be a tough one, but why is the master showing the location of his precious gold in a place where everyone can see? That is the master's magic, and also a bet. The master believes that the one who solves this difficult riddle will contain Beatrice-sama's soul within them.
That's a strange bet. Magic.
Looks like he's taken this occult fanaticism as far as it could possibly go.
Shh! You shouldn't say that.
All are allowed to try and solve the epitaph's riddle. Of course, the servants are no exceptions. Will you try to solve it?
No. I could never solve such a hard riddle. And anyway...
And?
Even if I had 10 tons of gold, I
I can't think of anything in particular I'd want to use it for. I'd be more than happy if those peaceful days continued forever. Looks like you and George-sama have been pretty close these days. I just hope being distracted doesn't make you even more of a klutz.
That won't happen.
With a backwards glance at this conversation, Genji walked up to the portrait and looked up at the witch. When they saw what Genji was doing, Shannon and Cannon immediately went silent. Genji, who was the head of the servants, the closest in age to Kinzo, and the one whom Kinzo called a friend, probably understood Kinzo's heart better than anyone else. What did he think when he looked at this portrait? Neither Shannon nor Cannon could tell. Behold the Sweetfish River running through my beloved hometown. Suddenly Genji started reciting the epitaph. Shannon quickly nodded to show that she was listening, but it wasn't clear whether he was talking to her at all. Genji, his back still to them, continued. The master would not describe Odawara as his beloved hometown. I've heard that he lived far away.
Though we don't know where it was.
Taiwan. Genji turned around and spoke that single word.
Oh, is that so?
I see. So that explains what Klaus-sama always used to say. Remember him talking about how the master liked areca nuts?
Come to think of it, Klaus-sama said that those were a luxury item like tobacco that was popular in Taiwan. So that's why the master...
In the half-century before the war, Taiwan was under the rule of Japan. Many Japanese had moved there, seeing a new frontier. Kinzo's family was a branch family of the Ushinomiyas. Apparently, they were only distantly related to the head family, so they were able to form a new life and a new future, without being constrained by the head family in Odawara. Shannon and Cannon nodded their understanding, but they didn't know why Genji had suddenly broached the subject.
So, there was a river with sweet fish in it in the master's hometown in Taiwan, and he's there?
Don't be so stupid. There has to be several rivers with sweet fish in the area.
We don't know that for sure, right? I don't know where the master lived in Taiwan, but there might have been only one river there. If so, that must be the place.
You're too optimistic. There's no way the riddle could be solved that easily. The master says his magical ceremony will gain more power if more people try to solve the riddle. You must try as well. Everyone has been given the same chance.
Yes.
As if we had a chance. This is pointless. Genji spun around. Shannon and Cannon hurried to follow after him. When his footsteps receded and silence returned, a gold butterfly flitted out among the shadows.
Taiwan, is it? Oh, so I lived quite far away.
Behold the Sweetfish River running through my beloved hometown. In other words, the Sweetfish River running through Taiwan? There are many rivers in Taiwan. Cannon was right. How ridiculous. However, the word Taiwan interests me. That taciturn, Genji muttered it without anyone asking. So is it even possible that it means nothing? Clearly, Genji's saying it has something to do with the epitaph's riddle. It's almost as though that was a hint for solving it. Though I do find it stupid. Very well, Genji. Why don't I play along with your farce for a while? Taiwan. I've traveled the world at times during these past 1,000 years, but I know nothing of the place. To counter my ignorance, I shall need a crystallization of knowledge, that which is smoothed out and pressed into many sheets, what is called a book. Where might I find a book about Taiwan? Kinzo's study is the first place that comes to mind if one is looking for books, but that won't work. The charm on that room prevents me from entering. So the library, is it? My bubble made such a surprised face with that sip. Kinzo's vast collection of books grows each year. The books that don't fit in his study are stored in a book storage room that we usually call the library. Of course, there are countless books just in this place. The library has everything from valuable books to apparently worthless books, all packed together like an antique shop. There was a golden glint in the keyhole of the library's door, and a gold butterfly flittered out. Stinky as ever, I see. Dust, mold. I see. So this is the stench of knowledge. Well now, how can I find a book on Taiwan amongst all this? The prospect is almost dizzying. However, I realized right away, if I wanted to quickly find out about Taiwanese rivers, I didn't want a book on Taiwan. An atlas? There must be one of those somewhere around here. Search my butterfly minions. Find the book I seek in this dusty, noble graveyard of knowledge. A cloud of countless gold butterflies appeared at my feet. They swayed, blew like the wind, and coiled themselves around the library. Eventually, the cloud of butterflies selected a single book. It seems that this is the one. Well done. The World Atlas Asia volume. Perfect. It was a grand, thick, illustrated encyclopedia of maps, several volumes long. There was even a thick section on Taiwan. This should be plenty useful. Taiwan. 394 kilometers north to south, 144 kilometers east-west. An area of roughly 36,000 square kilometers. Oh, that's pretty large. By area, that's about the same size as Kyushu in Japan. This led Beato to a very natural question. Just where on this massive island did Kinzo live? Genji mentioned Taiwan, but that's all. How careless I've been. Beato had vaguely assumed that the riddle would be solved in a flash if she could just look at a map of Taiwan. However, Taiwan is no small place. Just which part of this large island did Kinzo call his beloved hometown? He kept looking through books in this dusty library, sometimes having to cough, and I was not happy with being stuck in a place like this. So the largest city is Taipei. It says here that Japanese people used to live in a spot called Taisho. So, is this where Kinzo lived? No, it's too early to be sure of that without proof. I'll skip to the next part where I settle on anything more specific than just Taiwan itself. A Sweetfish River running through the hometown. What's this? There are 129 rivers in Taiwan? 129 rivers! And how many of those have sweetfish swimming in them? Just thinking about it is dizzying. This was quickly becoming ridiculous. Genji must have been muttering nonsense to himself after all. I only thought he was giving out a hint about the epitaph. So the reward for the fool blinded by gold is dust. Nice one, Genji. I tossed the book aside and used magic to turn a bookshelf into a sofa and plopped down on top of it. For a while I grumbled about getting tricked and looked up at the ceiling. I was annoyed, so I felt like gathering all this room's dust, packing it into a ball, and tossing it into Genji's teacup, so I glanced down at the floor. The book I had thrown away lay open on the ground. A gold butterfly was resting on that open page. Tossing a book at random and reading an oracle from a page that happened to open is kind of a ritual. I see, so that page might have some sort of hint. Not entirely convinced, I picked the book up. The opened page was probably very near the one I had been reading. Apparently, it was a page explaining Taiwan's geography. Oddly enough, it was a page about rivers and lakes. I already know that there are 129 rivers. Is there anything else you're trying to tell me? There were 6 major rivers listed. Zhoshi River, Kaoping River, Danshui River, Dajia River, Zhenguan River, Dadu River. Huh. Now then, which of these rivers might have sweetfish in them? An idea came to me then. Sweetfish are freshwater fish, and you don't find ocean water in rivers, unless it's extremely dirty or blocked up by a dam. Any river might have sweetfish in it. How foolish! All rivers have fresh water in them. What's stopping sweetfish from living in any river? Come to think of it, what a foolish name this Danshui River has. Freshwater river? What sort of river isn't a freshwater river? It would only make sense to name a river after what's in it if they were literally anything else. Danshui River flows from Taipei to the harbor town of Danshui. I see. It isn't called that because of the water in it, but because of the town at its mouth. As you travel down the river, you will see a village. In that village, look for the shore the two will tell you of. I realize that this is stupid, and yet there's something about this town. Behold the Sweetfish River running through my beloved hometown. That line should be talking about one of the 129 rivers. Sweetfish are freshwater fish, and here's this freshwater river flowing down to a town called Freshwater. It's like a strange, trivial word game. Or could it be some kind of code? I've been looking for books here so long that the dust is piling up on me. If I give up now, it would all have been a waste of time. Very well. Why don't I test my luck and see if a random page the book opened to contains an oracle? I open to the next page, trying to search in even greater detail. Well, to me, solving this riddle was just like a game, one that all those servants were engrossed in. I was just trying to be one of the group. For quite some time I had suffered from a lack of books I could find particularly absorbing, and I was very bored. So I took that book back with me to my own room and looked through it every night. There's a hint for the epitaph's riddle in the atlas. In the third game, Eva solved the riddle after reading a book in the book archive. Then, in the fifth game, Frudo Erika looked for an atlas in that room before solving the riddle herself. Then there really is some secret in the map of Taiwan. I believed that the Sweetfish River part was a code for a Dansui River. Every day I researched the surrounding geography in detail. Of course, I also looked up several small streams that might have sweetfish in them. However, that didn't get me anywhere. According to some information from a previous game, we aren't looking for an actual river, but it is something that flows. That's how Eva interpreted it. So it isn't a river? Correct. In the end, Danshui River had nothing to do with it. However, now that I think about it, it must have been an oracle after all. The river itself was unrelated, but it was still a grand hint. The river was unrelated, but it was still a hint? Calm down and think. Think of something that flows but isn't a river. Something other than water that flows. What can you think of? Try and think outside the box.
Will, I'm tired of all this puzzle solving. Stop being annoying and give us the answer. You solved the epitaph, right?
Probably. Something other than water that flows. Something... Methods of transportation? Like a road or a highway?
Correct.
It took me so long to realize that the Sweetfish River did not refer to water itself. That's right. There's something other than a river with the name Dansui. Something that both people and things flow up and down. Up and down? You mean... That's it. Railroads. I feel like this would be more of an aha moment in the original. But that's okay. The Danshui Line. It's a railway that goes from Taipei to Danshui Harbor. It was constructed in 1901 while Taiwan was under Japanese rule. Afterwards, the number of stations continued to grow and it became a major artery in Taipei. This railroad was used after the war as well and is still in common use as the Danshui Line of the Taipei Rapid Transit System. Its route begins as Taipei Station and continues on until the town in Danshui. Taipei Station. Yeah, I feel like this would definitely be more of an aha moment if I knew kanji. Okay. Man, look at all these words. Look at all these words next to station. Oh, I know the second kanji for that one. That one's Yama. all of these stations time to pull out the Google Maps, right? I wonder, like, let me pull out Google Translate and have it like picture translate, maybe. Oops. No, I don't wanna voice to text, I wanna do picture. The bank account made an oopsie and I have to call them tomorrow because they have listed me out as a student account and they're charging me for paper statements that I have, and when I said I don't have no paper. Oh no! I hope they can have it fixed for you. Okay, no, not English to Japanese, other way around, Google. Come on, you can do this. So we've got, yeah, Taipei, Chang'an, Tuan Gran Daido. Oh gosh, it's changing. It's changing as I'm saying that. Oh, I just zoomed out to see all of them and they all just gave up. Well anyway, Stone Moment, or Stone Monument. Okay, well anyway. What did the epitaph say you'd see if you went down the river? A village. There's only one station on the Danshui line with the village kanji character for village in its name. And it's that station. If only I knew more kanji. Formerly this station. How do you read this? The Japanese pronounce it Kirigan. Its name was changed to Sekihai Station after the war, but when Kinzo lived there, it was Kirigan Station. As you travel down the river, you'll see a village. A village kanji. In that village, look for the shore the two will tell you of.
That kanji isn't the only one. You can also see the character for shore. In the end, it took me quite a long time to work out that the station was the one it referred to. It has the character for village and the character for shore. It felt like a kid's riddle playing with letters.
So too, it annoys me. I'm crossing my fingers for you. Banks are bullies, honestly. The first character in Kirigan has a character, the character for mouth. I don't remember what the mouth character is. My brain was like, that's no, and it's like, I don't think that's mouth. Yeah. And this kanji, the other half of that first character means the word that, right? That village is shore, and the mouth is telling of it. But I don't get what the two means. The three characters of Kirigan can be split into a mouth, a that, a village, and a shore. Those are all words that appear in the epitaph. In that village, look for the shore the two will tell you of. You can read it as a code for the name of the station. However, I don't understand the part about the two. I was also stuck on that part. However, by then I was very confident that this station was what the epitaph referred to. If the station was once known by a different name, then could some local spot also have had its name changed? And that's right. Kirigan Station was named after a nearby location after all. And though the name of that area was also Kirigan, it's written differently. Of course it is. Ah, there are two mouths. Oh yeah, for the first two kanjis. It didn't take much investigation before it was clear. The epitaph must have been referring to this place called Kirigan. Then, is this where the key to the Golden Land rests? That would be the obvious answer. However, I couldn't make a long trip to Taiwan to check. And of course, the place known as Kirigan is quite large itself. If a tiny key was hidden somewhere there, I'd never find it. I was at a loss. But you didn't give up. I was certain that I found the answer, at least to the first 5 lines of the epitaph. In my eyes, it truly was an entertaining game. No, a mystery. I almost gave up then. However, there was no doubt that I had the key in my hand, so I decided to travel to the Golden Land in accordance with the epitaph. On the first twilight, offer the 6 chosen by the key as sacrifices. We can tell by this line that the key refers to 6 things. Reasoning makes it possible to see that this... Whoops. I keep doing that today. See that this couldn't refer to a physical key. 6 things? Yes, 6 things. I was merely a thick-headed human. I decided to look through books for anything related to the number 6. 6. The location of the key, called Kirigan, was hidden by a word game. That meant the 6 things were surely connected to some sort of word game too. 6. I kept searching for 6. Is there some way to split up the characters in Kirigan to get 6? Good idea. Still, no matter how much you stare at those 3 characters, you won't get an answer. The problem here is that Kirigan is just the Japanese reading of the name. Then how do they pronounce it there? Like this. Kurian. It's pronounced... wait, no. Chidion, I guess. Maybe? Yeah, it would be Chidion. More or less. When written in Roman characters, it's 6 letters long. 6 letters? Then it is a word game after all. That is what it means by the 6 chosen by the key. I get it. Talking about it like this, it sounds like a line of reasoning that can be reached in a second. However, it took a long time before I reached this spot on my own. A dizzying number of nights passed from the time Genji uttered the single word to the time I got this far. So, what does it mean to offer these 6 letters as sacrifices? On the second twilight, we start hearing about those who remain. Reasoning opens up the possibility that the 6 letters of the key are being removed from an even larger set of numbers. However, what could the 6 letters be removed from? That puzzle worried me for a long time. It's like the start of an entirely new riddle. This time, I would have to solve it all by myself without any assistance. In a previous game, I'm pretty sure Aunt Rosa formed some sort of theory about the first twilight. Right, that theory about a 10-day journey ending in the 10th twilight. On the 10th twilight at journey's end, you shall attain to the power of the Golden Land's treasures once and for the last time. She took that section to be a literal trip that ends with you attain to or reach the treasures of the Golden Land. What a meaning was there in those words? Realizing that there was something to be found, and then realizing that that something actually was, took another long stretch of time. By Rose's reasoning, attain to meant reaching some physical location represented by the 4 treasures. It was a good try, but not quite right. It's not the treasures we're supposed to reach, but their power. What does it even mean to reach the power of something like that? Don't overthink it. What else can the word power mean?
You reach, or rather, rise yourself to the power of the 4 treasures, starting at twilight number 10. And this is done once and for the last time.
Oh, so it's an exponent, like a math problem.
Here, I have a home field advantage since I lived on Rokenjima. There was a hint that made it easier to think of a certain large number. In fact, you might say that I actually found the answer before I knew what the question was.
If you keep making it so complicated, Leon's gonna get a headache. Let's get back to the point. 10 to the power of the 10 to the 4th power is 10,000. If you reach 10,000 on the 10th twilight, how far have you gotten by the first twilight? Well, that's just 1/10 of 10,000. 1,000, right? Right. But while that gives us a single word, it has nowhere near enough letters, and it doesn't match the key at all.
However, the end of the line says you will attain the power once and for the last time. If we interpret this as raising 10 to the 4th power once, and then doing the same thing one final time, we end up with the 10 quadrillion.
That's 10 quadrillion at the 10th twilight, or quadrillion at the first twilight. As Battler guessed, in the 5th game it has 11 letters. Or should I say, as you guessed? Strangely enough, both words begin with Q. I felt that this was just had to be right. Leon took a notepad from a pocket and spelled out quadrillion Chilion. The 2 words even looked similar at a glance. That's true. Yeah. That's right. It's true that the 6 letters chosen by the key are right there inside quadrillion. So what happens if we take them all out? Oh gosh. We're left with 5 meaningless letters. However, the important thing is the number 5. After all, in the next part of the epitaph, the word kill appears 5 times. And then, on the 9th twilight, none shall be left alive. In other words, there should be 5 letters left. On top of that, just as Battler's son guessed in the 5th twilight, 2 of these letters are close to each other. The D and the R. Those must be the 2 who are close.
Once you reach the spot, the riddle has been practically solved.
Let me just... Oh, it won't... Okay, it won't be in the log. Or, put another way, this is as far as you can go with the epitaph alone. You might be able to figure out the answer with a little more wordplay, but you won't be able to activate the device.
That's right. Once you know this much, all that remains is to gouge and kill.
you had a good idea of where the place was, even before you got this far, right?
Yes. Some people suspected that the gold was hidden there even before the epitaph appeared, and because of the mysterious phrase that appeared there, it's only natural that I thought the place concealed some secret.
What do you mean by the place? The place with the device that opens the door to the Golden Land. A quick-witted person should be able to figure out where the first twilight is by now.
Huh?
I thought the first twilight was quadrillion, not a place. It's a place where quadrillion is written. You should know it. Or did you blindly follow Kinzel's orders and never go near it?
Heck. Heck.
Man, and we're so close to 6-2. No. I guess it wouldn't be too bad to end a little early. Especially with it's just like, okay, think about it. Basically, you would never solve this without being a native speaker, yeah. Because it's just like, it all is relying on, like, kanji, and it's just like, I don't know much about that. So, that's kind of sad, because also, like, when it was showing the path of, like, all the like, names for the stations, it was just like, here's a bunch of kanji. How are they pronounced? Your guess is as good as mine. You should know how to read. Okay, but I feel like a lot is gonna go down, so this is probably the best place to stop. And then we'll come back to this later, which look, Okay, let's go on to the Just Chatting screen. And then let's see who's streaming today. Let's see who get to raid. Let me see. One day we'll raid Amma again. Next time will be interesting, right? I can tell we're just like right at the precipice of a bunch of stuff happening. We can raid Jackie. It's a cozy GeoGuessr day. Okay, so let's get that prepared, and then what should the raid message be, I wonder? I guess wordplay raid, maybe? Unreadable. Unreadable wordplay raid. Okay, I'll start the timer, and then
There is the raid message for today. Again, thank you everybody for joining me on this Umineko adventure.
I don't know how close we are to the end of this chapter. I feel like probably maybe sometime next week. I almost feel like another week is needed. I'm not 100% sure.
But hopefully I get to see everybody next week. It's gonna be just Wednesday and Thursday again next week too.
I really miss having like more than just 2 stream days, but you know,
Gotta do what I gotta do.
The tea ceremony and question mark are very long. Oh, okay. So it's probably gonna be maybe 2, maybe even 3 weeks before we get to the final chapter for the epilogue. But very nice. I'm still very excited. I'm having so much fun, honestly. Like, I feel like there's probably a few times where it's like I sound like I'm just like not interested in just reading, but like I'm having a very fun time. I just really wish the wordplay riddle was like more not native Japanese speaker friendly, but you know, you do what you can.
But anyway, I will see you all next week. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Thank you, everybody. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. And then go over here and then make sure it's not